After signing the last document, Lin Bei leaned back heavily in her chair and let out a quiet sigh. She turned to look at the shimmering lights outside the window, feeling a wave of emotion. Lin Bei was only 24, yet she felt like a 34-year-old woman who had lost her youth. Though the mirror still showed a beautiful face and smooth skin, her heart had grown far older than her years. Ever since she took over the carnival group 5 years ago, she had never truly relaxed. Chairwoman, her secretary, Li Hua, walked in, looking as if she had something to say, but was hesitant. "Is there something you need?" Lin Bei asked, glancing at her watch. She remembered telling Li Hua to go home earlier. Li Hua hesitated. I'm not sure if I should say this. If it's about you or me, you can say it. There's a special place in the mid-levels area. It has only 5 villas, each very large, surrounded by beautiful flowers and fresh green grass. Are you planning to change careers and become a real estate agent?
Lin Bei smiled, rubbing her temples. No.
I just wanted to tell you that it's actually a private club. They hold dances there 2 or 3 times a week. Have you ever been? Seeing Lin Bei's lack of interest, Li Hua continued nervously. I met someone there. Lin Bei closed her eyes slightly. A celebrity?
No.
Someone you know. Who? Lin Bei opened her eyes, now curious. Behind the club, there's the sea. Some people go swimming after dancing, but now that it's cold, the beach is quiet. Most people stay inside, talking in private rooms. If that's all, I'm not interested.
But
Li Hua's eyes shifted. I saw our general manager, Li Haoran. Haoran? That's impossible. He's on a business trip.
Lin Bei was stunned.
Li Haoran was her boyfriend. He had gone to Hainan for work a few days ago, and they had spoken on the phone that very morning. Chairwoman, I'm sure I didn't mistake him. Mr. Li was with a young, beautiful woman. They danced together before the lights went out, and when the lights came back on, they were gone. Probably went into one of the rooms. Li Hua had worked for her for 4 years. She wouldn't lie about something like this. After a long silence, Lin Bei finally said, "Give me the address." Why do you want to know the address? I want to go and see for myself. That's not a good idea. Why not? Seeing is believing. If you rush there, you won't find out anything. The general manager might not even go there every day. If Mr. Li finds out, the general manager will become cautious and you'll only alert him. You're right. Do you have a better idea?
Yes.
There's a party tonight. I'll go first. When the general manager and that woman arrive at the club, I'll call you right away. You can come then and see the truth with your own eyes. Good idea. Li Hua, I'm counting on you. Don't mention it, Chairman. I'll go now. Watching Li Hua leave, Lin Bei sat in her chair for a long time without moving. When she heard the news, it felt as if an invisible hand had gripped her heart tightly until it broke. Li Haoran had been her boyfriend for 7 years, and they were supposed to register their marriage in 2 months. No matter what, she couldn't bring herself to believe it. But Li Hua had been like a sister to her for years. She would never lie about something like this. After a simple late-night snack, Lin Bei began pacing around the office. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't sit still or lie down. After walking back and forth for an hour or 2, her phone suddenly rang nonstop around 10 o'clock. Feeling nervous, her voice trembled as she answered. Who is it? Chairman. It's Li Hua, came the hurried voice. The general manager and that woman are here again. Do you remember the address? Come quickly. Lin Bei hung up, put on her leather coat, grabbed her handbag and ran out. She rushed to the garage, jumped into her car, and drove straight to the club Li Hua had mentioned. When she arrived, she saw Li Hua waiting at the entrance. Lin Bei parked quickly and ran over. Breathing heavily, she asked, Where is he? They're in the 3rd room on the 2nd floor. Chairman, I can't go up with you. Please understand. I understand. You'd better leave right away. Thank you, Li Hua. Lin Bei went inside. Although she was a stranger there, the dim lighting kept anyone from noticing her. She went straight up to the 2nd floor and stopped at the 3rd room. Pressing her ear to the door, she heard the sound of laughter from a man and a woman inside. She gently turned the doorknob and found that it wasn't locked. She suddenly pushed the door open. Inside, a man and a woman who had been kissing quickly pulled apart. Lin Bei stared straight at Li Haoran, who stood speechless. Then she looked at the woman, someone clearly older than her, who met Lin Bei's gaze with a bold, challenging look.
You. Why? Baya, I am sorry.
Li Haoran lowered his head, then looked up again. I'm a man. I want to prove myself, not live under someone else's shadow. Tears streamed down Lin Bei's face. But I never wanted to control you. My father already agreed. Once we marry, everything from the Lin family, all the companies, will be yours. What's the point of that?
Li Haoran suddenly shouted.
This title, this company, everything is under your family's name. Everyone who sees me says, that's Lin Bei's boyfriend, her husband. I have nothing of my own.
I'm worthless. You.
Lin Bei shook her head gently. After all these years, is that really how you see us? She turned and ran down the stairs, faster and faster, heading straight toward the sea. For years, she had been running. Life's road was too long, too hard. She was exhausted, unable to bear it any longer. At last, she saw the sea, her home, cold and silent. Without hesitation, she leapt in, and a golden flash of lightning struck down. Year 8483, January, continental calendar. In a small village in the northwest of the Landis continent, the sound of crying echoed. A graceful young fox girl ran out of the village toward the nearby mountains. A middle-aged woman of the pigfolk watched her go, then called her son, who had been playing nearby, and whispered a few words. The little pigfolk boy nodded and ran toward the fields. Master Chunno! Master Chunno! The boy shouted as he reached the edge of the field. What is it, Carl? A middle-aged fox man straightened up, his light green hair damp with sweat and sticking to his forehead. Sister Filna ran up the mountain crying. Lady Catherine isn't home. Carl replied. Oh no, that child. Chenno stomped his foot, threw down his farming tools, and ran out of the village, trampling over the crops as he went, calling out his daughter's name again and again. Boca Village was a small settlement in the northwestern province of the Biman Empire, home to more than 300 families, mostly of the Green Fox and Pig tribes. The Fox people, often called Fox folk, looked mostly human but had large fox-like tails. The women of the Fox folk were known for their graceful and charming appearance. The Fox folk were divided into 3 groups: the Red Fox, the Silver Fox, and the Green Fox tribes. The Red and Silver Foxes were powerful and respected, one known for intelligence, the other for bravery. The Green Foxes, however, were weaker in both strength and skill. In the Biman Empire, where power was everything, they had become a lower-ranked race. Chenno Falkland was a green fox. His ancestor had once followed the emperor on a campaign against human kingdoms, earning a noble title and a small estate. The first Falkland was clever and hardworking, building up several businesses. But later generations were not as capable. By Chenno's grandfather's time, the family had sold their city home, then their lands and other properties. Now, in Chenno's generation, all that remained was an old house in Boca Village, a few fields, and a baron's title that most people treated as a joke. Chenno had no sons, only a daughter named Filna, 15 years old. Last year, she became engaged to Barn, a young man from the same village. The families had planned to hold the wedding this year. But trouble came when Filna visited her aunt in Red Sun City last month. There, the city lord's son, Albertace, a man known for his arrogance, took a liking to her. He forced Barn to break off the engagement, threw a bride price at Chenno's family, and declared that he would come to marry Filna next month. Since hearing this, Filna had been heartbroken. She refused to eat, cried every day, angry at Albert's cruelty and disappointed in Barn's weakness. And now, this. Chenno ran up the mountain, shouting her name. She was his only child. He couldn't bear the thought of losing her. Filna stumbled along the mountain path, her pale face drained of color. Her light green eyes had lost their usual brightness, and her long green hair was messy from days without care. If not for the strength of her determination, Her frail body would never have carried her this far up the mountain. Tears had long since dried up, leaving her heart empty and full of despair. Filna stood before the cliff, gazing at the clear pool below that reflected her image. A faint, bitter smile appeared on her lips. Was this to be her final resting place? Perhaps it was better than dying at the hands of that cruel noble. Still, Filna turned to look toward the village one last time. There were her beloved parents and the one she once loved. But now, all of that would soon be far away. On the small path through the fields, a tiny figure was running toward her, waving its arms. It was her father. A sorrowful smile touched Filna's face as her body leaned forward and fell. "Stop!" A deep, aged voice echoed through the air. A thunder eagle swooped down toward the cliff, and a dark figure leapt from its back.
Boom!
At the very moment Filna hit the water, a golden bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck the spot where she fell.
Splash!
The dark figure also plunged into the water.
Cough!
A small, hunched figure surfaced, holding Filna in his arms. Beneath his bald head was a wrinkled old face, and behind him was a smooth turtle shell. He was an elder of the model tribe, wearing a tattered ceremonial robe that clung wetly to his body. The lightning had clearly taken a toll on him. He kept coughing as he swam to shore. "Curse it! How can there be lightning on such a clear day?" the old priest muttered, setting Filna gently on the ground. He wiped the water from his beard, looked up at the sky, then down at the girl before him.
Ha!
The old priest froze in surprise. Filna's body was glowing with alternating shades of bright and deep green light. A dual-awakened green tribe focus, he exclaimed in disbelief. Placing his hand on her forehead, a soft white light flowed from his palm into her. "Heh, a natural soul singer. I never thought I'd meet one in my old age." The old priest was so excited, he nearly danced with joy. A natural soul singer is born with abundant song power and the ability and right to create their own battle songs. Old Master, a once-in-a-century soul singer stands before you. Why haven't you taken her as your student yet? A deep, thunderous voice rolled down from the sky. The thunder eagle beside them let out an uneasy cry. The old priest looked up and saw a small black, flying toward them at great speed. In the blink of an eye, it grew larger and turned into a massive figure. A dragon, an enormous frost dragon nearly 100 meters long. Its icy blue scales shimmered under the sunlight, and its huge eyes showed clear impatience. "Nicholas, you'd better come down and talk. My old neck can't handle this angle." The old priest showed no fear before one of the continent's most powerful beings. He glanced up briefly, then lowered his head again to check on Filna's condition. Humph. Nicholas didn't get angry. He simply snorted through his nose, folded his wings, and transformed into a middle-aged man in a white robe. "I'd like to take her as my student," the old priest said, frowning slightly, "but her racial ability has just awakened. She'll need some time to recover. And I'm about to travel far away, so I may not have time to teach her." "Gonsa, you're getting forgetful," Nicholas teased, clearly enjoying the rare chance to mock the old priest. "You behemoth priests have that song of awakening, right? You can only use it once in your life, and I don't think you've ever used yours." Gonsa fell silent. He really hadn't thought of that. The Song of Awakening could indeed be used only once, allowing a priest to pass on complex knowledge to a chosen student. "I just don't know if she'll agree," Gonsa said hesitantly. "Humph, that girl is a green fox. Without a special opportunity, her racial ability alone might not protect her from being mistreated by nobles." "Why wouldn't she agree?" Nicholas said sharply. Behemoths were the collective name for all beast folk. Unlike humans and elves, they didn't use magic, but their priests could wield the power of battle songs. Most races also had their own unique abilities, though not everyone could awaken them. It required a special chance. The red fox's ability was the fiery aura, the silver fox's was the frost armor, but the green fox's abilities were rather unusual, the light of life and the whisper of the forest. The light of life is a healing magic that uses the power of nature to heal the wounded. It is even more miraculous than the church's healing spells or the monk's prayers of life. The whisper of the forest, on the other hand, is a racial ability that allows communication with creatures living in nature. Apart from the druids, who are known as the children of nature, the greenfolk foxes who awaken this ability are the only intelligent beings able to speak with nature itself. Of course, if the whisper of the forest only allowed communication, it would be no more than a scout's skill. What truly makes others envious is that the greenfolk foxes can use it to communicate with beasts and even magical creatures, making them the best beast tamers. Because the awakening of Beeman racial abilities has many strict conditions, these two abilities are highly sought after. Whenever a greenfolk fox awakens one, nobles often force them into servant contracts, turning them into personal attendants. The fate of the male foxes is somewhat better, but the female foxes often end up being treated unfairly and without respect. Nicholas's suggestion was indeed a good one. In the Beeman Empire, priests hold a status similar to that of magicians in human kingdoms. Even the lowest-ranked wind priests are not people ordinary nobles dare to offend. There is an old saying in the Beeman Empire, "As long as priests bless Beeman, the empire shall never fall." The priests who worship the war god Kampas are the spiritual pillars of the empire.
Well,
All right then. Gansa finally agreed. The rising and falling rhythm of his battle chant carried a special tone in his slightly hoarse voice. A white halo flowed from his palm into Filna's smooth forehead. The young girl frowned slightly, as if enduring some pain. With a soft sigh, Gansa removed an emerald ring from his hand. After murmuring a few words, he waved his hand gently. The ring shone with a bright green light before returning to normal. "Old man, aren't you afraid your disciple might die because you gave her such an important space ring?" Nicholas asked, glancing sideways at the old priest as Gansa placed the ring on the girl's hand. Haha. Gansa gave a dry laugh and looked at Nicholas with a teasing expression. "Old fool, don't look at me like that. It's easy for people to get the wrong idea." Nicholas felt a bit uneasy. People often said that models were honest, but the one before him was definitely different. He had never gained any advantage when dealing with this old model. "Nicholas, this student was the one you persuaded me to take in. I don't even know if I'll return safely from the Lost Plains this time. If she gets into danger, it won't look good for you either, will it?" Gansa smiled kindly, like a wise elder. "You. Forget it." Nicholas sighed, as if accepting his fate. He extended his index finger and touched Filna's forehead. Her unconscious body trembled slightly, as if struck by a small current. As time passed, pain appeared on her face, while Nicholas's expression grew weary. After about 15 minutes, Nicholas exhaled deeply and withdrew his finger. Filna's eyelids fluttered. She seemed about to wake up. "Old man, it's your turn. Let her sleep a bit longer, so she can fully absorb my dragon power." Nicholas looked exhausted. Nicholas, you're really generous, using dragon power to cleanse her body and strengthen her spirit. I'll thank you on her behalf." Gansa waved his hand, casting a sleep spell over Filna. Just as she was about to wake, she fell into a deep sleep again. "Humph. I'm not as stingy as you, sending your student off with just a storage ring. Once she absorbs the dragon power I left in her, even a 3rd or 4th level warrior won't be able to harm her body easily." Nicholas looked rather pleased with himself, teasing the old priest as he spoke. Gansa only smiled and said nothing. He gently placed a necklace around Filna's neck. "Nicholas, what do you think of this underworld necklace?"
Tise.
"Giving your students something nice is what a teacher should do. No need to show off." Nicholas rolled his eyes. "But giving her 2 divine items at once, aren't you afraid it'll bring her trouble? If she's afraid of trouble, she's not fit to be my student. Let's go, Thunderwing." Gansa climbed onto the back of his Thunder Eagle, gently stroking the feathers on its neck. The bird let out a clear cry, spread its wings, and soared into the sky. After circling once, it flew southeast. Nicholas shrugged and followed, flying after them in human form. "Filna, Filna." Cheno's anxious cries echoed through the forest. He vaguely remembered the pond his daughter had loved visiting as a child, so he went there. "Filna." From a distance, he saw a pale figure lying by the pond. Shouting her name, Cheno stumbled forward and rushed to her side. After checking carefully, he found that Filna was only unconscious. He didn't know how she had gotten from the water to the shore, but since she was safe, he could only believe it was the blessing of the war god. The worried father didn't notice that 2 new ornaments had appeared on his daughter. The 15-year-old girl was not heavy. When Cheno carried her down the mountain, Filna's mother, Catherine, arrived with several neighbors. Running ahead of them was a small blue fox. "Filna, my poor child." Seeing her daughter lying motionless on her husband's back, Catherine cried out in despair. Her body went stiff, and she nearly collapsed if not for a young man beside her who caught her in time. "Catherine, Filna is alive. Our daughter is still alive." Cheno quickly set Filna down and went to his wife, gently pressing her philtrum to help her wake up. "Cheno, Filna is alive?" Catherine slowly opened her eyes. Hearing her husband's words, she suddenly found strength, pushed him aside, and rushed to her daughter. She placed her slender fingers under Filna's nose, and when she felt her breathing, she hugged her tightly and began to cry. "It's all right, Catherine. Filna needs to rest now," Cheno said softly, comforting his wife and finally pulling her away. With the help of a few young men, Cheno carried his daughter home. By the time everything was settled, night had fallen. Catherine refused to leave Filna's side, and Cheno could only let her stay. The silver moon slowly rose into the sky. Its cool light shone through the window onto the bed. The girl's face was as pale as the moonlight itself. Suddenly, her eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. "My head hurts. So many little stars before my eyes. Is this the legendary underworld?" Lin Bei looked around in confusion. She clearly remembered the moment she was surrounded by water, her body sinking like it was filled with lead. A flash of light appeared before her eyes, and then she had a strange dream. Her mind was suddenly filled with many unfamiliar things. An old bald man, who looked a lot like the turtle minister from Havoc in Heaven, took her as his student. He said her special ability had awakened, which might attract the attention of bad people. He also said she was a natural soul singer, so he wanted her to become a priestess of the Beeman altar. He taught her a method called meditation, saying that only through regular practice could her singing power grow stronger. He also spoke in several strange languages, but one of them, called the common language of the continent, was exactly the same as Chinese. This dream was really strange. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when the dizziness faded, she opened them again to look around the room. There was no smell of disinfectant, so this definitely wasn't a hospital. A woman with green hair was leaning over the bed. Lin Bei thought for a moment. None of her friends or relatives had ever dyed their hair green. Maybe this woman had been taking care of her? Lin Bei tried to sit up a little to tell her to rest, but suddenly froze. Behind the woman was a green, furry tail. Could this be one of those legendary fox spirits? Instinctively, Lin Bei reached behind herself, and to her shock, she felt a furry tail of her own, gently moving. "Don't panic. Don't panic." She took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and began to think about what was happening. Gradually, she realized there seemed to be another person's memories in her mind, a girl named Filna. She somehow knew that Filna was the previous owner of this body. Filna had a sad love story, one that strangely mirrored Lin Bei's own experiences. Most importantly, Lin Bei now understood that she was no longer on Earth. This place was called Landis, and her current identity was that of a green fox from the Beeman Empire, a disciple of the priest Gonsa, and someone with dual awakened abilities. "Filna, you've already chosen your path. Let me finish the rest for you. But I won't make the same mistakes again," she whispered to the soul that had already faded away. Squeak, squeak. A small blue fox jumped onto the bed, its big curious eyes staring at her without blinking. "Come here, Ching Ching, let your sister hold you." She reached out and gently stroked the little fox's big tail. It had been Filna's favorite pet when she was alive. "Filna, oh, by the gods, you're awake? That's wonderful." Catherine, who had been sleeping lightly, suddenly heard her daughter's voice. Overcome with joy, she burst into tears and hugged her daughter tightly.
"Mom."
Though a bit hesitant, she decided to accept this new reality and hugged Catherine back. "Mom, it's all right now. Everything is over." "Yes, everything is over." Cheno had already come over when he heard his wife's voice. Hearing his daughter's words, he nodded firmly, his eyes slightly wet. After resting for a night, Lin Bei had fully accepted her new identity. Since heaven had given her a second chance, she would live again as Filma. With that thought, she fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, when Filma entered the dining room, Catherine had already prepared food and drinks. Cheno was gulping down a large mug of frothy barley wine, the strong smell making her frown. "Filma, come here. Have a drink with your old dad." Cheno had clearly been drinking for a while. His speech was a bit slurred. "Mom, what's wrong with Dad?" Filma noticed that Cheno seemed troubled and turned to ask Catherine. It's the matter with the Thai's family again." Catherine sighed, glancing at her husband with concern, then looked carefully at her daughter. Her daughter's safety was a blessing, but what should they do next? Should they really wait for the Thai's family to come for the wedding? But returning the betrothal gifts would be difficult. The Thai's family might see it as an insult. Cheno felt torn. People said the Fox folk were clever and adaptable, but even the smartest mind could do little against power. "When they come, just let them take everything back," Filma said easily. Catherine's cooking was truly amazing. The two of them could share recipes in the future. "It's not that simple," Catherine sighed. "Mom, haven't you wondered why I was found by the shore?" Filma asked. Yes. At that moment, Cheno and Catherine finally realized that their daughter had been unconscious and couldn't have reached the shore by herself. Someone must have saved her. Seeing her parents hesitate, she revealed the truth herself. "It was my teacher, High Priest Gonsa, who saved me. In other words, I am now a priest apprentice, and even the Thai's family wouldn't dare to harm me." The number of priests among the behemoths was even smaller than the number of mages among humans, and their status was far higher. Only the temple had the authority to deal with priests. Even though Filma was just an apprentice, the lord of that small rural city wouldn't dare to touch her. What about that priest then? Did he leave any proof? Cheno asked anxiously. "Does this count?" Filma took out a white priest's robe and a book titled The Priest's Codex. These were placed in her storage ring by Gonsa. Although the old priest wasn't wealthy, what he left her was quite valuable. The storage ring, called the Goddess of Nature's Gift, was a divine-level item. It had a large storage space and could even hold living beings. However, unlike the Medusa emblem, it couldn't create a stasis field. If a living creature stayed inside too long without food or water, it would still die. Gonsa's initiation chant not only passed on basic priestly knowledge and the use of the ring to Filma, but also filled her mind with the old priest's centuries of experience traveling across the continent, including many strange healing techniques. The result was that her head still ached faintly. After performing the blood recognition ritual, she could now access the items stored in the ring. The necklace of the underworld god was also no ordinary artifact. It was forged from black dusk gold, with 3 dark red gems hanging below. No one knew what material they were made of, but each gem could hold a spirit of the dead. The wearer could use the necklace to summon and command these spirits in battle. Yes, of course that counts, Cheno said with joy. A priest's robe and especially the priest's codex were not things ordinary people, or even nobles, could possess. If the Thai's family insisted on acting recklessly, they would have to face the wrath of the temple. Cheno, I don't want to see anyone from the Thai's family. Just find a few helpers and send those betrothal gifts back. Catherine knew her daughter disliked the Thai's family deeply, which was why she said that.
Got it.
I'll go right after dinner. Cheno was thrilled. Having a priest in the family was even more honorable than receiving a noble title. He could finally hold his head high in Red Sun City. The day to restore the family's reputation was near. Feeling sorry for her daughter, Catherine sent Filma back to her room after dinner, then busied herself cleaning the table. Cheno, meanwhile, went out to arrange the betrothal gifts. Of course, there was one thing he wanted everyone in the neighborhood to know. The Falkland family now had a priest. Filma closed her door, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to process the information in her mind. The knowledge left by Gonsa could wait. What she needed now was to understand the world she was in. Since the war between gods and demons, the Beeman Empire and the Human Empire had become bitter enemies, constantly at war. In the final battle, the human nations used their numbers, magic, and alchemy to turn the tide, crushing the Beeman army and leaving the empire greatly weakened. In agriculture, manufacturing, and trade, the Beeman Empire lagged far behind the human nations. The former still lived in a tribal society that relied on primitive farming, while the latter had already entered a stage between servantry and feudalism. They lacked food, money, everything. Without their few plots of land, the family might not even survive. Maybe she should first think of a way to make money quickly. Filma racked her brain for ideas. In extraordinary times, one must use extraordinary means. Dozens of manufacturing methods and material formulas flashed through her mind like lightning as she tried to find something suitable for the current world. After thinking for a long time without success, Filma began studying information about priests. A priest's greatest skill was the battle song. What frustrated her was that although Gonsa had left plenty of notes about battle songs, there wasn't a single lyric or melody, only the method for training song power. For Beeman priests, song power was like magic power for wizards, a special way of using elemental energy. According to the records, those born as soul singers could create their own battle songs. Could it be that, as a natural soul singer, any song she sang would become a battle song? She tried singing Persian Cat, and her voice sounded even sweeter, though she didn't feel any special effect. Picking up the mirror from the dressing table, she looked at the charming face reflected inside. Yes, if she were to perform on stage, she could easily win the admiration of everyone in the audience. With a soft sigh, she sat quietly on the bed and began to meditate. She knew that the key to singing battle songs was having strong vocal energy, something that could not be faked. Although soul singers were naturally gifted in this, talent alone was not enough. It was like owning a mountain of treasure but not knowing how to mine or use it. In the outer room, Catherine finally showed a relieved smile. Her daughter was singing again. This was a good sign, proof that she was stepping out of the shadows. Even though Catherine couldn't understand the lyrics, the tone alone revealed the singer's emotions. Suddenly, the singing stopped. Catherine's heart tightened again. She quietly walked to her daughter's door and peeked through the small gap. To her relief, she saw her daughter sitting cross-legged on the bed in meditation. Catherine chuckled at her own worry. She wasn't a priestess, but she knew this was part of their regular practice. "Aunt Catherine, may I come in?" came a timid voice from the doorway. Standing there was a young man from the Green clan named Barnes, about 18 or 19 years old. His face was pale, and his eyes avoided Catherine's gaze. "Barnes, what are you doing here?" Catherine's expression darkened immediately. This young man had once been her daughter's fiancé, but he had withdrawn when her daughter needed him most. In a way, his weakness had made things worse. Though it had been his father's decision, Barnes's lack of courage had played a part. "Aunt, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. How is Filma?" Barnes asked softly, his eyes slightly red. "Filma is fine. You should go," Catherine said coldly. "Aunt, could I just say a few words to her?" Barnes looked at her with pleading eyes. "There's nothing left to say," Catherine sighed. Though she felt pity, she had to stay firm for her daughter's sake.
She's doing well now.
"I hope you won't appear before her again." "All right, I'll go then." Barnes lowered his head in disappointment and walked away, his back bent like that of an old man. "Wait." Catherine sighed again. Barnes was a good boy, kind at heart, but far too timid. If he had shown even a little courage in this matter, her daughter might not have taken that path. But perhaps, because of that, things turned out for the better in the end? "Mom, are you talking about Barnes?" At some point, Filma had finished her meditation and was leaning against the doorway. "Yes, I've already sent him away," Catherine said carefully, watching her daughter's expression. "Mom, is there anyone nearby who makes musical instruments?" Filma's face was calm, as if she didn't care about Barnes at all. No," Catherine replied, puzzled by her daughter's calmness. Then she suddenly realized something. "Filma, Are you planning to make a song power amplifier instrument? Yes, Filna nodded, looking a little frustrated. There's an instrument in the basement, passed down from our ancestors. No one has used it for a long time, Catherine said. Oh, what kind of instrument is it? Filna asked casually, not really interested. Ritual instruments were quite different from ordinary ones. Their surfaces were often inlaid with many magic crystals to enhance the power of songs. The quality and number of these crystals determined the instrument's value. The Falkland family had been in decline for years, and most of their valuable possessions had long been sold. Filna didn't expect anything special to remain. I think it's a kind of stringed instrument, quite ordinary. It's been left there for ages. After saying that, Catherine led Filna toward the study. The Falkland family, though only minor nobility, a baron at best, still held onto some pride. Most of their belongings had been sold, but the books in the study remained. They were not only a symbol of nobility, but also trophies from their ancestors' victories on the battlefield, meant to be passed down through generations. Catherine felt along the beam of the bookshelf for a moment, then pressed down firmly with her fingers. A dull mechanical sound rumbled from below, and slowly, the heavy bookshelf slid aside, revealing a dark opening. A staircase led downward. Mom, how come I never knew there was a basement under the study? Filna watched the entrance with a mix of fear, curiosity, and excitement, imagining what might be inside. Perhaps a light spirit, a troll, or a mud creature. Catherine gave a small, helpless smile and said, "This place used to store valuable items, but later it became a place for things that weren't worth much." She lit a candle, placed it on a holder, and carefully walked down the stairs. Ching Ching hopped ahead cheerfully. Although no one had entered the basement for a long time, the air was still fresh. There was no smell of decay, nor any strange creatures, just a thick layer of dust. When the little fox jumped to the ground, its fluffy tail stirred up a cloud of dust, making both mother and daughter sneeze loudly. "Don't make trouble." Filna picked up Ching Ching and held it in her arms, glancing around. There really wasn't anything valuable here. "Over here," Catherine said. She set down the candle, bent over, and pulled a long cloth bag from a pile of old things. "Tisk, it's covered in dust. Filna, go back upstairs first. I'll clean it and bring it to you." Catherine frowned and waved her daughter away. "This is a guitar?" When the instrument was taken out of the bag, Filna stared in disbelief. It was indeed a guitar, something that should not exist on the continent of Landis. "You know this strange instrument?" Catherine asked curiously.
Yes.
My teacher once showed me. It's a kind of rare magical tool, Filna replied vaguely, plucking one of the strings. Zheng. The sound was clear and beautiful, lingering softly in the air. "You can play it?" Catherine asked in surprise. Filna nodded slightly and began to sing. Her gentle voice carried a touch of sadness and quiet joy, blending with the melody. The song drifted out through the open window, echoing through the streets of Boca Village. "Filna, is that a battle song?" Catherine asked softly. "No," Filna said with a faint smile. "It's just an ordinary song." Filna put down her guitar and took 4 slightly yellowed books from a cloth bag. "What are these?" Catherine shook her head and said, "They were left by the same ancestor. The writing looks a bit like our common language, but it seems much older. No one can read it anymore."
Oh.
Filna casually picked up one of the books and gently opened it. On the first page were 3 striking words. Section 6. Campus equals Campa? Body training technique. The 3 traditional characters stood out clearly. Filna tried to calm her excitement and kept reading. The pages were filled with illustrations that looked very similar to yoga poses, divided into 2 types, those for controlling the body and those for meditation. "Filna, do you understand this ancient writing?" Catherine asked when she saw her daughter so focused. "Ancient writing? Oh, yes, I do. Mom, my teacher has already taught me all his knowledge and experience." Filna closed the book and began looking through the others. The other 3 books were titled Alchemy, Mechanisms, and one that contained several pieces of sheet music, the one that interested her the most. It recorded where the owner of this book, or rather, this guitar, had come from. "Mom, I'll take these books and read them slowly later." Filma hugged the guitar and books to her chest and ran back to her room. "This child," Catherine said with a helpless smile. Still, seeing her daughter so engaged made her feel at ease. "Ching Ching, stop making trouble." Filma gently grabbed the little fox by the scruff and set it outside the window. Then she opened the book, or rather, the notebook that could be called an autobiography. "Welcome, friend from my homeland. Why am I so sure? If you weren't from Earth, if you weren't from China, you wouldn't know the most complex writing system in the world. It's a pity we couldn't travel here together. It would have been nice to have company, but I can leave you some of my thoughts to help you live a little more comfortably. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kanpa, male. Before traveling to this world, I was a professor at a traditional Chinese medicine college and a music lover. Those music scores were my adaptations of ancient Guqin pieces. If you can perform them using the power of song, the effect will be quite impressive, but I suggest you practice in a wide open space or outdoors. Otherwise, it could be dangerous. Don't ask me how I ended up here. I'm not sure myself. After the initial confusion, I stopped trying to find the reason. For me, living well now is what matters most. As for the future, who knows? Maybe I'll just keep living like this, or maybe I'll find a way home. As the saying goes, fallen leaves return to their roots. If nothing unexpected happens, by the time you read this note, I'll already be on my journey home. Alright, I'll tell you a secret that I haven't told anyone else. When I first arrived on the continent of Landis, I happened to appear in an orc tribe. Although they looked unusual, they were honest and warm-hearted, much better than those who look human but act like beasts. I reorganized the ancient Indian practice of yoga and created my own body training method. I taught the physical and meditation forms separately to the orcs according to their body types. Unexpectedly, when they practiced the meditation forms, they could gather a strange energy inside their bodies. When combined with special instruments or gestures, it produced effects similar to magic. So, I named this power song force, expressed through what I called battle songs. Haha. When the battle songs appeared, the expressions of the other races on the Landis continent were priceless. You see, the orcs' homeland was vast but poor in magic. The rise of the battle songs greatly improved their status. They were no longer servants of other races. As for me, I received the highest honor, the title of war god. However, the orcs' culture was quite simple, and when they passed down my name, they started calling me Kampa. Well, let them. A name is just a label. I don't really mind. Alright, I've written quite a lot. Let me end with this. You should practice the body training method carefully. It will bring you unexpected benefits. As for pharmacology of magic, it's my life's work, combining traditional Chinese medicine with the medical knowledge of the Landis continent. Don't confuse it with the orc shaman's medicine, or I'll be quite embarrassed. The art of mechanisms was something I won in a bet with Prost, the god of craftsmen. I suggest you go to the human kingdom to study alchemy. There, you can learn a method of spiritual training that helps you make your wishes come true. But never ask goblins to craft the items described in the book. They'll steal your ideas and won't even pay you for them. And that guitar, it's my favorite. It was made from the trunk of the world tree, and inside it are 6 dragon crystals that power its music. It can last for tens of thousands of years without losing its strength. If you have a good musical foundation, congratulations, it's a divine instrument. But if you can't play at all, well, just do your best. If I ever find a way home, I'll leave a sign. As for everything else, good luck. This guy is really funny. Filma put down the notebook. So, even gods are not that different after all. As an old saying from China goes, even immortals were once human. The difference between gods and mortals lies only in their strength. As that traveler once said, if one's talent is good enough and one trains hard, becoming a god isn't impossible. If someone can fully understand the laws of space, they might even open a path back to Earth if they can find its exact coordinates. Filma picked up the art of body training again and compared it with the meditation techniques Gansa had taught her. Sure enough, there were big differences. The book described 4 levels of meditation, each with a matching posture: simple sit, thunder sit, perfect sit, and lotus sit. But the current meditation method only kept the simple sit. Filna thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so she decided to ask teacher Gonsa later. Of course, she was still a beginner, so she had to start with the simple sit. At the same time, she needed to practice the physical training postures, which included more than 4,000 movements. According to Kampa, 10 orcs once practiced these postures and reached the holy domain in about 50 years. He himself trained both the physical and meditation methods, reaching the holy domain at 30 and becoming god level at 50, faster than any other race's gods. Senior, if you could do it, then I can too. Filna clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination and focus. Section 7. 2 disciples. The morning mist slowly faded, and the village of Boca appeared in the soft light of dawn. It felt as if, in just an instant, the small village that had been asleep suddenly woke up. The creaking of wooden doors, men calling out, women's voices, and children crying filled the air. Of course, there were also the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking. Soon, thin trails of cooking smoke rose through the morning mist toward the blue sky. And so, another late autumn day began. The weather was truly lovely today. After finishing her last yoga pose, Filna walked to the window and opened it. Ching-Ching, the little fox, jumped in from outside, her fluffy tail wagging happily as she licked Filna's hand. It tickled, but it felt nice. You win again. Filna reached into a drawer and took out a small plate of pastries. The little fox eagerly began to eat. If you don't hurry, there won't be any left. It seemed as if Filna was talking to the air. Filna, are you making us compete with Ching-Ching for food? 2 small heads appeared outside the window, Little Pig Carl and Little Doug Hosen. These 2 mischievous boys loved following Filna around. Their parents said it was to learn from the village priestess, but in truth, they were only after her delicious pastries. You little rascals, I saved some for you. Filna playfully tapped Carl on the forehead and handed them a slightly larger plate. The 2 boys immediately began eating with great enthusiasm. Filna, Catherine's voice came from the dining room. Filna answered softly, then whispered to the boys, "Wait for me at the usual place." In the dining room, Catherine had already set the table. Gansa had left behind quite a few gold coins, and Filna had no hesitation in using them for household needs. Cheno no longer drank that awful barley beer that tasted worse than horse water. The fruit wine Filna made from wild mountain berries had become a favorite at their table. Even Catherine liked to have a small glass in the morning. The sweet, rich flavor of the fruit wine made it far more popular than barley beer. It was not only sold in the tavern of Boca Village but also ordered by nearby towns. Cheno was now so busy brewing wine that he had rented out their farmland to others. Although the gold coins Gansa left were enough to support the family for a while, living idly was never the Falkland family's way. Filna soon found her own path to prosperity: winemaking. White wine, champagne, beer. She understood how all these drinks were made, though the raw materials were a bit hard to get. Lack of grain had always been the Beeman Empire's greatest problem. If she dared to use grain for brewing, people would surely criticize her. In the end, she decided to make fruit wine instead. There were many fruit trees on the hills outside the village, so the ingredients were easy to find and the process was simple. To her surprise, Cheno showed great interest in brewing. After learning from her for 2 months, he could already make wine on his own. After dinner, Cheno hesitated for a moment before saying, "Filna, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Filna had always been the apple of her parents' eyes. After becoming an apprentice priestess, they treated her with even more respect. As Cheno often said, "What does a priestess do? She serves the gods and spreads the blessings of the war god." Sometimes, their politeness made her both amused and helpless. "Dad, just tell me what's on your mind," Filna said, looking up. Cheno replied, "Lately, the demand for fruit wine has been growing. A few villagers want to become apprentices in our workshop. The village chief has already talked to me several times about it." Filna thought for a moment and said, "That's a good thing. But please tell the village chief that while brewing wine can bring profit, we can't make wine without ingredients. If we run out of fruit, production will stop. It would be better to have some villagers plant more fruit trees. That way, Everyone can earn money. Yes, yes, that's a great idea, Cheno said with a big smile. After breakfast, Filna went out with her guitar, as usual, to practice. Ching Ching sat steadily on her shoulder. It was amazing how it never fell off. Behind Boca Village ran a small river that the villagers called Boca Lake. It was said that the river source came from the far northern highlands and eventually flowed into the Yalahan River, passing through the Southern Cross Forest along the way. When she reached the clearing by the river, Carl and Hosen were already there with their hunting dogs. At the same time, several young women from the village came to the river with wooden basins to wash clothes. A few girls who knew Filna well teased her with a laugh. "Filna, are you taking your two little followers into the forest again?" "No, just going to train," Filna replied with a smile. "I don't think that's funny at all," Hosen said seriously. "Sister Filna, Carl and I will definitely become your most loyal followers one day." "Sure, but as followers, you must be strong enough to protect the safety of the ceremony. You both need to train seriously," Filna said with a smile. Filna was intentionally training the two youngsters. Their physical strength was far above average. Although they couldn't practice meditation techniques, they had an extraordinary talent for physical training. She had already started teaching them, hoping they would achieve something great in the future. When the group of women had gone far away, Hosen asked Sister Filna, "What kind of training are we doing today?" "Mississippi Filna, can we practice a little less today?" Carl asked timidly. Smack. Filna narrowed her eyes and said in a dangerous tone, "I'll say this one last time. Call me sister, not miss." Smack. Another flick to the head. "Why did you hit me again?" Carl covered his head, looking innocent. "That's your punishment for being lazy." Did she really need a reason to hit someone? Filna smiled proudly. Carl had his reasons for not calling her sister. The pig tribe had always been vassals of the fox tribe, something that the well-educated Filna could never accept. People are born equal. No one should be another servant. The three of them chatted and laughed as they began their daily training routine. Body strengthening techniques required great flexibility. The results were completely different for young people and adults. Although Filna retained the memories of this body's original owner, her soul was entirely Lin Bei's. She was strict with herself and with others. The two youngsters were her first victims. Under Filna's strict supervision, their training was extremely tough. But when they thought about the bright future she had described, they gritted their teeth and endured it. Their determination even surprised their teacher. Watching the two of them practice seriously, Filna smiled with satisfaction. She took off her ceremonial robe and began her own training. To practice properly, she had specially sewn 3 sets of training clothes for herself and her 2 students. The autumn sunlight felt warm, and the gentle breeze was refreshing. "Sister Filna," Carl said after hesitating for a while, "if we keep practicing like this, will we really become strong one day?" "Of course. As long as you keep practicing, you will become the strongest warriors in the future." Filna was in a good mood today and didn't mind that he spoke during training. "Next week, you'll be sent to find your masters. You must keep up your body training. But remember one thing. Without my permission, you must not teach it to anyone else." "Filna, what if someone sees us and tries to copy it?" Hosen asked quickly, already thinking ahead. "They don't know the key points. Even if they imitate it, it will only look similar," Filna replied. That was true. Although the body training technique wasn't exactly like the so-called energy arts, it required special control of breathing, focus, and other details. Each movement had its own unique points, and without direct teaching, it was impossible to truly master. Unlike Carl and Hosen, Filna not only practiced the body techniques every day, but also trained in battle songs. The music scores left by Kampas were based on an ancient set of lost melodies called the 9 Leads and 12 Forms. Of course, not all of them survived. Only 7 pieces remained: Return Lead, Thunder Lead, Harp Lead, Broken Form, Frost Step, Silent Hold, and Hill March. Filna had long been a passionate guitar player, but these 7 songs were truly difficult. So far, she had only mastered Thunder Lead. Its sound was fierce and powerful, like a sudden storm with lightning and thunder, and that was without her using any song power. Among the Beeman battle songs, almost none could draw on magical elements. Only these 7 were special, though they had been lost for thousands of years, something Filna didn't know. Then, an unexpected event interrupted their training. Bang! The air suddenly twisted strangely, forming a crack about a meter wide. A person fell out of it, landing awkwardly on the grass. The crack closed right after, but Filna caught a glimpse of a blue, whip-like shape inside. The little creature, Ching-Ching, who had been quietly lying on the grass, suddenly cried out in fear, trembling all over. Carl and Hosen exchanged a glance and quickly ran to help the fallen person up, while Filna pressed her fingers on the strings, ready to attack if needed. Thunder Lead was a powerful battle song. She stayed alert until the space crack completely vanished. Did that poor guy survive the fall? Filna asked, relaxing her hand. If that unlucky fellow heard this, he would be furious even if he survived the fall. Across the entire continent, even a king would respectfully call him master. It seems he's still breathing, but not for long, Hosen said as he and Carl helped the man over, or rather, carried him, since he was already unconscious. He was clearly human, not a Beeman. He was very old, with a long white beard reaching his chest and a thin, frail body. It was strange to Filna that such an old man could fall from the sky and still remain in one piece. The cause of his coma was a wound on his shoulder, about the width of a finger. The area around it was badly swollen, and dark, foul-smelling blood was seeping out. If the wound had been just a little lower, not even a god could have saved him. He's been poisoned, Carl said clumsily. Of course Sister Filna knows that. The question is, can he be saved? Hosen said, rolling his eyes at Carl. Although the poison was strong, it wasn't beyond Filna's ability. As long as the man's life force wasn't completely gone, the green folk's special power, the light of life, could pull him back from the edge of death. You two keep watch around us. I can't be disturbed while I'm healing him, Filna said, sending the 2 children away. Her real reason wasn't fear of interruption. Children couldn't keep secrets. If anyone found out that her racial ability had awakened, things would become dangerous. With her current status, she might even end up as someone's pet. Once Carl and Hosen were gone, Filna placed her hand near the man's wound. A soft green light spread from her pale palm, covering the injury. The dark poison slowly faded, the blood turned bright red again, and the wound began to heal before her eyes. Thank you, young priestess, the old man said suddenly. Filna jumped in surprise. Oh no. He was awake. Did he see everything? Should she silence him? Don't worry, young priestess, the old man said gently. I would never repay kindness with harm. He stood up and moved his arm a little. The light of life truly is amazing. It can even cure the venom of a scorpion dragon. He glanced at Filna. Let me think. How should I thank you? Magic tools. You can't use them. Maybe this will do. After a brief pause, a thin booklet, a star-shaped badge, and 9 silver beads the size of fingertips appeared in his hand. Take these. If you can learn to control all 9 beads skillfully, come to the Garan Magic and Martial Academy in the Mao Empire. I'll take you as my student. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint white light shimmered around the old man. His figure twisted slightly, then vanished into the air. So this is the legendary space magic? Filna stared blankly at the items in her hands, lost in thought. On the continent of Landis, there were 10 famous academies. The Garan Magic and Martial Academy of the Mao Empire was one of them. The Mao Empire was one of the few human nations that did not discriminate against the behemoth race, and the academy accepted a certain number of behemoth students every year. After returning home, Filna went straight to her room, even sending Ching-Ching away. Catherine, already used to her daughter's odd habits, moved quietly so as not to disturb her. The booklet was thin and had no title. Inside, it described a method for training mental strength and several ways to use it. The name Andos was signed at the end, likely the old man's name. At first, Filna didn't plan to practice it. What if it caused her mind to become unstable? But after reading the last few pages, which described several mental techniques, she changed her mind. There were 3 techniques recorded inside. Telekinesis, using mental power to move objects freely. This reminded Filna of a science fiction movie she had once seen, X-Men. Shield technique, a protective barrier formed purely from mental energy. It felt similar to the crystal wall used by the Ares warrior in Saint Seiya. Shaping technique, a method that used mental power to change the outer form or even the inner structure of materials. Among the 3, Filna was most interested in the shaping technique. Many of the mechanisms left behind by Kampas required crafting skills, and that was exactly where she lacked experience. When she was in college, she studied design. Later, she took business management as an elective. But the university didn't offer anything like crafting, and it seemed that even kitchen knives were no longer made by hand. The 9 silver beads were an impressive set of magical tools called Hellfire. The old man used them to process materials that were especially difficult to handle. They could only be controlled through mental power. There were exactly 9 of them, and being able to control all 9 at once meant one had reached the highest level of mind control.
Rise.
The silver beads didn't move.
Rise.
Still no movement. After repeating this many times and trying to convince herself it would work, the silver beads still didn't move, and Filna eventually fell asleep. Training mental power was not easy. Both priests and mages needed strong mental focus. When they meditated, they were not only training their magical energy, but also their minds. However, without special methods or natural talent, mental training rarely worked well. That was why alchemists were even rarer than priests or mages. In the days that followed, Filna devoted herself completely to her training, mainly her priestess lessons. According to temple rules, an apprentice priestess had to complete a trial after 1 year of study to become a wind priestess and gain the rights of a full priestess. She also had to train her body and mind at the same time, making her studies even harder than in college. During this period, Filna also helped Chenno expand their fruit wine varieties to include blackberry, hawthorn, and grape wines, 6 flavors in total. The villagers of Boca planted many fruit trees, but they still couldn't meet the growing demand for winemaking, as most trees hadn't yet started to bear fruit. One day, when Filna returned home, she saw 4 or 5 cups on the table in the hall, as if guests had just left. Chenno and Catherine sat nearby, looking worried. "What happened?" Filna asked. Catherine glanced at her husband and said, "Someone from the family came." "The family?" Filna looked at Chenno in confusion. She had never heard anything about a family matter. "It's like this," Chenno explained, scratching his head. "The Falkland family of the Green Fox clan is an old and respected family in the Northwest Province. Our branch is a distant one. Starting from your grandfather's time, our side of the family began to decline, and we gradually lost contact with them. Then why are they contacting us now? Did something catch their attention?" Filna asked sharply. "Yes," Chenno replied with a wry smile. "First, they came to congratulate you on becoming an apprentice priest. Second, they're very interested in the fruit wine brewing process and hope to work with us." "Work with us?" Filna sneered. "I doubt they're being that kind. Calling it cooperation was like asking a tiger for help. Their family had neither power nor resources, and a few wine recipes alone weren't enough to survive. Those people clearly wanted to take advantage of them. What if we refuse?" Chenno, though long tied to the fields, still had the sharp mind of the Fox family, known for their skill in managing money. He certainly didn't want to agree. "We can sell them the fruit wine recipe, Dad. You should be able to get a fair price," Filna said. "But wouldn't that be too cheap for them?" Catherine said angrily.
"Mom, it's fine.
"Once we sell the recipes, we'll have some money to start something bigger," Filna said confidently. "Something bigger?" Chenno and Catherine exchanged a look, then turned to Filna, waiting for her to explain. "Canned fruit, preserves, and juice," Filna replied. "These 3 products don't exist in either the Beeman Empire or the Human Kingdoms. They're all deeper ways to process fruit." Filna briefly explained the production process for the 3 products. Before she even finished, Chenno's throat moved as he swallowed hard. The soil around Boca village was perfect for growing fruit, but yields had always been low, partly because of poor farming methods and partly because fruit spoiled quickly. Without refrigerators or cold storage, Everything had to be sold in season. Even without the family's visit, Filna had already been thinking about starting a fruit processing workshop. The only problems left to solve were sugar and glass. The materials for making glass were not hard to find, but sugar-producing plants like beets or sugarcane were rare. Filna had asked her parents and searched through the family's books, but found no useful information. However, in Campus's Alchemy of Potions, there was mention of a plant similar to sugarcane, discovered in one of the most dangerous places on the continent, the Southern Cross Forest. Since she was not yet strong enough to cross that deadly forest, she had to give up the idea for now, though she had already thought of an alternative plan. Cheno and Catherine finally felt relieved. Although they were still a bit unwilling, the situation left them no choice. They lacked both money and powerful connections. Filna was only an apprentice priestess. Only after becoming a formally registered wind priestess of the temple could she truly gain its support. The next day, Filna did not join the negotiations with the family representatives. Instead, she went to see off Karl and Hosen, two young boys who had become students of a Beeman warrior living in the city of Rajal. Hosen, you're older than Karl, so you must help him study well. Take this 1,000-character classic. When I have time, I'll test you both, and there will be rewards. Filna tucked a copy of the 1,000-character classic with Chinese phonetic notes into Hosen's bag. The young Dorg boy was much quicker and more clever than Karl. As mentioned before, the common language of the Landis continent was almost the same as Chinese, but it had no phonetic system. Education in the Beeman Empire was very underdeveloped, or rather, the concept of education barely existed. Knowledge was held only by the privileged classes, such as priests and nobles. Not everyone could become a priest, and not everyone could be a noble. When Filna learned this, she was deeply moved. Teaching Hosen and Karl the 1,000-character classic with phonetic notes was, in a way, an experiment. If it worked, this method could be widely used. Teaching people to read was the first step toward helping them improve their lives. Life went on as calmly as usual. Filna finished her daily training early and sat at her desk, designing equipment for making canned and preserved fruit. Selling the fruit wine recipe had brought her family a large sum, 200,000 gold coins. For Cheno, that was an astronomical amount. In the Beeman Empire, a single gold coin could support an ordinary family for 2 months. The family's farmland had long been rented out to others. These days, Cheno was busy finding craftsmen to make the strange parts drawn by Filna. He didn't understand what they were for, but Filna had told him clearly not to let the blueprints fall into anyone else's hands. A man from the pig tribe was running nervously down the street, with 3 tall mercenaries chasing close behind. One of them carried another mercenary on his back, whose head hung low as if he were badly hurt. The townspeople politely stepped aside, and a few curious ones even followed along. Life in the village was usually quiet, so no one wanted to miss such excitement. They weren't being unkind, just curious. Master Cheno. Master Cheno. The pigman stopped in front of the Falkland house, knocking hard on the door while shouting loudly. Vango, you're going to break my door, Cheno said with a cheerful smile as he opened it. But when he saw the mercenaries behind Vango, he froze for a moment. The 3 mercenaries were tall, nearly 2 meters. Their bare arms were thick with muscle, their golden hair tied loosely behind their heads. With their broad noses and proud expressions, they looked much like the lion warriors of Baiman. In truth, they were mastiff men, a rare branch of the dog tribe. Uncle, these are mastiff adventurers from the dog tribe. They were attacked in the forest outside the village, and one of them is badly injured. Vango explained quickly. Someone else hurt in that forest again? Cheno frowned. This was already the 4th attack that month. About 10 miles from the village lay a dense forest that had always been peaceful. But since last month, a strange beast had appeared there, injuring several people. If not for timely help, some might have died, and the one who had saved them was his daughter. Yes, uncle. We came to find Miss Filna, Vango said, rubbing his large ears awkwardly. You must be Master Cheno, right? A tall warrior from the Rhine tribe walked over and bowed deeply. I am Somali, a hound warrior of the dog tribe. The one who fainted is our captain, Sob. He was injured by a beast in the forest outside the village. We heard that only Miss Filna can heal him, so we beg for your help. Somali looked nervously at Cheno. Although Van Gogh had told him that this nobleman from the Foca's family was kind, he still worried about being turned away. Father, let them come up. Filna's voice came from upstairs. She had already heard the commotion below. If she didn't speak up, Cheno would have sent them away. He didn't want his daughter's training to be disturbed by such unexpected matters. Thank you, Miss Filna, Somali said with joy, signaling his two companions to carry the injured Sob upstairs. Van Gogh tried to follow, but Cheno gave him a sharp look, and he awkwardly backed down the stairs. You are a priestess? When Somali reached the upper floor, he saw a young girl in a white priest's robe smiling gently at him. Her light green hair was tied into a ponytail, and her clear, bright eyes shone like those of an angel. He was momentarily dazed before quickly bowing in respect. For a mercenary, it was acceptable to be casual with a fallen noble, but never with a priestess, even a trainee one. I'm only a trainee priestess, Filna said softly. Please bring your companion into this room. She lifted the curtain and let them carry Sob inside. Where is he hurt? Filna asked, frowning as she noticed the dark aura on Sob's face. This looked serious. The previous patients had also been poisoned, but their symptoms were much lighter. On his back. Somali had his companions turn Sob over. His clothes were torn, revealing a swollen wound from which a faint dark liquid slowly oozed out. This was troublesome. Filna used a wooden stick to lift a bit of the liquid and brought it close to her nose. Her suspicion was confirmed. The hound warrior named Sob had not only been poisoned by the beast, but had also triggered his tribe's special ability, hound venom. The warriors of the dog tribe were skilled in close combat, and their unique ability, hound venom, was a rare one. Once awakened, it allowed their claws to secrete a powerful toxin. However, there is a very dangerous flaw in the toad poison. When a toadman first awakens this racial skill, they are very likely to die from the powerful backlash of the poison. Success and failure come from the same source. Sob's racial ability was awakened because of that monster, and it was almost the end of him due to the toad poison. Luckily, the monster's venom neutralized part of the poison. But now, things are more complicated. These two poisons have mixed into a stronger toxin. The antidote Ferna used earlier is no longer effective. The only option left is to use the light of life, but Ferna frowned. Is there no way out? Soma's voice trembled, and Ferna's expression made him feel nervous. Are you all very close? Ferna suddenly asked a question that seemed unrelated to saving people. We are 4 brothers. I am Soma. The injured one is our older brother Sob, and the younger brothers are Soni and Sojitu. Although Soma was anxious, he still introduced his brothers one by one. Good. Ferna didn't pay much attention to their appearance, as they all looked similar. She was thinking about something else. I have a special method to save your older brother, but if others find out, my safety will be at risk. Ferna looked at Soma and said. She didn't distrust the dog tribe people, but they are known for being outspoken. If the secret leaks or others guess that her racial ability has awakened, she could become a target. Before she has enough strength, the temple won't help her much. Maybe they also want a share of the credit. That's right. Soma and his 2 brothers looked at each other, then suddenly knelt on one leg in front of Ferna. Lady Ferna, please allow us to follow you. We will use our lives to protect your beauty and honor. This is a traditional vow of followers on the land of Lantis. Breaking such a vow not only results in punishment from the god of contracts but also being abandoned by the deity they believe in. With Ferna's current status, she cannot have followers. But these 3 toad men, out of gratitude, swore to follow her, which also makes sense. I accept, Ferna nodded and gently placed her hand on Sob's wound. A bright green light covered the injury, and the dark color of his skin quickly returned to normal. The light of life. All 3 ogre men recognized the special ability of the Green Tribe's fox. He's fine now. He just needs to rest a little longer. After using the light of life, Ferna felt a bit tired herself. What kind of beast was that? Ferna asked after taking a short rest. Since that poisonous beast appeared in the forest, she had been very curious about what kind of creature it was. However, the first few people were ordinary folks, and she didn't know much about what happened during the attack. They hadn't even seen what the beast looked like. But Somali and the others had fought the beast before, so they knew more details. That was a huge scorpion, a sudden voice interrupted. The injured man's body seemed strong enough now. He was able to sit up. Am I still alive? Big brother, you're finally awake. Somali and the others were very close, and the big men hugged each other on the bed, tears in their eyes. The small, fragile bed creaked under their weight.
Cough.
Aren't you embarrassed to cry like that, you big men? Ferna couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Do what you want, but don't take your anger out on my bed. Sorry, great priest. The big men immediately straightened up, showing respect for the person who had saved them. Sob also noticed Ferna and looked at his brothers. Did this great priest save me? Ferna nodded but said nothing. She looked at Somali and the others, then turned and left the room, closing the door behind her. What's going on? Sob looked at his brothers with confusion. Big brother, it's like this. Somali explained what had happened. Finally, he apologized sincerely. Sorry, big brother. I promised on your behalf without asking you first. Foolish brother, it's not a bad thing. Maybe this is our chance as brothers. Sob patted his brother's shoulder, then stood up and left the room. Ferna was sitting in the hall. He walked up to Filna and knelt on one knee. Lady Filna, please allow me to follow you and protect your beauty and honor with my passion. Filna's eyes curved into a smile like a crescent moon. She awakened her race's special ability as a fierce guardian, which is very powerful. The loyalty of the dog clan is well known. Haha, Sob, please get up quickly. Can you tell me how the beast attacked you? The forest was not far from Boca village. The beast could attack the village at any time. For the safety of the village and your family, you need to tell me what happened. Actually, I didn't see everything clearly, Sob said with a sad smile. He felt something was wrong in the forest. The dog clan has a special ability to sense danger. He told his brothers to stay alert outside the forest and quietly entered the woods himself. It was strange. It was daytime, and even though the forest was dark, I could still see things. But I felt like I had stepped into thick fog. I could only rely on my sharp nose and natural eyesight to move. Suddenly, a huge scorpion appeared in front of me, raising its big tail hook. I threw my iron-spiked club with all my strength and ran out of the forest. Then I felt a pain on my shoulder. I barely made it outside before I fainted. Was the scorpion-shaped beast injured? Filna's heart moved. She already guessed what kind of beast it was. I'm not sure, but when I threw my weapon, I think I broke something. The scorpion monster let out a very sad cry. It was an Alavi's scorpion dragon. Filna was almost certain. The Alavi's scorpion dragon is a rare poison-type monster from the dragon subspecies. It looks like a giant scorpion with 4 legs and a lizard-like head. An adult Alavi's scorpion dragon is about 4 meters tall and about 5 meters long. Its back can hold a table for 4 people to sit around. It has 3 huge tail hooks that are sharp and can shoot poison needles made of venom. Within 50 meters, its power is like a heavy crossbow. The poison is extremely deadly and melts quickly when heated. It is called scorpion tail needle. Another feature of the Alavi's scorpion dragon is its body covered with a glass-like shell. This shell is very hard and can reflect magic damage. It also has a special ability called Dark Domain, which can create a dark area within several dozen meters, making it impossible for enemies to sense its presence. However, its glass armor has a deadly weakness. Around the time the scorpion dragon gives birth, the armor becomes very fragile. To be honest, even a small stone thrown by a child from the pig clan could break it and cause injury. Mississippi, do you know what kind of magical beast this is? Seeing Filna deep in thought, Sob also wanted to know the answer. Not quite sure yet, Filna smiled slightly. Sob, I recently learned a new battle song. Would your brothers like to try their luck? What kind of battle song? Sob asked curiously. He had never heard of a luck-based battle song before. The Awakening Battle Song, Filna replied. All apprentice priests who gain wisdom learn a basic sacrificial battle song, the Spirit Communication Song. This song is usually used when priests tame magical pets. Later, apprentices gradually learn more advanced songs like blessing songs or stone skin songs. But there's a special kind of priest, born as a natural soul singer, who is a bit different. They learn to sing faster than ordinary priests and can understand battle songs on their own. Recently, Filma spent most of her time practicing singing and studying alchemy. The rest of her time was spent pondering battle songs. She actually made some progress, but all her songs were in Chinese lyrics. She couldn't explain how she did it. One of her songs, called The Awakening Battle Song, was not found in the records left by Gensa. So, her first test target was Qingqing. Luckily, the test was successful. The little fox suddenly advanced to Tier 3 and could cast the magic chain wind blades. However, her experiment on her parents failed, and the couple suffered a few days of hardship. This kind of battle song has a chance to fail, and failure can cause backlash. What do you all think? After hearing Filna's explanation, Sob was first shocked, then calm. The high priest is a natural soul singer. Every soul singer is destined to become a legend among priests. It's not strange that she learned a few special battle songs. But the backlash can be big or small, and he didn't dare decide for his brothers. Let's go for it. Big brother, it's not a big deal. The three brothers exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Over 90% of behemoths cannot awaken their special powers in a lifetime. Since there was such a good chance, even risking their lives was worth it. The three of them acted quickly and decisively. All right, let's begin now. Since they had a willing test subject, Filma eagerly took out her guitar and gently strummed the strings. Love or not, love, whether separated or together, you are the master of my life. Come and go as you please. Life in your eyes is like dust. Enduring endlessly for power, life is a constant struggle. Living only for strength, how can I allow you to be hurt? How can I lose your care? Longing for your arrival amid endless waiting, traveling through the bustling world, always ignoring the true meaning of strength. Awaken in time. Now is the moment to awaken. A bright orange halo spread above the three of them. Standing in the middle, Soma raised his head and let out a loud roar. His body seemed to swell suddenly, his eyes turning blood red, and sharp fangs exposed from his lips.
Wow.
Is this what awakening a special power looks like? It looks more like a rabies attack. Filma's hand glowed with a green light, which covered Soma's forehead. The life energy gradually dispelled the side effects of the awakening. After a moment, Soma's emotions calmed, his eyes returned to normal, but a tiny red star still flickered in his pupils. That was the mark of the awakening of the wolf-human race's special power. Sob was the same. Fourth brother has awakened. The others cheered happily, rushing over to check if he still showed signs of aftereffects. The chance of failure is still high, Filma sighed. The halo from the awakening song only covered about 2 square meters, which was a bit disappointing. Master, this is already incredible. If the temple knew about this, you would definitely become famous. Soma's power hadn't fully awakened yet, but the backlash didn't seem to affect him much. Their brotherly bond was very strong, and Soma's successful awakening also felt like a personal victory for him. Soma, don't tell anyone about the awakening song of the master. Sobu glared at his brother, and then turned to Filma. My lady, before you have enough self-defense skills, please do not use this battle song lightly, to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Yes, I understand. Sobu, thank you. Filma understood Sobu's meaning. In Baimon's traditional battle songs, there is no such thing as an awakened battle song. Even soul singers may not realize what an awakened battle song is. If some powerful people find out about this, Filma's peaceful life might be over. She could end up being just a musician played repeatedly by a certain family. Section 12. Scorpion Dragon, Part 3. My lady, I must get your permission for something, Sobu said nervously. What is it? Filma asked, noticing his strange behavior. Could he be regretting something? My lady, we are mercenaries of the Tiger Mercenary Group. According to the rules, we must go back to the group to handle our departure before we can follow you. That's fine. Filma sighed in relief, amused by her own worries. It's the right thing to do. When will you leave? Soma and the others can handle the paperwork for me. I can go alone. I should be back in about a month. No need to rush. Soma can stay at home. After you finish your work, come directly to the Northwest Temple of Waterford to wait for me. I will go for a ritual certification soon. Every apprentice priest must go through a trial. Only after official recognition from the temple can they become wind-speaking priests. There is an interesting rule. If an applicant completes a higher-level trial during the test, they can take a simple exam afterward to prevent cheating and get the corresponding rank. But such cases are very rare. Yes, I will wait for you in Waterford, my lady, Sobu respectfully replied. When they went downstairs, Van Gao was still inside the shop, trying to persuade Chino. The young man was quite nice, just a bit overly enthusiastic. Chino didn't dislike him. Miss, you are truly amazing. You saved someone with such serious injuries. Boca Village is so lucky to have you. Vincent's potion-making skills are quite good. Since Ferna started studying alchemy, the villagers of Boca no longer need to go to Red Sun City to see a healer when they get sick. Ferna has become their free doctor. This makes Cheno unhappy because Fox, who is naturally good at trading, believes she should at least earn some money from the medicine. Ferna would never tell him that these sick villagers are actually her test subjects for her experiments. Vincent, is something bothering you? Ferna looked at Vincent with a half-smile. The pig tribe people seem honest, but they wouldn't offer help without a reason. This guy must have a purpose. Hee. Vincent awkwardly rubbed his hands. Miss, can I ask you for a bag of medicine to cure that strange poison? Is that okay? Are you planning to go kill that monster? Ferna looked at the young pig with surprise. Pig people are strong, but they lack courage. When did this guy become so brave? Ahem. Vincent's face turned red. Miss, you're joking. I don't have that ability. I just need to go to Red Sun City and I want to be prepared with some medicine, so that's the reason. Ferna chuckled softly. Wait a moment, I'll come down right away. She turned and went upstairs. Here you go. Ferna quickly came down with 2 bags of medicine and handed them to Vincent. Thank you, miss. Vincent happily left. Ferna, you're always doing good deeds, Chainer complained, knowing his daughter wouldn't listen. Dad, I'm not relying on being a healer to live. These medicines are just gathered from the wild, so it doesn't cost much. To distinguish herself from her parents on Earth, Ferna always calls the Chainer couple Dad and Mom. Catherine, of course, she doesn't need to mention. Chainer, though somewhat greedy, is very kind to her. Her real parents were similar. Whenever she thinks of this, she feels a faint pain in her heart. Chainer, Ferna is doing good deeds. Don't focus on small profits. Catherine came out to speak up for her daughter. Chainer looked at the mother and daughter silently, feeling like a failure. At night, although it wasn't very cold, everything around was dark and silent. Usually, or if it wasn't so important, Filna would never go out. In the past, she was a good girl who wouldn't even leave the house after 9 o'clock. Back then, the streetlights on the main road were still bright. She held a paper bag in her right hand, containing what was called 1,000 Days Drunk, a potion so strong that even a dragon beast would fall into a deep sleep after smelling it. When she tried the potion, she couldn't find a dragon beast to test it on, so Ching was lucky enough to be the substitute. She was unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights before her careless owner gave her the antidote to wake her up. Because of that beast, the villagers of Boca Village have been staying indoors at night, feeling safer that way. At the village entrance, there was a big bonfire burning. 2 pig tribesmen, acting as guards, sat by the fire with homemade spears, dozing off. Even if a huge dragon passed by, they probably wouldn't wake up. Sleeping like a pig, Filna chuckled as she looked at the 4 drooling figures. She was still on alert, but their safety was already a problem. Normal wild animals are usually afraid of fire, but sometimes magical beasts don't mind it. Filna sprinkled a circle of a special powder called Thunderlight Powder around them. This powder is granular and almost invisible when mixed with soil. But if enough weight is applied, it emits bright light and loud sounds, making it perfect for warning. As for other things, that depends on luck. At least until she returned, they shouldn't wake up. The woods here are not like those on Earth. A few dozen trees scattered over 10 acres don't make a real forest. If you had to compare, it would be more like a small forest. The dark shadows looked like the open mouths of beasts, and Filna couldn't help feeling a little scared. If it weren't for this rare opportunity, she would have turned back home. The Erebus scorpion dragon isn't very strong among dragon beasts, but during its egg-laying period, it is at its most vulnerable. Now, it was injured. If she could catch it and tame it as a magical pet, it would be a great protection in the upcoming trials. Thinking of this, she clenched her teeth and forced herself to walk in. A ring of dark green light shot out from Filna's hand, slowly spreading and finally disappearing among the trees. In an instant, the trees seemed to come alive, swaying and making rustling sounds. Green light and shadows flickered on their surfaces, then disappeared into her forehead. A clear image suddenly appeared in her mind. In the middle of the woods, among some bushes, a giant beast was lying there, groaning in pain. Its large head drooped weakly, and its eyes, as big as fists, looked dull and lifeless. There was a huge wound on its back, slowly oozing blue liquid. Section 13, Scorpion Dragon, Part 4. The beast was very sensitive to its surroundings. It seemed to sense Filna's gaze, and its blood-red eyes kept watching the bushes where she was hiding. Its 3 huge tail hooks were raised high, and it occasionally let out deep, painful roars. When Filna appeared, the scorpion dragon growled softly. Its 3 tail hooks suddenly flicked, almost instinctively. Filna's body swayed like a slippery fish, side to side. A foul smell brushed past her face, and something seemed to rush past her ribs, making her break out in a cold sweat. The poison needle attack was likely from the tail hooks of the scorpion dragon. In the dark night, this was a deadly situation. Her hard work finally paid off. Her body's training technique worked wonders, allowing her to instinctively dodge the danger through her senses. That sneaky creature, Filna quickly stepped back, took out her guitar, and played the Thunderbolt song. The powerful, thunder-like battle music surged through the air. Lightning flickered and gathered in the sky. Suddenly, a dozen thick lightning bolts formed a web that covered the scorpion dragon. Electricity crackled everywhere. The beast trembled and let out a terrible scream. A strange smell filled the air. The scorpion dragon with 3 tail hooks was already at level 8 strength. Even so, under the chain lightning attack, it could only resist helplessly. Suddenly, Filna's guitar music changed. It became ethereal and distant. This was the ghost restraint technique from the 12 moves. A black halo appeared over the dragon's huge head. At that moment, Filna felt her limbs, nerves, and all her senses extend outward, directly reaching into the mind of the scorpion dragon. It was brought here by an old mage through a portal. Because it was close to giving birth, it was too weak to fight back. Although it severely injured the old mage, it went into early labor. To hatch its baby quickly, it hid in this forest every day. But today, a mercenary heard it. Later, Filna discovered her reflection in the scorpion dragon's mind. She realized that the scorpion dragon had become like a tool for her. Roar. The scorpion dragon lifted its head and roared, showing pain and a little plea in its eyes. It turned its head with difficulty, looking at the dragon egg hidden behind it. Don't be nervous. You'll be fine. Filna placed her hand near the wound on the scorpion dragon's back. A green glow surrounded her hand and entered the wound. The wound started healing quickly, visibly getting better. Boca Village had another sunny day. The air was fresh with the scent of plants. Villagers came out with farming tools, ready to work. Most of them walked together, watching out for each other. Since the monster incident, villagers often traveled in groups when working in the fields. Although the monster was later tamed by a priest, they had already gotten used to this routine. A young girl in a white priest's robe walked down the street. Her long green hair was loosely tied with a ribbon. Villagers passing by greeted her warmly. She responded politely and then entered the only blacksmith shop in the village. "Oh, Miss Filna, your order is ready. I was about to have Afray deliver it. Why did you come back again?" Blacksmith Camburn rubbed his large hands, looking a bit worried. In Byman's eyes, priests are like the messengers of the war god, even though Filna was just an apprentice priest.
It's okay.
I was passing by to pick it up. Thank you, Uncle Camburn, Filna replied with a smile. Please sit for a moment. I'll get it right away. Camburn hurriedly brought a chair, wiped it clean with a towel, and then asked Filna to sit down. Since Filna became a beginner priestess at the lowest level, everyone in the village treats her with great respect. The ratio of priests among the Byman is even lower than the number of magic apprentices in the human kingdom. Only one beginner priestess appears among tens of thousands of Byman, who can be promoted directly to wind speech priestess after obtaining certification at the temple. Only one war priest appears among hundreds of thousands, and only one staff priest among 1,000,000 Byman. Therefore, among the common people of the Byman Empire, priests are almost seen as representatives of the war god camps. Recently, after Filna tamed a mysterious beast outside the village, the villagers didn't recognize what kind of beast it was. Her reputation among the villagers improved even more. This also boosted the popularity of Cheno and Catherine. Miss Filna, everything you asked for is here, Camburn said, carrying a bundle of thin iron rods and some other goods, placing them in front of her. How much is it in total? Filna looked over the items again and was very satisfied. They matched her requirements well, and it was impressive that they were handcrafted to this level. 13 silver coins. Although Pige is greedy and loves to eat and drink, he is honest and straightforward. Metal is a very scarce resource in the Byman Empire. It's not that there are no resources within the empire, but there is a lack of skilled miners and prospectors. The human countries strictly control mining and metal trade, and anyone caught smuggling metal products or related technology into the Byman Empire is considered a traitor. Of course, besides humans, dwarves are also skilled in mining techniques, but they keep this knowledge secret. It's their main livelihood, and skilled miners are well protected within their tribes. They rarely leave their tribes. This is 2 gold coins, no need to give change. The currency in the land of Randes is universal. 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins equals 100 copper coins. 1 amethyst coin equals 10 gold coins. The old priestess was generous, leaving a good amount of money and magic crystals in her storage ring. Filna was happy to accept. What?
How can that be?
Camburn fumbled, trying to find change. By the time he wanted to pay Filna, she had already left outside. Really? Camburn had no choice but to give up. He knew that even if he chased after her, Filna wouldn't accept it. Filna, you need to take this thing away. When Catherine entered her daughter's room, the small creature that frightened her was lying at the door, playfully teasing Ching-Ching with its tail hooked. Although Filna repeatedly insisted that it was a scorpion dragon, not a scorpion, she stubbornly remained scared, overwhelmed by fear. Really, Ching-Ching, take it upstairs to play. Filna shook her head helplessly. When she used her charm song to tame that large scorpion dragon, the little one had just hatched and was very lively, growing quickly to the size of a calf. It was quite energetic and often surprised the Chun and Qiao couple, which made Catherine now terrified at the mere mention of scorpion. Fortunately, the adult scorpion dragon, though not tamed by her charm song, was still kept in the Medusa badge. Otherwise, it would have been very bad. Just imagine a giant beast running up and down the stairs. Impossible, as the house's floors couldn't support its weight. Section 14. Preparing to leave campus. Well, the 6 battle songs adapted from ancient tunes left by the Demon Lord campus are quite powerful. The Thunder Chain is a chain lightning attack that creates a wide area electric net, a group attack spell. The Ghost Restraint is a single target charm song that can subdue wounded monsters for use, but it doesn't work well on humans, only causing a few minutes of dizziness. As for the others, Filna hasn't mastered them yet. What are these for? Catherine asked, confused, seeing a pile of metal rods, hooks, ropes, and other items on the floor. These are essential for outdoor living. Filna proudly patted a bag that looked like a portable toilet. Inside were a tent, a bedroll, flying claws, a drawing board used for designing symbols for Camborn, an iron shovel, a bundle of ropes twisted from a special fiber, candles, fishing gear, and some bottles of seasonings. Filna often explored the forest and found many strange plants. These plants, which she called seasonings, were completely new to Catherine. When added to grilled meat or stir-fry, they made the dishes taste very good. There was also a branch-like object with 2 forks, and between the forks, a rope made from the same fiber was tied. What's that? Catherine picked up the object and tugged on the middle rope. Its elasticity was impressive, and it felt very good to the touch. This is called a slingshot. Ferna took out a bright yellow, clear bead from a small pocket. Very pretty, but are there yellow pearls? Beauty is a woman's nature, and Catherine is no exception. However, she found it strange. She had never heard of yellow beads before. Mom, you're mistaken. This isn't a pearl, but a projectile used with a slingshot. Ferna smiled, took the slingshot, loaded the bead-like projectile, and shot it with a whoosh. With a soft bang, a light blue smoke rose. Unfortunately, Ching-Ching, who was playing with the little scorpion dragon, accidentally walked into the smoke and happily fainted. Is it a sleeping drug? Catherine asked quietly, covering her nose and mouth. Yes, it's called a 1,000-day intoxication. It's not as strong as it sounds, but enough to make a giant sleep for 3 days. Ferna opened the window to disperse the smoke. The shell of this projectile was made from pine resin from larch trees, mixed with special medicinal agents. When cooled, it became very brittle and would break easily with a slight impact. The sleeping drug was wrapped inside, sealed with a special vaporizer. When exposed to air, it turned into smoke, making it useful for sneaky tricks on people or magical beasts. What about these short arrows? Catherine picked up a few featherless arrows. Although she wasn't good at hunting, her family had an ancestral bow and arrow, and she knew some basics of archery. Arrows without feathers don't fly far, and these arrows were much shorter than normal. These are crossbow bolts. It was better to show than tell. Ferna quickly assembled some parts from a pile of miscellaneous items, and it looked like a sniper crossbow. Unfortunately, in this world, they couldn't get optical sights, so she made a simple crosshair herself. After a few adjustments, the shooting was surprisingly accurate. Catherine didn't recognize this weapon, which was understandable. Crossbows appeared late and weren't widely used even in human armies. It was just a simple crossbow, much less advanced than Ferna's sniper crossbow. If she had more materials, Ferna wouldn't mind making a few fire weapons. Ferna listened to Mom. Let's go to Red Sun City and find a trading caravan to go to Waterford. It's safer and faster. Catherine watched her daughter with worry, hoping she would abandon her wild idea. Filna's qualification as a wind whisperer must be recognized by the temple before she can apply for the trial of the war priest. Only by becoming a war priest can she receive the temple's blessing and gain her own land, bringing her closer to her dream. For ordinary priests, traveling without followers or strong magical pets is very dangerous. But Filna believed her Erebus scorpion dragon and the potions she made would protect her. She insisted on going alone, which left Catherine and Chena helpless. Parents' love can't always stop a child's stubbornness. This is a universal truth. Mom, don't worry. I have a grown Erebus scorpion dragon as a guardian, and a little scorpion dragon too. Unless I meet a real dragon, I'll be fine. Filna boasted loudly about Boer. Although there are dragons on the land of Ranas, they haven't appeared for many years. Some think they live in a distant dragon city overseas. But there are many bandits along the way. Catherine's still worried.
Don't worry, Mom.
Those bandits are no match for me, Filna said, waving her fist. Even Catherine had to admit she wasn't bragging. She had seen Filna make the strongest village warrior run away in fear more than once. Of course, her fighting skills helped, but she also kept some secrets. Back in another world, she had studied under a famous master of Xingyi martial arts. All right, it's your decision. Be careful of human merchants and mercenaries. They're very greedy and lustful. Catherine was quite worried. She feared humans more than monsters or bandits. If someone like Filna, a delicate fox girl, were seen by greedy merchants or mercenaries, she might even be eaten. Mom, I'll stay far away from humans. You can rest assured. Filna buried her head in Catherine's chest, enjoying the warm comfort. But her mind drifted to her other home, her grandfather. Well, on Earth, of course. He was a hunter, and when she was 3, her father, she feared humans more than monsters or bandits. If someone like Filna, a delicate fox girl, were seen by greedy merchants or mercenaries, she might even be. At 7 years old, she shot and killed a wild boar with her grandfather's old hunting rifle. When she was sent back to the city to go to school, she and her grandfather found it hard to part. "Give me 5 more years, and I will train her to be the best hunter," her grandfather would often say when he was drunk. Ferna continued her journey alone. She insisted that the 3 Mastiff brothers stay at home to protect her parents. This was hard for her followers to understand. They should have followed the priest to fight, but the 3 honest Mastiff warriors stayed behind, because it was their big brother's life-saving benefactor's request. The Baiman Empire is large, but sparsely populated. Although many different groups live there, most have very low birth rates. Only a few groups, like the Pige tribe, have higher birth rates. It is said that poor mountains and bad waters produce cunning people. Large areas of wilderness have led to many bandits, such as goblins and trolls. Due to food shortages, these trolls often eat their captives, earning them the nickname cannibal trolls, because the Elon beast is very noticeable, especially the young Erebus scorpion dragon. Luckily, Ferna has a special storage ring called the Gift of the Nature Goddess. She puts the little scorpion dragon inside it and only takes it out to play when no one is around. Although the little creature isn't very big, it can carry Ferna. This might be considered unfair treatment of a child worker, but she doesn't mind. So far, she hasn't seen any bandits, but she has encountered many magical beasts. Usually, low-level monsters live near the wilderness, like the magic wolf she met 3 days ago. It suddenly jumped out from behind the bushes and shot a blue wind blade at her. The sharp wind blade tore her clothes, but only left a red mark on her tender skin. Ferna's body was enhanced by dragon power. After practicing body-strengthening techniques, her strength, flexibility, and magic resistance increased greatly. Even a 3rd-level wind blade couldn't do much damage. The magic wolf was only 2nd level. However, Ferna was very angry because this beast had torn her clothes, and the consequences could be serious. She didn't even use her magical pet or crossbow arrows. Instead, she took a quick step forward and attacked the magic wolf with a palm strike, hitting its head. The poor magic wolf felt as if a huge mountain suddenly pressed down on it, causing its head to drop uncontrollably. Its chin made contact with the ground, and a painful cracking sound echoed. The magic wolf let out a mournful howl. Its lower jawbone was shattered. Copper-headed, iron-clawed. That's praise for the magic wolf's head and sharp claws. Even a high-level warrior couldn't train their skills to the point of breaking their jaw, right? The magic wolf whimpered and tried to run away. At this moment, Filna gracefully took out her sniper crossbow and shot the wolf dead with 1 arrow. After encountering several groups of magical beasts, Filna finally realized the biggest disadvantage of traveling alone. Some hard labor tasks go undone. It's unlikely a beautiful young woman would do things like skinning or bloodletting, right? Fortunately, she had a storage ring. All the prey was stored inside. Some even ended up in a little scorpion dragon's belly. As for that adult scorpion dragon, let it stay in Medusa's other-dimensional hibernation barrier. Night fell deep. Filna lit a bonfire and skewered 2 cleaned rabbits on wooden forks, placing them over the fire. The bright yellow flames roasted the rabbit meat, making sizzling sounds. Large drops of oil occasionally dripped into the fire, causing sparks to fly and filling the air with a delicious aroma. The little scorpion dragon beside the fire wagged its short tail and greedily gobbled up the food. Filna gently turned the roasting rack while sprinkling salt and seasoning over the meat. Proper roasting requires attention, knowing when and how much seasoning to add, and spreading it evenly. The aroma grew richer and richer. Filna's gaze became more dreamy. Many nights like this, she had roasted meat just like this, only for the person beside her. Now, instead of that person, an ugly scorpion dragon took their place. Suddenly, a faint sound from behind the bushes startled Filna. Her senses were very sharp. According to Catherine, she could hear a mosquito yawning. Living in the wild, she had to stay alert at all times. It was a habit she developed while hunting with her grandfather. "Who's there?" Filma called out loudly, drawing her bow with an arrow nocked, and moved toward the bushes. The little scorpion dragon obediently curled its tail hook around the roasting rack to prevent the meat from burning. A figure quickly jumped out from behind the bushes, like a startled rabbit, and hurriedly ran into the woods behind. Filma thought she was fast enough, but compared to that figure, she still felt a bit slow. Reluctantly, she drew her bow and shot an arrow into the dirt in front of the figure. The arrow's tail trembled violently. The figure was startled, but dared not run further. It turned around and looked at Filma cautiously, making a sound that was like a warning. Filma was surprised for a moment, but then smiled. It was a very cute little girl, about 13 or 14 years old, with big round eyes, light brown skin, and long blonde hair. Two small cat ears playfully twitched on her head, and a cat tail behind her wagged nervously. Her eyes showed fear, and her clothes were very scanty, barely covering her chest and lower body. The cat girl, among the beautiful beings of Baiman, was known for being lively and cute. They were often sold as servants by human traffickers, and their price was comparable to that of fox girls, who were famous for their charm. Filma had never seen a cat girl before. Seeing how scared this little cat girl was, Filma showed a kind smile. She took a set of cloves from her ring and offered it to her. "Don't be afraid. I am a priestess of Baiman. Put this on first." Maybe it was Filma's gentle smile or her priestess status that made the girl trust her. The fear in her eyes gradually disappeared. She obediently put on the clothes and followed Filma back to the campfire. The little scorpion dragon clearly didn't like this visitor. It growled threateningly. The cat girl curiously looked at the huge scorpion, much bigger than her, though her eyes were more attracted to the roasted meat. "Are you hungry?" Filma took the roasted rabbit and tore off a hind leg, offering it to her. The little cat girl looked at Filma nervously but couldn't resist the tempting smell. She took the rabbit leg and started eating eagerly. Soon, her face was covered in grease and crumbs. The little scorpion dragon growled in dissatisfaction, its eyes almost shooting fire. Laughs. When did this little one become a fire elemental dragon? Filma calmly ate her roasted meat, tearing off another piece and tossing it to the little dragon. The small creature happily chewed on it. Section 16. The servant catcher team. The little girl was probably very hungry and had eaten so quickly that she almost choked. She looked adorable, full and satisfied. Look how hungry she was. Ferna gently stroked the soft, long hair of the little girl and casually took out a gourd, offering it to her. Seeing the confused look in her eyes, Ferna made a drinking motion. The girl understood and removed the lid, took a small sip, and her face lit up with happiness as she drank eagerly. "Is it tasty?" Ferna softly asked. This was her homemade juice. Only the Chun and Nuwa couple had tasted it. A few days before leaving, she had made several gourds to take along. "Yes, it's delicious." The girl wiped the dirt from her mouth with the back of her hand and softly said, "Thank you, thank you." Ferna smiled and nodded, handing her a handkerchief. "My name is Ferna. I'm Rayla," the girl replied, carefully wiping the dirt from her face. "Rayla? That's a lovely name," Ferna said thoughtfully. "Are you alone? Where are your family?" "They're not here. I ran away from bad people." Rayla sobbed sadly, then showed her small foot. On her delicate, white ankle, there was a dark bruise. Ferna understood. That was a mark left by the shackles used by servant traders. She wondered how this girl managed to escape from those terrible people. Suddenly, she became alert. What if those traffickers hadn't gone far and might come back? She felt a headache coming on. Maybe she should listen to her mother's advice and find a caravan to travel with, so she wouldn't have to worry about these dangers. Seeing Rayla's lonely and helpless look, Ferna suddenly felt very sad. The Chun and Nuwa couple had been kind to her, making her feel like she had a home. But deep inside, a voice kept telling her, "You don't belong here. Will you come with me?" Ferna suddenly asked. Rayla looked surprised. She stared at Ferna, seeming to not hear her clearly, and didn't speak for a moment. Just when Ferna felt a little disappointed, The girl gently tugged at her sleeve. "I'll go with you." After a brief pause, she said very confidently, "You're a good person. I will go with you." A good person? A simple understanding. Filna gently took Rayla's small hand and led her toward the tent. The next morning, Filna quickly packed up and continued on her way with Rayla. However, she felt a bit nervous. Between here and Watford was a wilderness. If that servant-catching group hadn't left, it could be dangerous. Although she had a high-level dragon beast as her magical pet, she didn't know what tricks the servant catchers might have. Many of these groups have powerful mages or fighters, and she was only a small wind priestess. Priests can't rely solely on their pets to handle everything. So, she was very careful while walking, using her racial ability, Forest Whisper, to check the situation ahead from time to time. Plants are also alive. In traditional Chinese fantasy stories, there are legends of plants becoming spirits. But it's very hard for plants to become spirits compared to humans or other creatures. On the continent of Landis, there are also magical plants, similar to the plant spirits in Chinese legends. Rayla had already washed herself thoroughly and looked completely different from the night before. Her shoulder-length blonde hair was smooth and flowing behind her. Her cute little cat ears twitched and flapped actively. She was wearing Filna's clothes, which looked a bit big, but they couldn't hide her slender figure. Although Rayla was still a little shy, through simple conversation, Filna learned about her situation. Rayla's home was in a small village on the edge of the Northwest Province. More than 10 days ago, a human servant-catching group suddenly attacked their village. The peaceful, quiet village was destroyed overnight. All the men, elders, and weak women were killed, and some women were taken away by the traffickers. Rayla was able to escape by tricking a guard mercenary into unlocking her shackles. To avoid being caught by the servant traders, she hid and ran around, suffering many hardships. Here is the Baiman Empire. How dare those servant traders openly burn, kill, and loot? Filna was both very angry and shocked. Although the Northwest Province was remote, it was still part of the empire. Did those servant traders not fear the empire's punishment? I heard Aunt Anna say, Rayla timidly said, those humans were brought here by a noble lord. A noble lord? Filna was shocked. Could this be a blood crime committed by noblemen colluding with servant traders? Rayla, do you remember what that nobleman looked like and his name? She asked softly. I don't remember. Rayla shook her head. I was being protected by the adults, so I couldn't see. They didn't mention his name when they spoke. It seemed they were very cautious. Filna frowned slightly. If it weren't for Filna's carefulness and her ability to use her racial powers to gather information ahead of time, she and Rayla might have walked right into the trap set by the servant traders. Rayla's escape made the servant traders very angry. The price of a cat girl at the servant market was high, and a young cat girl was more likely to attract the unwanted attention of certain nobles. Her price was quite expensive. To catch her, the servant traders risked staying in the wilderness. They believed a girl of about 10 years old couldn't run far. For days, dozens of mercenaries searched the wilderness like a net, but they found nothing. Filna was the first to notice, but it was complicated. Rayla looked at her with big, tearful eyes, which made Filna feel very frustrated. Rayla, there are many of them. Rayla, they have mages. The leader is a level 6 warrior. Rayla, don't you understand? The archers of those grassland elves are very powerful. I can't get close at all. All right, let me think of a way. Faced with Rayla's big, expressive eyes that seemed to speak, Filna reluctantly decided to compromise. But with dozens of enemies, this was really a challenge. After thinking for a long time, Filna's face gradually showed a smile. Rayla, come here. Let's count everything carefully. She smiled proudly, looking very much like a little fox. They are beasts. 2-legged, unredeemable beasts. When Rayla relayed what Aunt Anna said, it sparked an idea in Filna. Since they are greedy and arrogant like beasts, why not use methods to deal with these servant traders who are even worse than beasts? Filna has learned many ways to deal with prey, and this wilderness is undoubtedly the best hunting ground. The young cat girl has a natural talent for this, always quickly understanding Filna's intentions and even offering her own ideas. So, while setting the trap area, training the young cat girl became one of Ferna's pleasures. 3 days passed like this. With the help of the scorpion dragon, they moved ahead of the servant-catching team and set many traps, fallen branches, and snares in a dense forest. For example, near a water source, they placed many snares. Anyone going to fetch water who stepped into a snare would be lifted into the air. Although it might not kill the enemy, it could break a leg or dislocate a shoulder, making them unable to fight. They also used special sleeping poisons in the traps, though finding deadly poisons on the wilderness was difficult, so they used a different kind. Ferna discovered a non-lethal but painful plant called painful grass. Its juice, after purification, was applied to weapons or arrowheads. When hit, it caused intense pain, enough to make someone collapse or even die from the agony. That's why it was called painful grass. Using natural resources, Ferna, with Rila's help, arranged over 10 hidden bows, traps in the forest capable of shooting even wild boars, very effective against strong mercenaries. The mercenaries of the servant-catching team didn't realize they had set a trap ahead of them. After several days of fruitless searching, they lost patience. After all, this was wilderness, full of wild animals and bandits. It was not surprising if the young cat girl was killed. At noon, the sun was very hot. The mercenaries drove their horses into the shade to rest. The weaker mages had already chosen the most comfortable spots to relax. The mercenaries didn't mind much. Mages were highly valued in any team, protected as if their eyes were precious. About 10 cat women, wearing shackles, busily set up cooking fires, preparing to make food. Behind a bush, Rila peeked out carefully, looking around. Unfortunately, she caught the eye of 2 grassland elf archers on guard. Rila was startled, froze for a moment, then quickly ran back. 2 forest spirits immediately sounded the alarm. The seasoned mercenaries, who often walk through dangerous battles, responded quickly. The soldiers protected 4 mages and priests behind them. The mages began casting various supportive spells on the frontline fighters. Colorful magic auras shimmered around the soldiers, making a beautiful sight. What's going on? The leader of the mercenaries was an old mage. He hadn't seen any enemies and glared at the 2 forest spirits. It's that cat girl. She's been following us. One forest spirit pointed in the direction where Wheela was running. Humph. You guys are so useless. The old mage glared at him and ordered a mercenary with a large sword on his back, Lansky, take 20 men and catch that little wild cat. Don't let her escape this time. The old mage knew well how agile the cat race was. Their surprise attack on the small village where the cats lived was unexpected. If they had been in the wilderness or forest, those quick cats might have avoided them entirely. Still, many escaped. Those shiny gold coins were tempting. 20 mercenaries mounted their horses and charged out like a net. Rila ran for a while, but her legs couldn't keep up with the horses. Just as they were about to catch her, she suddenly darted into a dense forest. What should they do? The mercenaries looked back at Lansky. These fighters had come from fierce battles, so they knew well that forests could hide dangers. Are you scared? A little wild cat with no teeth yet scared you, Lansky cursed as he jumped off his horse. The other mercenaries also hesitated before dismounting. After all, she was just a little girl. What was there to be afraid of? The weakest among them was a level 4 warrior, and Lansky was a level 5 warrior. To them, those foolish Baiman monsters, even if they had ambushes, would just jump out of the bushes with a group of enemies. They were mercenaries, not hunters, and didn't realize what kind of surprise the dark forest might hold. The dry branches and leaves underfoot made faint sounds, but the mercenaries' eyes only watched behind trees and on branches, not paying attention to their footing. At some point, the forest seemed to grow darker, as if a faint mist was rising. Yes, keep moving forward a bit more. Ferna hid behind a large tree, slowly raising her crossbow. She signaled at the front shadow for a moment, then shot her arrow. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow almost left the bowstring and reached Lansky's face. Hey! Although startled, Lansky remained calm. Yellow energy appeared around his hand as he grabbed the arrow. His strong grip almost caused the arrow to slip from his hand, leaving a small cut on his cheek. "Where do you think you're running?" Lonsky threw away the arrow and charged toward the direction it came from. He didn't consider that the arrow might be strange. On the continent of Landis, long-range weapons are usually bows, crossbows, or siege devices like catapults. Large ballistas and individual crossbows are rare. This reckless mercenary didn't even think about where the small girl with a cat-like appearance got the strength to shoot such a powerful arrow. Just as he leapt forward, everything suddenly went dark. A black whip-like object shot out like lightning from behind the tree and pierced into his chest. "Ah!" A sharp cry echoed through the forest. The mercenaries nearby hesitated, and a few arrows struck some of them in the chest. Scatter! These mercenaries were well trained. They quickly realized Lonsky had lost control. One of them shouted the correct command to avoid the incoming arrows. Actually, Ferna had already stopped attacking. In the darkness of the scorpion dragon's shadow, she couldn't see her target clearly. Ah! Another piercing scream sounded. An unlucky mercenary stepped into a trap and, with a quick jerk, was flung into the air like a cannonball. His leg was probably broken. Then came a series of screams. The scorpion dragon had begun its attack. In the darkness, it ruled this part of the forest. When another unlucky person was launched into the air by a trap, the remaining mercenaries completely lost their minds. They frantically rushed back in the direction they came from. "What? You say Lonsky and the others are all dead?" The leading old mage looked at the 4 mercenaries fleeing in disgrace, disbelief in his eyes. Lonsky was a level 5 warrior, yet he was killed by orcs even after releasing his energy. The mercenaries did not see the scorpion dragon's tail hook. "Maybe not all are dead," one mercenary stammered as they escaped. Inside the forest, they still heard some of their companions screaming. Although abandoning injured friends was shameful, they didn't have the courage to go back.
"You
Lead the way." The old mage, the leader, was unhappy about their cowardly act of abandoning friends. Considering the situation, he didn't want to say much. He turned to a thin mercenary and said, "4 of you stay here. The rest follow me." Although only 4 of the original 20-plus team escaped, the old mage was not scared, just angry. Except for Ronsky, the others were low-level fighters, caught off guard by the orcs, who acted intentionally or unintentionally. Soon after they left, 2 figures appeared near the servant camp in the shadows of the trees, Fiarina and Rila. They were camouflaged with branches and grass woven into their hair and clothes, hiding behind bushes and hard to spot. 2 small yellow projectiles gently landed at the feet of the remaining mercenaries. One mercenary seemed to hear a noise and looked around suspiciously, not noticing the faint smoke rising from the ground. After a moment, the 4 mercenaries on guard fell one after another. Even the slowest person knew something was wrong. A few clever cat girls looked around eagerly, with a mix of hope and nervousness in their eyes. "Aunt Anna, I'm here to save you." Rila jumped out from behind a tree, followed by Fiarina. Carefully, they approached the unconscious mercenaries and unlocked the shackles on Anna and others using a key. A respectful woman, about 30 years old from the cat tribe, bowed to Fiarina. "Anna from the Shaley village cat tribe, thank you for saving us." Fiarina nodded. "Are all 16 of you captured?" "Yes, ma'am." Anna looked a bit sad. When the incident happened, most of the men in the tribe were away. Besides some women and children who escaped, most of the elders and weak were killed by servant traders. Only they managed to survive. "Animals." Fiarina was furious. For just these few people, they had almost slaughtered an entire village. "Anna, we need to leave quickly. They will be back soon." Filna said that with a wizard present, the traps in that forest would be quickly dismantled, and the capturers would soon return. "We are back, respected priest." A proud voice came from the woods behind them. Filna and the others turned to look, only to see the old wizard, the leader of the capture team, who shouldn't have appeared at this moment. That old guy didn't fall for it. Filna sighed. The young man, Ronsky, was reckless and not a good measure of a wizard's strength. "Those are clever people. Everyone, step back." Filna took out the Medusa badge and released the scorpion dragon, which stood in front of everyone, roaring threateningly. Alavi's scorpion dragon, the old wizard's face grew serious. A lone Baiman priest, even an ordinary wizard, wouldn't be afraid, but combining a priest with a magical pet was a different matter. Especially since this wind-speaking priest couldn't possibly have signed a high-level magical pet. He didn't know that the scorpion dragon was indeed Filna's magical pet, but it was obtained through her charm aura, not through a summoning song. These are two different things. Also, for Baiman priests, signing a magical pet depends more on character than strength. Most priests' magical pets are stronger than their masters, which is very different from the contracts signed by wizards. But young fox priest, do you think you can fight all of us? The old wizard's eyes flickered with greed. He wanted to seize the young fox girl and persuade her to transfer the contract of the scorpion dragon to him. That would surely raise his status in the family. This fool thought that priestly magical pets, like those of human wizards, could be easily released. Moreover, magical pets obtained through charm aura couldn't be released at all. Not strong enough. Is killing okay? Filna said something confusing to everyone. She raised her hand, and 3 silver bullets shot out like lightning. At the same time, she took out her guitar, and a powerful battle song echoed across the wilderness like thunder from the heavens, with blue-purple lightning swirling in the air.
How?
How is this possible? The old wizard was amazed by this strange sight in the sky. It was just a ritual by a wind speaker, yet it seemed capable of unleashing a chain lightning attack called the Last Lament, which was said to be more powerful than the nebula-linked lightning of the Baiman ritual. Besides, why was it so desperate? No wonder the old wizard misunderstood. In the Baiman ritual, only the staff ritual was well known. Few knew about the thunderclap battle song, and only the legendary war god was known to use it. The famous nebula chain lightning was a fake version created later, a battle song that cost lives. Stop her. Quickly, the old wizard looked a bit crazy. Once the battle song was finished, he and his mercenaries had almost no hope of survival. The mercenaries shouted as they charged forward. 2 grassland elves also drew their bows and aimed. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. 3 clusters of dark red flames shot into the crowd like ghosts, and within moments, 6 or 7 people were hit. The mercenaries whose clothes caught fire tried to smother the flames with their hands. But instead of putting out the fire, their hands also caught fire, and they screamed in pain. Hellfire. The faces of the mages showed fear. They quickly cast protective magic shields on themselves. The soldiers not burned by the hellfire also received shields. Chain fireball. Finally, a mage cast a spell. A series of fireballs, about the size of fists, roared toward Filna, who was hiding behind the scorpion dragon. Sudden explosion, the fireballs seemed to hit an invisible wall and burst into sparks before vanishing. Filna's battle song continued, but she withdrew the hellfire device. She had used a shield spell to block the fireballs, which left her mentally shaken. At the same time, the lightning in the sky seemed to have reached its peak. Thick lightning bolts, as wide as a child's arm, suddenly struck down. Over 10 soldiers screamed and fell to the ground. The air smelled like roasting meat. Besides the old wizard, the other 3 mages and priests were unlucky. They were struck and turned into 4 charred corpses. 6 mercenaries who survived rushed forward with weapons. The old wizard also summoned a level 5 double-headed demon panther, which roared and charged at Filna. Idiot. Ferna didn't understand what those servant traders were thinking. Did they really think they could attack a high-level magical beast with just a few people? Just as she was about to order her scorpion dragon to attack, the mercenaries suddenly turned and ran away, pretending to attack, but then fleeing. The old mage also called back his 2-headed magic panther and hurried off in another direction. Ferna had never seen such shameless tactics before and was unsure which way to chase. Lady Priest, after these servant traders run away, they won't cause much trouble. Anna saw Ferna's awkwardness and comforted her. These people are really shameless, Ferna muttered, annoyed, and retracted her scorpion dragon badge. Rayla was already holding Anna and chattering happily. Although the servant traders escaped, they left behind nearly 40 good horses and more than 10 badly injured mercenaries. Following the principle of making use of everything, Ferna ordered the cat girls to gather the horses and also confiscated the equipment and belongings from the mercenaries. As for the mercenaries, letting them fend for themselves was already a very kind way to treat them. The mercenaries' leather armor was ordinary and some were damaged, but their weapons were very good, better than what could be found in the Behemoth Empire. Ferna didn't hesitate to put these weapons into her ring, and of course, the gold coins she confiscated were evenly divided among the cat girls. Anna, are you planning to return to the village or go somewhere else? After everything was sorted out, Ferna asked the cat girl who was more familiar with Rayla. Among the 16 cat girls, she was very popular and was chosen as the spokesperson. Respected Lady Priest, our home has been destroyed, and most of our family members are scattered. If you don't mind our clumsiness, please let us serve you. Anna bowed respectfully. These cat girls were very clever. As a wind magic priestess, Ferna could cast powerful battle songs and had a dragon-like magical pet. Even with her toes, she knew her future was full of potential. Anna, your people are still alive. Don't you need to go back and reunite with them? Ferna asked, knowing she was only a wind magic priestess and that being accused of kidnapping would be troublesome. Anna's face showed a hint of sadness. She knew that attachment always came with a price. The cat girls who had lost their families were the best bargaining chips, following the high priest as servants or maids. At least, women wouldn't make things difficult for other women. Just because this noble person risked himself to rescue strangers like them showed his good character. All right, you can get up now. The high priestess, Filna, thought for a moment and agreed happily. She had her own plans. Her team was short of people, and a lone woman faced many troubles. These cat girls were not fragile human women. They were quick, strong, and responsive. With some training, they could become good fighters. The servant hunters had run away. Filna didn't want to chase them. She was sure they wouldn't stay in the wilderness. As for attacking secretly, joking, fighting a high priestess with a dragon pet was very brave. Unless they found allies. Don't worry, I will handle everything. Filna comforted the cat girls, which made them feel more at ease. Although there were more people now, they traveled faster. The servant hunters left behind over 40 good horses. To stay safe, Filna often released her scorpion dragon. As the saying goes, it's easy to hide from a direct attack, but hard to avoid sneaky tricks. The mercenaries with the servant hunters were cunning and treacherous. Only with overwhelming force could they be deterred. From afar, the walls of Waterford were in sight. Filna and her group quickened their pace. The scorpion dragon had already been stored in her Medusa badge. The main road to the city gate was made of large blue stones. Waterford's walls weren't tall, but every few meters, there was a square-shaped tower with sharp corners. Soldiers stood on the walls, looking fierce and alert, watching the horizon or people entering and leaving the city. Filna didn't rush to enter. Instead, she curiously observed the people coming and going. Among them were sneaky human merchants, Talby people, and slow-moving Pige people. Their presence attracted many looks. A charming fox priestess and a group of wild-looking cat girls drew attention easily. The guards at the gate only glanced at Filna and her group before waving them through. Even an ordinary wind whisper priestess was worthy of respect. Ferna looked at the buildings on both sides of the street. Unlike what she imagined, there weren't many grand, shiny buildings inside Watford. Most of the structures were made of granite, looking very sturdy, solid, and simple, without much luxury. Occasionally, there were a few taller buildings, mostly private estates of noble families. The only tall building in the city center was the Northwest Temple, marked with a noticeable sign. It didn't seem appropriate to bring cats and horses to the temple, so Ferna first found an inn. After settling the cats and horses there, she walked to the Northwest Temple. The temple was in the middle of the city, on a large square. It sat in the center of the square, with a tall statue of a war god in front. The statue's sharp eyes seemed to pierce the sky. It was so tall. Ferna frowned a little. The base of the temple was also very high, with nearly 1,000 steps leading up to the main door. All right, I can do this. Ferna gritted her teeth and slowly climbed up. When she finally reached the last step and was about to knock on the door, it suddenly opened by itself. The heavy door slowly swung open, revealing a man full of sunshine. He had platinum blonde hair flowing like a waterfall down his back. His handsome face brightened the dark temple, but what caught Ferna's attention most were the beautiful wings behind him. An angel? Ferna blinked. Seeing an angel under the command of the light god in the Baiman Empire's temple was quite strange. "Hello, beautiful fox girl." Herbert Rhodes sends his sincere greetings. "May I ask what brings you to the temple?" The man, who looked like an angel, performed a respectful bow. Only then did Ferna notice he was wearing a gray robe for war priests.
Hello, noble war priest.
"I am Ferna, a priestess from Boca Village. I am here to seek promotion at the temple," Ferna answered humbly. "Please come with me." Herbert looked at Ferna with obvious admiration, which made her a little annoyed. It is said that women who have experienced emotional changes are especially sensitive and cautious when it comes to feelings and men.
"Ah,
Beautiful fox maiden, your grace outshines even the most stunning snow lotus of Mount Temural. Please accept my sincere praise." An unpleasant, rough voice sounded nearby. Ferna turned to look and saw a knight from the Rhine tribe, with a large garlic-shaped nose and narrow, squinting eyes fixed on her. "Temple Knight, Sidora Fur," he introduced himself. Herbert didn't seem to like the sound of the voice either, and quietly told Ferna something. Ferna, whose surname seems to be related to the Baiman royal family, frowned slightly. When Herbert stopped walking, she also paused. Seeing that Ferna didn't intend to introduce herself, Sidora shifted his gaze to Herbert. "Respected Herbert Priest, could you introduce this beautiful fox priestess to me?" "Cough, this is Miss Ferna, here to be promoted at the temple," Herbert said reluctantly, clearly wary of the knight. "This is the temple knight, Sidora Sal, whose father is the noble Prince Sulant." So, Prince Sulant is the younger brother of the current king, holding the army's command. It's strange that his son became a temple knight, and Ferna nodded politely. Ferna felt the temple corridor was longer than her journey across the wilderness. Prince Sidoru kept chattering like a reincarnation of a monk, and she was considering whether to silence him by knocking his chin off. "Please wait a moment, Miss Ferna. We will report to Lord Shaman," Herbert said, leading Prince Sidoru out of the hall. The latter was reluctant, but didn't want to show it too clearly. Ferna found this amusing and grew to like Herbert a bit more. The grand hall of the Baiman temple was simple. A huge statue of the war god stood at the front, looking down on the worshippers. The walls were decorated with legends of the Baiman Empire and scenes of battles among various races. Ferna looked at the scene with a mix of amusement and admiration. She wondered how her predecessor had managed to deceive everyone and be revered as the war god. Maybe she could become a deity herself someday. She almost burst into laughter at the thought. She glanced around secretly. Luckily, the hall was empty. The predecessor from her past looked down at her from above, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. A sudden, rapid drumbeat startled her. A large group of people emerged from behind the war god statue. Leading them was a tall, wrinkled old man named Beer, dressed in a purple priest's robe. He was Roman, the highest authority of the Northwest Temple and the great Vian shaman. Behind him were several priests in black robes, holding scepters. However, Filna thought that this great shaman from the Beer tribe would look more like a warrior if he wore armor. She stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Respectful Vian great shaman, Wind Speech Priest Filna greets you." After the ceremony, she handed the letter from the old priest to Vian great shaman. It was a simple letter proving her identity and confirming her as a natural-born soul singer. "Hello, my child," the shaman's voice boomed like thunder. "Praise Campus, and now our Northwest Temple has a natural-born soul singer." A natural-born soul singer? The priests behind the shaman also became restless. Their eyes on Filna grew more curious and a little flirtatious. Some of the Fox tribe priests looked eager to test her. In the Baiman Empire, the chance of a natural-born soul singer appearing was very low. The empire was large and sparsely populated, and many talented priests remained undiscovered. The Fox priests were already thinking about how to win her over. "Little Fox Priest, Are you sure you want to take the war priest promotion test? The shaman looked kindly. Although being a soul singer is special, you are still young and don't need to rush into the war priest trial. I am sure, she replied with a smile, but her tone was firm. All right, as a disciple of the great priest Jinsa, I accept your promotion request. But the shaman's tone shifted. According to temple rules, after applying for promotion, the temple must verify your eligibility. First, your priesthood qualification. The letter from Great Priest Jinsa proves your status, so no further test is needed. The second requirement is your skill in controlling magical pets in battle. Do you have a magical pet? Filna responded briefly, took out the Medusa badge, and waved her hand. A huge Alavi's scorpion dragon appeared in the center of the hall. Its 3 shiny black tails were raised high. The scorpion dragon turned its eyes and saw its owner standing behind it. It hurriedly came over, acting friendly, and knelt on the ground. One tail hook reached out gently, wrapping around Filna's waist, and carried her onto its back. A hissing sound filled the hall as everyone took a breath. Beast pets like the Alavi's scorpion dragon are very hard to tame, especially rare ones like this. Many priests' eyes flashed with fiery light, as if they had turned into fire magic users. Praise Kampa, truly a born soul singer. V and the high shaman's eyes showed genuine joy. Only the priest can tame their own beast pet. Others cannot do it for them. Because of this, a priest's beast pet can fight at full strength during battles. In contrast, beast pets forced to be tamed by human mages often lose much of their fighting power. As a beast priest, you have automatically passed the second trial. Now, you can choose a trial task. If you succeed, you will be promoted to war priest and receive your own territory. But after you come of age, you must serve in the army for a year to serve the empire. Do you accept? The high shaman asked seriously. I accept, noble Vian the high shaman. Filna also responded seriously. Filna, here are some trial locations. You can choose one. Vian the high shaman signaled a priest in a gray robe to bring a scroll. It listed several trial tasks for promotion to war priest, with details of the locations and proof needed to complete each. Respected high shaman, I choose this task. Filna carefully looked over the options and pointed to one of the tasks with her slender finger. Vian the high shaman frowned slightly. Filna, the Southern Cross Forest is too dangerous for you. Choose another place. I think the trial on Creamish Island is more suitable for you. Filna saluted and said, Respected high shaman, the more difficult the challenge, the greater the reward. Guided by Kampa, I will safely cross the Southern Cross Forest. Traveling through the Southern Cross Forest, the priests in the main hall looked at Filna with strange eyes. Vian the high shaman clicked his tongue and said, You are impressive for your age. But as long as you bring back a magic crystal from a 2-legged flying dragon in the Southern Cross Forest, I believe your talent will let you cross it in no time. Little Filna, I will have someone send you the proof of your trial. After speaking, Vian the high shaman smiled kindly. The drumbeat sounded again, and the high shaman shook his head slightly, leading the priests out of the hall. Filna had already put away her magical pet into the Medusa badge. Only after the priests left did she slowly leave the hall. Just as she was about to leave, that annoying garlic-nosed person appeared in front of her. Priestess Filna, may I have the honor of showing you the scenery of Waterford? Filna frowned slightly, about to refuse. At that moment, Herbert appeared just in time to help her out. Miss Filna, my mentor would like to see you. Oh, all right, we'll go now. Filna was feeling a bit troubled. Since her savior appeared unexpectedly, she made an apologetic face to Prince Sidoru and hurriedly followed Herbert. Humph. Prince Sidoru was so angry, he muttered to himself, like a dog with a runny nose. Priest Herbert, who is your mentor? After following Herbert in a big circle, Filna finally remembered to ask this question. Herbert smiled and seemed to think she would take a while to remember. My mentor is Lord Torhern. Herbert's expression grew serious. Seeing that Filna still looked confused, he continued, He and you share a common mentor, Grand High Priest Gonsa. So, I'm your great-uncle, huh? Ha! This deduction was quite easy. Seeing Herbert's awkward expression, Filna burst into laughter. Torhern was a tall, powerful staff priest from the house family, compared to Grand High Priest Gonsa. Filna couldn't help but think that Gonsa might be troubled by his short stature and was seeking balance in his disciples. "Welcome, dear Filna." "Queer." Hearn looked at Filna with some surprise and explained, "Haha, calling you by my age should be okay, right?" "Of course, senior brother." Filna answered politely, since it's easier to get things done with someone inside. Even though the High Priest of Gonsa is strict and hard to meet, the staff of the Scepter priesthood ranks just below the great shaman of Vian. She was happy to use the relationship of senior brother to keep him close. Senior brother, yes, yes, Quir was very happy. Turning to Herbert, who was still feeling down, he said, "Herbert, starting today, you have a new senior uncle." "Yes, hello, senior uncle." Herbert felt very upset, as if a small flower about to bloom suddenly withered away. "Dear Filna, where is the mentor now?" Quir also hadn't seen the great High Priest of Gonsa for a long time and felt a bit nostalgic. "I don't know. He left with an old dragon." Filna shrugged. The mentor has been hard to find these years. I wonder if his wish can ever come true." Quir sighed heavily. "What wish?" The woman's curiosity got the better of her, and Filna asked without thinking. "Didn't the mentor tell you?" Quir looked at her. "He's eager to restore the glory of the Baiman sacrifices. For hundreds of years, he's been searching across mountains and rivers for the sacred beasts of the Baiman Empire." "Senior brother, are you talking about the Baiman giant beasts?" Filna's eyes widened. Many books at home described those Baiman giant beasts that could fight dragons, but it seemed they had been extinct for a long time. "Yes, to restore the glory of the Baiman sacrifices is his lifelong wish. He's been working hard for it all his life," Quir said with emotion. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Dear Filna, why did you choose the trial mission in the Southern Cross Forest? Do you really plan to cross the Southern Cross Forest?" "Yes, is there something wrong with that?" Filna asked with confusion. She had felt strange during the ceremony in the main hall and didn't understand why the priests reacted so strongly. "The reason I chose the South Cross Forest is because she mentioned it several times in Campus's books. Also, many herbs and ingredients in his works on potion making and mechanisms come from there. It is a natural treasure trove, praised by Kampa as the Green Pearl. The South Cross Forest is called the Forest of Death. Entering more than 10 miles inside is forbidden. Even true dragon priests do not venture deep into it. Dear Filna, since you've chosen this trial, it's clear that collecting a few magic crystals is easy for your magical pet. Listen to your senior brother. Don't try to push through it alone," Seal earnestly advised. "Don't worry, senior brother. I will go as far as I can," Filna said with a smile. But from her expression, it was obvious she didn't take it seriously. Seal sighed inwardly, unsure how to persuade her. Perhaps, with a dragon-like magical pet, retreating safely wouldn't be a problem. "All right, dear Filna, a Baiman priest should have fearless courage. Have you chosen your instrument yet?" Seal decided to stop persuading her. Maybe helping his junior sister pick a suitable amplification instrument would be better. "I already have my own instrument," Filna said, taking out a guitar from her ring. "Oh, praise Campus." Seal's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the guitar, and Herbert next to him also stretched his neck eagerly. "Praise Campus. Dear Filna, you always surprise me." Seal gently stroked the guitar's surface with a reverent look, while Herbert also stretched his neck, clearly envious. "Senior brother, what's wrong with you guys?" Filna didn't understand why a guitar would cause such shock. "Don't you know?" Seal looked at her in disbelief. "This instrument is called a guitar, a magical amplifier used by the god of war. Later generations have tried to imitate this wondrous instrument many times, but none have succeeded. I'm sure this guitar is not a fake. It's a divine artifact once used by the god of war." Seal handed the guitar to Filna. "Dear Filna, perhaps you can create miracles never seen before. I look forward to your successful return." After saying goodbye to Chwer, Herbert helped Filna leave the temple. Fortunately, this time the prince did not appear in front of them. "Junior, go back now. Uncle will bring you a gift from the Southern Cross Forest." Filna tiptoed and patted Herbert, looking at his helpless expression. She walked down the temple steps easily. "Lady Filna," a simple voice called out from nearby. The first thing Filna noticed was a prominent garlic-shaped nose. She was surprised, but upon closer look, it was the Mastiff warrior Sob. Behind him, more than 20 tall Mastiff warriors followed. Filna was worried about how to find Sob, but now it saved her a lot of trouble. Great! Sob, I was wondering how to find you. Are these your people?
Yes.
When I was leaving the group, my fellow tribesmen came looking for me. When they heard I followed the master, they also hoped to have this honor. Sob secretly glanced at Filna, worried she might be displeased, and added, "They are the strongest warriors in the village, all with level 4 fighting ability." Very good. Filna was surprised and quickly nodded. This was a happy surprise. Although, according to the traditional rites, followers were allowed to accompany during the trial, Anna and the others were too weak in fighting skills. On the way, Filna had already taught the cat girls some methods of body training and basic shingi boxing 5 elements fist. She selected 5 of them, each learning one style: cannon, chop, drill, collapse, horizontal, and after practicing, they would teach each other. But true strength takes time to develop. Despite the cat girls' talent, it would take a while to become real fighters. Before entering the Southern Cross Forest, Filna was already considering how to arrange them. Now, these 20 Mastiff warriors were undoubtedly the best guards. When a group of people was near the inn where Filna and her companion stayed, they were blocked by a crowd. The noise suggested a fight was happening. "Lady Filna, shall we go see?" The Mastiffs had a natural tendency for chaos, so they wouldn't pass up a chance to watch a commotion. "Let's go see." Filna hesitated briefly and pushed forward, not because she suddenly wanted to watch the excitement, but because she had a premonition that this matter might involve the cat girls. Sobu led 2 fierce warriors away from the crowd, forcing a path through the people. Although some were unhappy, once they saw more than 20 tall warriors and a priestess, they wisely kept quiet. In the middle of the crowd, the cat women were facing a group of human mercenaries. One mercenary was loudly insulting, but his words seemed a bit unclear. "Surely what happened?" Ferna asked one of the cat women. For some reason, Anna and Rayla were not there. After distinguishing friend from foe, Sobu immediately ordered the warriors to stand in front of the cat women. Their tall bodies made the human mercenaries feel overwhelmed, and the insulting man awkwardly shut up. "Sir, because we found a mark left by our people in the city, Sister Anna took Rayla to find them. While we were waiting at the door for Sister Anna, that person," Shuli pointed at a short, fat merchant surrounded by mercenaries. "He came over and asked if we wanted to live a good life. We didn't answer him, and he started touching us, so we fought back. Who won and who lost?" Ferna was more interested in the result. She looked over Shuli and the others, and it seemed no one was complaining about losing. "Sorry, sir." Shuli lowered her head nervously. "We only fought twice. The first time, Vieri broke the other's nose, and he might have had a mild concussion. The second time, I was a bit softer because that guy was insulting us. I only knocked out one of his teeth." How could you fight like that?" Ferna looked very upset. "Vieri, I don't know how strong your fists are, but you could have just knocked him out. And you, Shuli, it's not that you're soft, it's that you didn't use enough force. From how you started, if you had controlled your strength properly, you could have knocked out all his teeth." A collective gasp came from the crowd. The unlucky man who lost a tooth quickly covered his mouth and ran to the back. "Hey, you, don't hide. Come out and tell us what's going on." Ferna pointed at the chubby man hiding among the mercenaries. "Shouldn't you come out and explain why you were teasing my followers?" The chubby man, realizing he couldn't hide his excitement, shook his fat body and moved closer. "It's a misunderstanding. I was a bit drunk at the time and just made a few jokes. Maybe the young ladies misunderstood." "Honorable priest, please forgive me." "Misunderstanding?" Filna looked him up and down. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you made the mistake first. How are you going to handle the soldiers who are fighting?" "Fighting?" The chubby man grinned nervously, as if his subordinates were the ones who got beaten. He hesitated, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Honorable priest, to show my apology, I am willing to give that young lady a fine hepping pearl." "Oh? 1 fine hepping pearl for each person? Ha! "You're very generous," Filna thanked him. "1 pearl each. Are those candy beans?" The chubby man felt like he was about to suffocate. "Your Grace. Please wait a moment." Seeing the fierce-looking dog warriors around and the confused mercenaries behind, the chubby man stomped his foot and was about to sacrifice himself. However, Filna didn't notice that the chubby man held a strange crystal in his hand. As it flickered unintentionally, a small image was captured inside. A memory crystal, a device crafted by alchemists. Hepping pearls, also called white dragon pearls, are famously known as one in hand, worth 1,000 gold. They are valued for their fine texture, smoothness, large size, vibrant colors, clarity, and lasting luster. They are the favorite of noble women and young ladies. Anna and Rila returned only at dusk. They were accompanied by over 40 cat tribe warriors. Compared to other races, the cat tribe warriors seemed delicate, but this was a misconception. As the saying goes, cats have 9 lives, which doesn't mean they truly die 9 times and come back. It describes their strong vitality and potential. With their sharp eyesight and agile movements, they are natural assassins. These cat warriors were out hunting when the village was attacked. By the time they returned, the tragedy had already happened, and the culprits had fled. After rescuing some survivors, they escorted them to other tribes for safety. The 40-plus warriors, led by a man named Giano, continued searching for their captured kin. Anna was Giano's wife. Zhu Anua knelt on one knee in front of Filna. "Honorable priest, I am willing to follow you and dedicate my life to you." More than 40 cat warriors behind him also knelt and pledged their loyalty. Filna's eyes narrowed happily. These warriors, with a little guidance, could achieve great things in the future, if she had time to awaken their battle song. Once the cat tribe's special ability, Shadow Veil, was awakened, these warriors would become the most fearsome shadow assassins. The next morning, Filna and Anna, Saab, and others bid farewell. Anna and her group were heading to Boca Village, while Filna would set out alone on her trial in the Southern Cross Forest. Where there is no road, those who walk it make one. A successful priestess's path is carved out by her own feet, not by the praise of followers. Filna said this and firmly refused her followers' suggestions. "In my new life, I will never allow weakness again, Filna often felt ashamed of her past choices, which were only the actions of someone weak trying to escape. The next morning, outside Watford City, Filna and Rila and others said goodbye. The young cat girl wanted to go with her, but was firmly refused. Filna believed she could take care of herself and didn't want to worry about another young girl, especially in the dangerous Forest of Death. "Filna, wait for me." From behind, Prince Sidoru called out. Just as Filna was about to leave, she frowned. He was really persistent. Sidoru urged his horse to gallop up and stopped in front of her. "Filna, you're going to the Southern Cross Forest for your trial. Why didn't you tell me?" Filna raised an eyebrow. "Honorable Prince, where I go and when I leave is my own business. I don't see the need to inform anyone. Respect for the royal family was one thing, but as a priestess serving the war god, Filna was not afraid of their power." She was already getting impatient. "Miss Filna, your beauty and kindness attract wolves. I heard about your conflict with those filthy humans yesterday. To protect you from harm, I brought 2 of my bravest guards to be your protectors. I will soon apply to the temple to become your guardian knight and protect your safety. Thank you for your kindness, your highness, but please forgive me for declining your offer." Filna politely smiled. "I have my own magical pet and brave followers. I don't need others to protect me. Please take these 2 warriors back." After saying this, Filna ignored Prince Sidoru's loving gaze and walked away on her own. "Your Highness, shall we go too?" 2 soldiers following Prince Sidoru hesitated and asked for instructions. "No, let's go back." Sidoru looked sadly at Filna's distant figure, but didn't move for a long time. The moonlight was gentle tonight. It seemed to come earlier than usual. A full moon hung in the sky, casting soft, bright light over the land, making everything feel sacred. A carriage sped along the main road of Deer Town. The wheels clattered loudly on the cobblestone street, sounding very sharp in the quiet night. The The carriage stopped in front of an old inn. An elderly deer man, the driver, respectfully approached and reported to the passengers inside, "Honored priest, we've arrived in Deer Town." "Thank you." Ferna opened the door, stepped out, and stretched lazily. The journey had been bumpy. She looked at the shaky sign above the inn with some dissatisfaction. "Sir, this is the only inn in town. If you visit the mayor's house, I believe he will be very happy to see you," the driver said. "Here will do." Ferna tossed him a gold coin and walked into the inn. The innkeeper was a short, sturdy bull-headed creature with a large shell on his back, respectful and polite. He led Ferna into a private room, one that was sealed tight. "Boss, how's business?" Ferna asked casually. "Not very good." "Honored priest," the innkeeper blinked. "The buymen are very poor. Even staying at an inn doesn't earn much. We mostly survive by passing traders." Late at night, a strange feeling suddenly filled my mind. Since I started practicing body strengthening techniques and revisited the shape and intention boxing I learned in a past life, I haven't gained any special powers like a divine eye or divine ear, but my senses and reactions have doubled. Outside the window, it sounds like many people are moving around. Suddenly, the ceiling above me shattered with a loud bang. A rope net fell from above, perfectly aimed at Filna. Filna quickly turned over and jumped off the bed, narrowly escaping from the net. Two dark shadows jumped down from above, reaching out with their big hands to grab her. Thinking she was a weak priestess like a magician, they believed catching her would be easy. They were wrong. Absolutely wrong. Filna didn't dodge at all. She charged straight into the first person's arms, delivering a powerful punch to his chest and abdomen. Then she took a half step forward, turned, and struck with her palm. She slashed diagonally across the second person's neck with her hand knife. Sorry. There was a cracking sound, and the person's head drooped softly. Before the other assassins could come in, Filna released her scorpion dragon. Its huge body rushed outside the building, raising 3 tail hooks high. 3 assassins who couldn't dodge were hit by poison darts and immediately died from poisoning.
Darn.
It's the Alavi's scorpion dragon. Run. A few people dressed in black shouted in panic, jumping onto their horses and fleeing quickly.
Humph.
You run fast, but you can't escape me. Filna didn't plan to chase them at night. She returned to the inn to settle accounts with the owner, only to find him already dead at the counter, clutching a small bag of money. No need to say he was silenced by murder. Ignoring this self-inflicted troublemaker, Filna ran back to her room. One assassin had been killed when she broke his neck, but another had broken ribs, probably injured internally and bleeding to death. She frowned and thought for a moment, then tore open the clothes of one of the dead bodies. Sure enough, he was wearing mercenary armor. Connecting this with the rope net that tried to capture her alive, the answer was clear. You're lucky. Wherever we meet, that's where you'll stay. Filna clenched her fists.
Sorry.
Phew. I've been busy with meetings these past 2 days and haven't finished my writing. I promise to work hard this Saturday and Sunday, and I will keep going next week. Let me not pray for protection in danger, but for the courage to face it bravely. Let me not beg for my pain to stop, but for my heart to conquer it. Let me not hope for allies in the battle of life, but rely on my own strength. Let me not long for rescue in fearful times, but hope that patience will bring me freedom. Grant me, though I am weak, to see your kindness in my success and in my failures, to find your guiding hand. The unfortunate mayor of Durl Town had to apologize repeatedly to the noble priest. If the priest truly had trouble in this small town, the mayor would be in serious trouble. What hurt him most was that the town's only big taxpayer, Snail Bull, had died and the town needed new sources of income. After leaving Durl Town, Fernaga quickened her pace. Before she knew it, she was nearing the edge of the South Cross Forest. Going further would lead into the real South Cross Forest, where fewer people lived. The midday sun was slowly setting, but the heat seemed to grow stronger, as if the summer heat was even more intense. Luckily, the forest was lush, providing plenty of shade, much cooler than a big city like Watford. Fernaga stretched lazily under a tree, put down her book, and gently moved her stiff neck. From a nearby bush, A faint sound came. A small scorpion dragon lying beside her looked alert and wide-eyed. Two small flames floated in front of Furnaga, ready to attack at any moment. "Come out," she shouted loudly. Since the attack in Durl Town, she had been on high alert, trying to avoid becoming a target for kidnappers. The bush shook violently, and a boy who looked somewhat like a human emerged. He looked frightened as he stared at the tiny but huge scorpion dragon, clearly unsure of what to do. A hobbit half-elf? Furnaga relaxed a little. Hobbit half-elves are a simple, quiet race. They enjoy farming, good food, exchanging gifts, and dislike war. Almost everyone is a master chef. They are short in stature but skilled with bows and daggers, and they move quickly. They live scattered among the high mountains of the Baiman Empire, making them hard to find. "Excuse me, are you a priest?" the little hobbit nervously asked, constantly glancing at the small scorpion dragon. Furna smiled and replied, "Yes, I am a priest. Come closer and speak." "Don't worry, Tiaochi is well-behaved and won't hurt you." After hearing Furna's reassurance, the little hobbit seemed braver. He ran up to her and suddenly knelt down, saying, "Honorable priest, please help me. My mom is about to die." His big eyes were filled with tears as he looked at Furna. Furna was at a loss for words. She quickly helped the hobbit to his feet. "Stand up and talk. What's your name? What's wrong with your mom?" The hobbit struggled and refused to get up. "My name is Hakes. My mom was hurt by a goblin and she lost a lot of blood. Please, honorable priest, I will be your cook for life. Hakes, I promise you. Get up and take me to see your mom." Furna gently comforted him. Only then did Hakes stand up and lead her toward the village. On the way, Furna roughly understood what had happened. The goblin with a pig-like head is a rare type among goblins, even despised by other races of goblins. To be precise, their heads look more like pig brains than dog brains, with ears shaped more like dogs. These goblins are taller than hobbits, with bow-legged bodies, and are better at moving through forests and mountains. Although their individual fighting strength is weaker than hobbits, this race has an extraordinary reproductive rate. They can be found on mountains, fields, river crossings, behind rocks. So their surnames often come from where they were born. For example, someone born at a crossing might be called Crossing, and the first child born under a peach tree might be called Peach One, and so on. Hakes Village is very close to the Southern Cross Forest with about 700 or 800 people. Just a few days ago, a group of goblins suddenly attacked their village. Although they fought them off bravely, many goblins still gathered outside the village in the past few days. Hakes' mother was seriously injured during that attack. "Don't you have a healer in your village?" Furna asked. In the continent of Atlantis, the best healers are the holy magic and healing monks of the Light Church, excluding the racial abilities of the Green Tribe Fox. They are better than the healing totems once used by Baiman priests. However, after the war between gods and demons, the Baiman priests' healing totems were lost, and the monk profession has declined. The Light Church and the Baiman Temple are now at odds, almost like enemies. Most Baiman villages have a shaman doctor who cares for the villagers' injuries, similar to a barefoot doctor. "Too many injured. Sister Landoni can't handle it," Haggins sobbed. "Then why did you come out? Aren't you afraid of those dog-headed goblins?" Furna asked with a smile.
"I'm afraid," Huggins honestly replied.
"But Sister Landoni's herbs are running out. I wanted to come out and gather more herbs to help save some people." Furna then noticed a small bag behind the little hobbit, filled with herbs. She patted his head and said, "Good boy, let's go quickly." Thus, the little hobbit named Haggins led Furna to a small village called Wes. At Haggins' home, Furna checked his mother again. Her injuries weren't serious, just heavy blood loss. After stopping the bleeding, Furna left her some medicines, and she only needed rest to recover. Hobbits are known for their hospitality, especially to those who save their lives. Haggins' father prepared a full table of food, using all his skills. Before they sat down, the delicious smell already made Furna drool. West Village isn't big. When a priest arrived at Haggins' house, it quickly spread through the village. Just as Furna was about to eat, hurried footsteps sounded outside. After a pause, two people quietly entered. The first was an old hobbit with a long beard, leaning on a cane. The second was a female hobbit with a strong herbal scent. "Respected priest, I am the village elder, Aunakine. Please accept my thanks." The old hobbit looked at Ferna, a faint hint of disappointment in his eyes, and bowed respectfully. "Thanks." Filna was a bit confused, but little Huggins quickly answered her with actions. The little guy rushed to Anakin. "Grandpa." "Haha, no need to be polite," Anakin said with a smile. Filna smiled politely in return. "Respected priestess, may I ask what medicine you used to stop Ichula's wound from bleeding?" The female hobbit looked at Filna with eager eyes, her hands still holding a medicine bowl with some residue. Next to her, Anakin thought the female hobbit was being a bit rude and quickly introduced her. "Respected priestess, this is our village's healer, Landoni. Please forgive her. This poor child is very passionate about her profession." "Haha, it's okay," Filna said kindly. She had seen this kind of professional obsession before. In a way, these dedicated professionals are quite admirable. "This is a mixed medicine. It is made from blood-stained chrysanthemum." Filna explained the formula of the hemostatic agent to Landoni without reservation. Of course, she also told her about the other medicines used for blood replenishment. "Thank you, respected priestess." Landoni could hardly believe it. The question she asked with a hopeful heart was actually answered. A healer's knowledge of herbs and formulas is usually gained at the cost of countless tears and lives, making their value hard to estimate. "No need to thank me. I hope you can use these medicines to help more people," Filna said, feeling that everything was being put to good use. It was no big deal. When Filna woke up the next morning, she found it was already quite late. She usually didn't sleep in, but the hobbit's cooking was so excellent that she drank a few more cups, and as a result, this happened. Her breakfast was on the table, full of color, aroma, and flavor, but it was a bit cold now, probably been sitting for a while. Yet there was no one inside or outside the house. After finishing her breakfast, Filna stepped outside. She was surprised to find the street deserted, not a single person in sight. If it weren't for the 2 hobbit guards on the lookout tower at the village entrance, she would have thought the village had become abandoned. What had happened? Filna carefully looked around and followed the sounds, discovering that all the men, women, and children in the village had gathered in the central square, seemingly discussing something. A middle-aged hobbit loudly maintained order. "I believe everyone already knows that the goblin leader has sent a final warning, demanding our village surrender and provide food, women, and servants. This concerns the survival of our village, so we must discuss it together." Filna knew that the middle-aged man was the village chief, but couldn't remember his name. "Can we negotiate with them? If it's just about providing food, that's not impossible. If it can avoid the other 2 demands." An elderly hobbit, clearly a peacekeeper, saw the villagers' disapproving looks and wisely kept quiet. "If they want to fight, then we fight." A young hobbit waved his short sword, looking like a child playing with a toy. "Cart, but just having passion isn't enough. Think about it, those goblin leaders are twice our number. Even if every hobbit is a brave warrior, how many of us would survive fighting twice our size?" A middle-aged hobbit poured cold water on their hopes.
Then,
"We can't surrender either." Cart blushed with anger. "Who said we would surrender?" The middle-aged hobbit looked displeased, his face darkening. "Even if we fight, we can't just rush forward with short swords. That's asking for death. Stop arguing. The goblin leader hasn't arrived yet and you're already panicking." Anakin, who had been silent, interrupted their debate. He looked at the villagers with some disappointment. "Is there no one who can suggest a better plan? What if we leave here?" One villager bravely suggested. "Leaving this village that has been our home for generations?" The villagers looked at each other, but didn't oppose. Living on the edge of the South Cross Forest might avoid worldly troubles, but the threats from monsters and goblins seemed to be growing worse. "This idea isn't bad, but it's not feasible now," Elder Anakin sighed. "The goblin leader will never let us leave easily. And once we leave, where can we go to find safety?" The villagers fell silent. Yes, even without the goblins blocking us, moving a whole village isn't as simple as moving a single family. "Grandpa, we have a priestess in our family. Why not ask her for help? She's a messenger of the war god." A young, gentle voice sounded. Everyone looked up and saw it was little Hakons.
Ah,
Elder Onikin sighed. When he first heard that a priest had come to the village, he had wondered about this. He didn't expect it to be a young girl participating in a war ritual trial. She wasn't sure if she could pass her own trial, so how could she help the village? Elder Onikin, I remember a saying from the hobbits. When friends come, there is food. When wolves come, we have bows and arrows. Filna smiled as she appeared at the edge of the square. Sorry to disturb you, noble priest. Elder Onikin quickly stood up. Though he was a village elder, compared to the temple priest, he was nothing. Victory belongs to the brave, Filna said, scanning the crowd. Think of your home and loved ones. For them, you have no choice but to fight. Yes, we have no choice. Kat stood up excitedly. No choice, comma. Other young hobbits also shouted loudly. But war isn't a game. We must be ready, Filna said seriously. How do we prepare? Elder Onikin hesitated. Though he felt it was disrespectful to the priest, he couldn't help but worry about Filna's young age. Everyone hide in the cellar. Filna knew that hobbits often store food in cellars under their houses. Hide all the food and valuables too. The old hobbit listened and nodded repeatedly. But in the end, he asked, is that really enough? Filna calmly pointed to the sky. The place where the priest is the place of the war god. You should believe that this is the will of Campus. Snow Village. Takuya moved silently through the thick bushes, stopping in front of a bare rock where he had set up his temporary shelter. He suspected someone had passed by here. Although there were no clear signs, there was a faint, lingering smell around him. As a skilled goblin scout, he can tolerate others doubting his character, but he absolutely refuses to let anyone question his tracking skills. He has been a scout for goblin patrols for 8 years, making him the most experienced and best tracker. Snow Village. Takusue's name is quite poetic. When he was born, the village had just experienced its first snow of that winter, so his mother gave him the surname, Snow Village. The name, Takusue, was simply her hope that her son would become a landowner, carrying good wishes for his future. He turned to hide behind a large rock at the cave entrance, hoping his eyes would quickly regain their sight. He was a bit jealous of elves, whose eyesight could see hundreds of meters in the dark. The sun was quickly setting, and although it was still bright outside, the cave was pitch dark. From what he sensed, there was no one or anything inside. Could it be that he was just overly suspicious? Snow Village. Takusue shook his head with a faint smile, then confidently entered the cave and started a campfire. Perhaps because he was getting older, Snow Village. Takusue often fell into memories. He didn't want to take this mission, but he couldn't refuse his leader's promise, a task involving a hobbit servant. Poor old man always complained about how hard it was to please everyone, and the more than 10 children also complained that the food was as bad as pig feed. Thinking of this, Snow Village. Takusue suddenly felt angry. Why should goblin scouts eat food that even animals wouldn't touch? The weak serve the strong. That's the law of nature. After a good sleep, Snow Village. Takusue got up from his sturdy mat, rubbed his waist, and thought that soon, after tonight, he would be lying in his wooden house, cuddling with the old man and enjoying the hobbit cook's food. Following the sound of flowing water, Snow Village. Takusue arrived at a small creek. Of course, he wasn't planning to bathe. He couldn't remember the last time he had taken a bath. Was it when he married the old man? Maybe. But for a goblin scout, that wasn't important. The hobbit's nose was very sharp. He just wanted to clean off some of the unique goblin scent from himself. Besides, he believed that even if he were placed with a wild boar, once it opened its eyes, it wouldn't realize he was different. After a simple cleanup, Takasumi Yukimura was satisfied and left the stream. A good scout would not leave any mistakes for others to catch. He walked along the winding path, trying to stay quiet as he moved. A few days ago, the tribe had attacked that village once, so they might have sent guards. He crossed the hill and looked at the village where the hobbits lived. According to what he knew, the tribe's leader had given the village an ultimatum to surrender by tonight. His job was to watch these hobbits, so they wouldn't escape. But from what he saw now, the hobbits didn't seem to think danger was near. Children still played in the streets, and adults worked in the fields. However, many young men carried bows and small knives, patrolling outside the village as if they were serious. Were they just poking holes in the legs of goblins with their small knives? Yukimura frowned and dismissed the thought, feeling unimpressed. Night fell again. The hobbit guards at the village entrance seemed bored and returned in small groups. The children, scolded by their mothers, reluctantly went inside. Yukimura sincerely thanked the sun god for their safety. These hobbits had caused him no trouble. When the lights in the village were fully on, the tribe's large group arrived noisily, led by their leader, Kinoshita Toichiro. Yukimura, any new updates? Did those timid hobbits run away? Kinoshita asked casually. Honorable leader, those hobbits never expected us to act tonight. They are probably enjoying a feast now. Yukimura said with a slight, flattering smile. Haha, I wonder if they'll welcome us as guests. Kinoshita laughed loudly, proud of his sense of humor. But the other goblin leaders didn't seem to get the joke. They looked at their leader, who was laughing alone, confused about what was happening. Boring guy. Without any response from the other goblin leaders, Kinoshita felt a bit frustrated. He waved his hand and said, "Let's move out." Hundreds of goblin-like creatures rushed into the darkness, moving stealthily behind trees and shadows. However, they stopped at the village entrance. One goblin whispered a few words to a figure named Kinoshita Toichiro, who looked grim and strode confidently toward the village gate. Strange. Kinoshita Toichiro suspiciously looked at the empty street, lit only by countless torches. There was no resistance from soldiers, no panic from villagers, and no sounds from livestock. Only 2 rows of torches lined both sides of the street, stretching to the end. Yukimura, go check your past, he ordered. Yes, replied Yukimura, nervously walking a few dozen meters into the village. He then turned around, shrugged, and signaled to the leader that he found nothing unusual. Kinoshita Toichiro licked his blood-red tongue, licking his lips. A strong aroma carried by the night wind made him swallow a large mouthful of saliva. Enter the village. He waved his hand, and the goblin-like creatures behind him followed, drawn by the irresistible scent. As they reached the central square of the village, they finally saw that it was not empty. In the middle of the square, a table was filled with fine food and drinks. A stunningly beautiful green fox girl sat there, sipping slowly. When she saw the goblin creatures arrive, she put down her cup and smiled charmingly. Big, Kinoshita Toichiro gawked like an idiot, mouth wide open, drool flowing down like a waterfall. He was probably tempted by the delicious food, the beautiful girl, or both. Leader, something strange here. Yukimura Taku, one of the few remaining clear-headed goblin-like creatures, sensed something was off but couldn't quite explain it. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed his collar. Idiots! Kinoshita Toichiro's foul mouth nearly bit his nose. His bloodshot eyes showed he was heavily intoxicated. This weirdness is all yours. That girl is mine. Now get lost. He threw Yukimura back. Yukimura was flung like a ball. If anyone had paid close attention, they would see that he didn't stop but kept rolling backward until he disappeared around a corner. He then stood up, hunched over, and ran out of the village. Something unusual is definitely a sign of trouble. Snow Village's Takusai is a very experienced scout. He recognizes the clothing of the woman sitting in the middle of the square as the most honored priestess from the Baiman tribe. If the earlier hobbits were just a group of sheep waiting to be slaughtered, now they have turned into wolves. The targets of their slaughter have completely changed. As for the leader, honest advice is often hard to hear, but someone must stop the now wolf-like hobbits. He needs to go back quickly to take the old man and children away. The mountain village is probably no longer safe. Usually, before a big event happens, no one pays attention to a small person's movements. Takusai took good advantage of this and escaped the village by crawling and running away. Bring the flower girl here. Kinoshita Toichiro ordered his 2 closest followers to go and capture her. Meanwhile, the other goblin-like creatures, seeing that the beautiful girl was hopeless, turned their eyes toward the delicious food on the table. Ferna coldly watched the 2 rushing goblin-like creatures. Before their dirty hands could reach her, Two swift kicks hit their chests, and she casually took out her guitar.
A splash.
The two goblin-like creatures fell back in a heap, knocking over a few companions who were about to rush forward. Before they could get up, the sound of her guitar filled the air, sounding like thunder rolling from the sky. The goblin creatures instinctively looked up, and above the square, a huge web of lightning had appeared. Thick arcs of electricity crackled loudly, showing signs of striking down.
Run.
Stop her. The chaotic shouts of the goblin creatures not only failed to help but made the situation worse. Crack, crack. When dozens of thick lightning bolts struck from the sky, killing many goblin creatures, the remaining ones panicked and ran out of the village. Hundreds of them crowded at a narrow street, with each lightning strike claiming more lives. Shoot arrows. With a command, deadly arrows shot from different corners, walls, rooftops, behind trees. The lucky goblin creatures who escaped the square felt like they had opened another door to hell. On the highest tower in the village, Hobbit elder Aunakine watched the lightning web in the sky with amazement and excitement, muttering to himself. Next to them, the shaman Landoni's eyes were already shining with tears. It's so touching. The priest sacrificed himself at such a young age. Oh, cough. Old Aunakine almost choked on his breath. He gently tapped Landoni's head. Children speak without thinking. Can you say such things? Grandpa Aunakine, I didn't say anything wrong. Which priest who cast the nebula chain lightning spell could still be alive after the battle? Landoni looked at him with a sad face, rubbing her head. Ah. Old Aunakine sighed deeply. Don't say that, not just you. Even I only heard about it in legends from elders. That was an ancient thunder song, long lost, one of the sacred texts passed down from ancient times. A sacred song? I've never heard of it, Landoni asked curiously. Aunakine looked at her. It's not just you. Most ordinary priests probably don't know the legend either. Only the records in temple scriptures and stories from old tribes mention it. It was the ultimate battle song left by Campus for his most loyal followers. Ultimate battle song? Landoni's eyes widened. She looked again at the square above, still filled with lightning. In this battle, the hobbits almost killed over 300 dog-headed goblins led by Kinoshita Toichiro with no casualties, capturing more than 400. As for themselves, only 2 guys fell from the roof and hurt their ankles. The dog-headed goblins are a race that often boasts loudly and then turns around quickly. If they could be wiped out now, it would be a cause for celebration for everyone living on the edge of the South Cross Forest. No, we hobbits are a peaceful race. We absolutely cannot do such killing and burning, the village chief Murphet politely refused. Chief, I think you misunderstood, Filna smiled. As followers of the war god, Campus also forbids priests from casually starting fights. But we need to eliminate these raiding dog-headed goblins. They are like venomous snakes. If we don't get rid of them, they will come back to harm your homes and your loved ones. But Murphet still found it hard to accept.
The priest is right.
We can't have false hopes about those goblins. Even if we let them go this time, they will come back in the future. When that happens, it won't just be our village suffering. Many innocent people will be hurt too. Elder Aunakine paused, leaning on his staff, and said, However, there is one thing I wish to ask the Lord for permission. What is it? Filna immediately became alert. Could it be something like a personal favor? Oh no. I hope it's not about some romantic proposal.
Ugh.
That old man, when he first arrived in the village, he often talked about the brave young hobbits in the village. Is he trying to form some kind of alliance? I hope I can have the chance to serve you and your family, Elder Aunakine respectfully requested. Filna coughed and looked a bit uncomfortable. Elder, it's an honor to enjoy good food every day, but you're quite old. I don't think I should trouble you. Elder Aunakine was surprised at first, then chuckled.
You misunderstand me.
I mean that I hope our tribe can become part of your territory and serve you. Oh? But my territory hasn't been established yet, and I might not even be able to support myself, Filna said with a smile. We have hands and we have knives. Hobbits can survive anywhere, Elder Aunakine said firmly.
Then,
I have no reason not to accept your request, Filna replied with a smile, her eyes narrowing like crescent moons. She looked at the village chief. Do you have any reason to refuse the future lord's request? Be careful, or I might give you a hard time. Calling for votes. Filna doesn't understand war, and hobbits know even less. If she hadn't insisted, they might not have had the courage to fight. But once these hobbits set a goal, they execute it without hesitation. Soon, 300 young men and women gathered. There's an old saying, business is like war. Filna had studied Sun Tzu's art of war. She wasn't an expert, just copying what she saw. She understood the importance of speed in battle. After deciding to eliminate the dog-headed goblin tribe, Filna ordered an immediate attack to interrogate the prisoners. Punishing one to warn 100 is very effective against this inferior race. Many prisoners quickly volunteered to fight for redemption, to destroy the evil, decayed old dog-headed goblin tribe, and establish a new one. Once this was announced, all the goblin prisoners pledged loyalty as servants. Originally, Filna did not want to pay attention to these scoundrels, but Elder Aunikin persuaded her. Among the gods of the land of Landis, there is a neutral deity who governs contracts. It is said that when making a vow, if someone dares to break it, they will suffer a backlash from the vow, so severe that even the usually treacherous goblin tribes do not easily swear in the name of the god of contracts. Although these goblins are vile, with proper supervision, they are quite hardworking and have a remarkable reproductive ability. When the elder said this, his expression was somewhat flirtatious. Filna initially didn't understand, but then she turned her attitude and couldn't help but spit in disdain. At midnight, a team of about 300 people appeared at the foot of Mount Margilo, where the goblin tribe was located. The team moved quietly, without making any unnecessary noise. From their clothing, although they carried weapons, they wore simple peasant clothes. These were not regular soldiers but the hobbits led by Filna. Filna rode a short-legged horse provided by the hobbits, but her magical pet, Erebus, the scorpion dragon, walked at the front of the team. It's important to note that this was the edge of the Southern Cross Forest, where monsters often patrol around the village during the day, and at night, it was their domain. A high-level dragon beast led the way, giving off a gao-gong is here, no restrictions vibe. Not only monsters, but even grass rabbits had fled far away. The goblin guides, who had gained new life, were very diligent, revealing everything they knew and thoroughly betraying the situation at Mount Margilo. In fact, Mount Margilo was just a small hill with a difficult terrain. The goblin tribe had occupied it for nearly 100 years. Since the Empire's regular troops had no interest in this place, they enjoyed their freedom. But now, they had run into trouble. After more than 3 hours of marching, the team finally reached the foot of Mount Margilo. Because they believed monsters roamed freely at night, the goblins did not set up guard posts. The hobbits were excellent hunters. After a few temporary scouts carefully checked for danger and found none, Filna waved her hand, and the team quietly dispersed, slowly approaching the village. Surprisingly, even when they reached the wall of the village, they found no guard posts or patrols from the goblin tribe. Could it be that the goblins had some trick up their sleeves? Filna was confused and told the team to hide and wait for the attack signal. She wanted to go alone to check the situation.
No.
Such dangerous things can't be done by adults. I'll send the 2 best hunters, said Sam, a young man in charge of the hobbit team. He shook his head like a drum. Before leaving, the elder repeatedly warned to ensure the safety of the priest, and he refused to let Filna go. In the end, Filna had to agree. The scouts sent out quickly returned with news. The lucky dog-headed goblins who escaped the village brought back the news that their leader had died in battle. The village immediately fell into chaos, not mourning the dead, but fighting for power. It was almost a full-blown fight. Even the few guards on the wall were watching the chaos, not thinking about a possible hobbit attack. Attack, Filna signaled to Sam. As soon as she gave the order, a loud shout came from the silent jungle. The hobbit soldiers, hiding nearby, rushed out, attacking the unaware dog-headed goblins. Erebus, the scorpion dragon, led the charge, rushing through the village gate. This time, Filna ignored Sam's advice. She stood on the back of the scorpion dragon, with 6 fireballs swirling around her. Any foolish goblin blocking the way would quickly turn into a human-shaped torch. There was no mercy for this race. 3 disheveled dog-headed goblins appeared from a corner. They looked surprised at the scorpion dragon, then raised their clubs and charged forward. Everywhere, hobbits were active. These goblins had no choice but to surrender? They seemed drunk and had forgotten the simplest option. The 3 fireballs hit them, and red flames burst out with a loud whoosh. The goblins screamed and rolled on the ground, trying to put out the fire with dirt. The goblin tribe, weakened by internal chaos and most of their main forces destroyed, quickly lost the will to fight. The hobbits took control of the entire village with only a few injuries. Sam watched as groups of prisoners sat on the ground, holding their heads in front of the village square. He felt a bit surprised. I didn't expect these goblins to be so weak. If I had known. Oh well, Filna jokingly changed a famous quote. All dog-headed goblins are paper tego. Pierce them, and they break. All dog-headed goblins are just paper tiegos, easily broken with a poke. Sam repeated thoughtfully and respectfully saluted Ferna. The teachings of the priest are truly profound. Phew. I was also copying. Ferna modestly felt a little embarrassed but accepted it with a smile.
It was dawn.
Sam finished his search for the remaining dog-headed goblins. Based on the captured prisoners' confessions and post-battle investigations, this goblin tribe had about 2,000 members. Around 1,200 of them could fight. The rest were women and children. There were no elders because, to them, elders were a burden and unnecessary for survival. These beasts, Ferna angrily cursed, then asked about the most important matter. How are our casualties? What about the spoils? Our young men lost 13 lives and 72 were injured. As for the loot, Sam grinned. We not only seized a large amount of food but also found many gold and silver items and leather. 13 dead? Ferna clicked her tongue softly, feeling a bit sad. These hobbits are now her own people. Whether they open restaurants or become warriors, they are valuable assets. After clearing the battlefield, Ferna was about to give the order to retreat when a hobbit came to report. They had captured a dog-headed goblin, but this prisoner wanted to see the highest-ranking officer. Since there was no official here, the most respected person was her, the priestess. Honorable priestess. The goblin was very eloquent, flattering effortlessly, as if weightless. Get to the point. Give me a reason to let you go. Ferna was not fooled by his flattery and cut straight to the chase. I am Snow Village Taku, and I can help the lady find the hidden treasure of the chief. I only ask that my family can live without worries, said Snow Village Taku, surprised that his usual flattering skills met their match and became more honest.
All right.
I will make you in charge of all the dog-headed goblins. Ferna decisively offered a big carrot, using a strategy from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where Zhuge Liang used this tactic to control others. Section 28. Killing the dragon. The midday sun was gradually setting, but the intense heat seemed to have no lessened. Fortunately, amidst the rolling mountains and lush forests, it was not as hot as on the plains. Even at noon, any shady spot under a tree was perfect for a good nap. Ferna stretched lazily and began to enjoy the lunch prepared by the hobbit. There was no other way. Elder Aunikin insisted that the noble priest needed someone to serve him. Hobbits are not only good at cooking but also familiar with the forest environment. Sir, the swamp where the 2-legged flying dragons rest is not far ahead. They go out to hunt every afternoon, leaving only 1 or 2 adult dragons to guard the young ones, Hawkins respectfully reported in front of Ferna. All right, you can rest now. Follow the plan this afternoon. Ferna grabbed a roasted chicken wing to send Hawkins away. These hobbits are excellent cooks, but their large bare feet are a bit off-putting. 2-legged flying dragons are social creatures, fierce and incredibly strong. They are quick in movement and fairly intelligent, making them very dangerous magical beasts. They are also very protective of their family. If one of their kind is hurt, the whole group will hunt down the attacker. Their keen sense of smell allows them to easily track enemies. Therefore, after discovering the dragon's nest, Ferna ordered Hawkins to stay hidden nearby for several days to observe their habits. What excited Ferna was that their arrival coincided with the breeding season. According to Hawkins' observations, there were at least dozens of eggs. Although she despised human traffickers, dealing with dragons could be very profitable. For the army, two-legged flying dragons are extremely rare flying magical beasts. In a swamp located in the Southern Cross Forest, which is not just a single forest but a region, a short-tailed, two-legged flying dragon was hiding in a tree, eyeing a strong hobbit passing underneath with greed. To the dragon, this hobbit was a delicious breakfast moving right in front of its eyes. This is a short-tailed, two-legged flying dragon, a hybrid left behind by a reckless giant dragon after a careless mating. It looks somewhat like a dragon, but its front limbs have degenerated into wings. It has venomous teeth and, like dragons, a fondness for collecting shiny objects, though its collection is less rich due to its limited habitat. Its body is covered with thin scales, and it prefers to live near swamps. It can use a few small wind magic spells. The two-legged dragon kept a close watch on its prey, calculating the best moment to attack. It waited until the prey's back was exposed before letting out a loud cry and launching its attack. It lunged fiercely from behind, its hind claws ready to catch the prey. Based on its hunting experience, this method was foolproof. However, it clearly overlooked the prey in front of it. A seemingly defenseless hobbit rolled out from under its claws, facing it without fear, holding a bow and arrow in hand. Although the dragon's brain had already sent warning signals of danger, its charge was too fierce to stop. Suddenly, it felt a flash of light, as if stars were shining before its eyes. It experienced a sharp, stabbing pain that made it howl in distress. It panicked, searching for the enemy's position, and kept firing tightly compressed air bullets from its mouth. But this frantic attack was ineffective. The air bullets created small craters on the ground but did no real harm to the prey. Now, it seemed the roles had reversed. An arrow struck the dragon's left wing root again. The intense pain made it lose balance, and with a loud thud, the dragon crashed to the ground. Almost at the same moment, a figure lunged from the side, a dark red flame rushing toward it. With its injured eyes, the dragon couldn't dodge. In an instant, it was engulfed in fierce flames. The dragon let out a painful cry, rolling on the ground, trying to extinguish the fire with the wet mud of the swamp. But this was hellfire. Simple methods couldn't put it out. The smell of roasted meat filled the air. The dragon's cries grew more desperate, its struggles gradually weakening. Yet, its suffering was not over. The hobbit, seeming a bit reluctant, took a quick step forward and stabbed a short sword through its throat, ending its life. For the dragon, this was also a release from suffering. The hobbit appeared experienced. As he pulled out his sword, he quickly jumped back, avoiding any of the corrosive blood splattering on him, and carefully sidestepped the red flames. "Ha, finally done." Two people look at each other and smile, wiping sweat from their foreheads at the same time. These two are Filna and Hawkins. After confirming only one bipedal dragon is guarding the nest, they plan to set a trap for it. Although the Erebus scorpion dragon is much stronger than the bipedal dragon, if it escapes and calls in a group of flying dragons, the scorpion dragon might not fare well. Most importantly, Filna also wants to get the dragon eggs. So, they come up with a risky plan. A quick and agile hobbit will act as bait, distracting the dragon and damaging its wings so it can't escape. Then the two will work together to kill it. After taking out the magic crystal from the bipedal dragon, they quickly clean the nest. These dragons hunt many magical beasts daily, and they have collected thousands of magic crystals. There are also 104 dragon eggs. Let's go quickly. After tidying up the battlefield, Filna urges Hawkins to leave fast. In the distance, they can hear the flapping wings of the flying dragons. Judging by the number of eggs, this is clearly a large dragon tribe. She doesn't want to be caught here. Not long after they leave, nearly 100 bipedal dragons fly back to the nest one after another. An adult bipedal dragon, about 4 meters long, arrives first. It circles around the charred corpse of the dragon and lets out a few roars. Soon, 3 more adult bipedal dragons fly over. However, more trouble occurs. The dragons realize their young have been stolen and start roaring loudly in unison. Section 29. Escape. Although bipedal dragons are not very intelligent compared to humans, it's easy for them to connect the dead dragon and the stolen eggs. After circling close to the ground for a few laps, the adult dragons suddenly take off and disperse in different directions. Soon, they hear the screams of magical beasts dying in the nearby woods, unlucky small animals. A few hundred meters outside the swamp, under the shade of trees, Filna and Hawkins carefully move forward, hiding behind the trees. Their only goal is to stay away from the swamp. Hawkins, we've taken care of the dead dragon scent and the egg scent. Why are they still chasing us? Filna asks, confused. If it weren't for their quick thinking earlier, they might have been spotted by the four-legged flying dragons. Although with their strength, they could probably have fought off the four dragons. Doing so would have revealed their location to other dragons. These sub-dragon creatures are very social, and if they were attacked, it could lead to a deadly fight. Even Ferna, with her scorpion dragon pet, might not escape unscathed. Hawkins scratched his head. Maybe. We still have some swamp scent on us. He looked a bit embarrassed. As an experienced hunter, making such a mistake was quite embarrassing. Ferna shook her head and found a tall-looking tree. She placed her hand on it, and a faint green glow spread from her palm into the trunk. The tree suddenly shook and made rustling sounds, as if whispering. Is that forest whispering? Hawkins stared in surprise. Hobbits are a long-lived race, living over 200 years on average. They are usually very discreet, and many of their history and stories have been preserved. Although the Green Tribe foxes rarely awaken their special abilities, it's not strange that they know some legends about it. Some flying dragons just passed through here. They probably won't come back soon. Let's follow this direction. Ferna lowered her hand and spoke softly. The forest could hide them, but it also blocked most of their senses. Moving through the woods, humans are much weaker than magical beasts. Ferna had no choice but to reveal her racial ability in front of Hawkins. However, she underestimated the intelligence and patience of the four-legged flying dragons. After they had traveled about 100 meters, a strong gust of wind suddenly struck from above behind them. Luckily, they had been alert, and the sound of breaking branches warned them. They quickly crouched down and rolled to the sides. With a whooshing sound, a 4-meter-long flying dragon swooped over them from above. Its powerful hind legs kicked up a strong wind that stung Ferna's face, and a foul, fishy smell made her almost gag. Ferna turned and sat up quickly. She had her crossbow ready and fired immediately. Thud. An arrow with a faint blue glow pierced deep into the dragon's belly. Almost at the same time, Hawkins hit his target precisely, deeply stabbing into its left wing. The winged dragon struggled to flap its wings a few times before awkwardly falling to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hawkins, experienced and quick, had already released his short bow and drawn a short sword from his waist. With a flash of cold light, he plunged the sword deep into the dragon's throat. The creature let out a desperate, painful cry, and distant sounds of many winged dragons rushing through the trees could be heard. "Master, run quickly. I will distract them," Hawkins shouted. He pulled out his short sword and ran toward the distance, the tip still dripping with blue blood. Filna sighed softly. She leapt over the corpse of the winged dragon, and from her jump, a drop of blue liquid fell. It wasn't out of any noble feeling, just a subconscious instinct. Never stand behind anyone. Whether it's wind, rain, swords, or arrows, one must face challenges alone. Her innate stubbornness made Filna refuse to let a young hobbit, like the others, distract the danger for her. Of course, bravery comes with a price. Behind her, more winged dragons gathered. If it weren't for the dense trees and her agility and stamina, she would have been torn apart long ago. Continuous compressed air bullets whistled past her, falling either in front or behind her. Luckily, none hit her yet, making her truly experience what an air raid feels like. "I'll jump." Filna suddenly leapt into the air, planting her left foot against a nearby tree. She spun quickly, and a dozen air bullets whistled past her, making her break out in cold sweat. Almost there. Seizing the moment when the pursuing winged dragons couldn't change direction in time, she desperately ran to the right. Suddenly, a dangerous premonition arose from her heart. With all her strength, Filna leapt up, and a shining silver shield appeared behind her.
Bang!
An air bullet hit the shield, which was formed from mental energy. Though protected and unharmed, the powerful impact knocked her back more than 10 meters. Filna felt her feet leave the ground and let out a cry of surprise as her body uncontrollably fell downward. With a loud crash, she hit a protruding rock. Even with her shield protecting her, she was knocked dizzy and saw stars. She staggered a few more times before falling into the water with a splash. "Oh no! I can't swim!" Fiona panicked and reached out, grabbing at something. In her confusion, she thought she had caught something, but before she could see what it was, the rushing water pulled her into darkness. Above an underground river, a group of glowing bugs gathered on the water's surface. Suddenly, the water swirled into a whirlpool, splashing water everywhere. A figure appeared on the surface, and the bugs scattered in panic. "Finally, luck is on my side. I didn't die in the water," Fiona said, shaking her slightly dizzy head. She woke up in the water, looked around, and wondered where she was. It was lucky that she grabbed a piece of dead wood when she reached out. The water was fast, and she was swept into this underground river quickly. She comforted herself, thinking, surviving this means good fortune ahead, and started to think about how to get ashore. But she didn't need to worry about that now. The rushing water carried her forward. There was nothing to hold on to nearby. Saving herself? Forget it. If anyone lived along these underground riverbanks, it would be like seeing a ghost. While she was thinking, Fiona heard a loud roar of water ahead. She looked up and froze in fear. There was a waterfall in front of her, and she was being carried toward it by the current. Gulp. Fiona only had time to scream before she choked on a mouthful of water. Frightened, she hugged the piece of dead wood tightly. Luckily, the waterfall wasn't very high, and below was a pool. Fiona dove into the water like a swimmer, then used her and the wood's buoyancy to surface underwater. She was dizzy and disoriented, not knowing where she was. She lay on the dead wood, catching her breath for a moment. Then she looked up, pushed back her wet hair, and checked her surroundings. Fiona was so surprised, she almost let go of the life-saving staff. In front of her was a huge temple, built entirely from a golden-colored giant stone. She had heard of this material, called diamond jade, which is very rare. It weighs more than 10 times as much as gold of the same size and has magic-resistant properties. The builders of this temple must have been very bold, as they used this material completely, even though the richest empires usually only mix diamond jade sand into their palace materials. From the landscape, it looks like a giant mountain hollow. Besides the overly large temple and the water pool, there are detailed carvings on the temple walls and stone pillars. Carefully, Fiona moved her arm. Luckily, her quick study in Boker village was not useless. At least she didn't have to hold a dead branch in the water pool, feeling helpless. After reaching the shore, Fiona released her scorpion dragon, then hid behind it to change into dry clothes and dry her wet hair. She then approached the main hall with her scorpion dragon. The first thing she saw was a large plaque above the hall with 3 huge golden characters, Temple of the War God. These characters were written in an ancient Baimong script. Few people, besides priests, probably understand this language anymore. On both sides of the temple door, there were 2 giant stone sculptures, looking like enlarged versions of the diamond jade, but uglier than diamond jade itself. They clearly depicted legendary Baimong beasts. The walls and pillars of the temple were carved with portraits of various races from the Baimong Empire, including some that had long disappeared from history. It seemed that the temple was dedicated to the war god worshipped by the Baimong. But how could such a grand war temple be built inside a mountain hollow? And, according to records from her previous life, there was no mention of this place. Leaving her scorpion dragon outside, Fiona entered the temple with a sense of reverence. Inside, directly facing the main door, was a giant statue over 40 meters tall. The statue wore a priestly robe, but held a long war hammer in its hand. At its feet was a huge beast, another Baimon creature. Yes, it was her. This was a female war god statue. In front of her was a large diamond jade altar with a war hammer identical to the one the war god held resting on it. Regardless of the situation, she was a priestess, and out of respect for the people who built this temple, she bowed 3 times in front of the statue. When Filna bowed, she didn't notice that a thin beam of white light shot out from the statue's forehead, entering her vest. She only felt her vest warm slightly and paid no further attention. After paying her respects, Filna went to the stone table to ask for a reward. She gathered her strength, grasped her warhammer, and suddenly was shocked. Although it was a one-handed warhammer, it probably weighed at least 40 or 50 pounds. After her body was enhanced with dragon power, she could easily lift objects weighing 100 or 80 pounds. The problem was, holding this warhammer in her hand felt surprisingly light. If she weren't showing respect to the goddess of war, she would have tested it to see if it was real. Even if it was made of wood, it should have some weight, right? She was a bit confused, but now wasn't the time to find answers. Filna wandered around the main hall, looking for anything else she could take. Perhaps she was a bit desperate. Unfortunately, after searching the hall and even the side chambers, she found nothing. Well, not exactly nothing. Inside a small room that looked like a storage area, Filna discovered a dozen or so rough jade stones. She took them without hesitation. Since she couldn't find anything else, Filna decided to leave. Getting out of this mountain's interior was an important issue. But since such a grand temple could be built here, it was impossible that there was no way out. Outside the temple, the scorpion dragon stayed quietly. Filna was about to return it to her Medusa badge when she noticed the dragon's condition seemed off. Fear. Her eyes showed a look of fear and unease. It kept looking toward the pond, as if there was an enemy inside. Its tail hook was raised defensively, ready to fight at any moment. It's nothing. Filna looked at the pond with curiosity. The water was crystal clear, and she could see the fish inside clearly.
Could it be
a waterfall? She looked up at the waterfall. In the story of Journey to the West, Sun Wukong's water curtain cave was hidden behind a waterfall. Could there be something else behind this waterfall? Thinking of this, Filna picked up a small stone about the size of an egg and threw it forcefully at the waterfall. The stone easily passed through the waterfall, and there was no sign of any reaction. Filna was not willing to give up, so she threw a few more stones from different angles, but still no response. Haha, it seems there is indeed something behind the waterfall. Since no monster jumped out, the danger level is greatly reduced. Filna thought for a moment, held onto a dead branch, and jumped into the water pool, swimming hard toward the back of the waterfall. Although this waterfall isn't as terrifying as 1,000 feet of rushing water, approaching it still made Filna nervous. She almost got swept into the water several times by the strong current. After finally passing through the waterfall, she saw a cave behind it. Although she had already guessed there was something behind the waterfall, she was still a bit surprised when she saw it. The cave stones were very strange, glowing and illuminating the entire cave. Inside, there was only a large stone plate about the size of an 8 Immortals table, engraved with a strange magic circle. A huge egg-shaped object was locked onto the stone plate by 4 claw-like tools. Section 31. What a big egg. What a big egg. Filna approached the stone plate and gently tapped the shell. The giant egg made a deep, heavy sound. This wasn't a fossilized egg, but what kind of animal's egg could it be? Could it be a dragon? Filna's eyes flickered for a moment, but she quickly dismissed the idea. Her body had been transformed by dragon power, giving her a dragon-like aura. Even when the Erebus scorpion dragon was easily affected by her charm aura, it was because of this aura. However, this aura was very faint, and only close to her could it be felt. She could also sense the presence of dragons. She couldn't feel any dragon aura from this giant egg. Although her racial ability, Forest Whisper, allowed her to communicate simply with plants and animals, this egg was probably just a liquid inside.
How could she communicate with that?
Filna didn't have time to ponder it now. She wanted to store it away first. The 4 claw-like tools were very strange. Filna studied them for a long time, but couldn't find a mechanism to move them. Moreover, the texture of the stone plate and claws was unusual, and she couldn't find any information about them in her memory. After thinking for a moment, Filna closed her eyes slightly. The 4 claws slowly lifted up, as if a person was turning their wrist to wave at someone. I'm very tired. Filna opened her eyes and took a deep breath. Sweat was already dripping from her forehead. This was her first time trying shape-shifting magic. She didn't expect it to be so exhausting. It seems her mental strength still needs more practice. The 4 stone claws loosened the giant egg because of their changed shape. Filna easily stored the egg in her ring. It seemed there was nothing else inside the cave. Filna looked around but found no other items or an exit. She wanted to leave but stopped at the entrance. Her eyes focused on the large stone disc. Was that a magic circle? Who would place a giant egg there? After thinking for a moment, Filna stored the stone disc in her ring too. She couldn't understand the magic circle, but that didn't mean no one else could. When she left the water curtain cave, Filna saw that the scorpion dragon had returned to normal. It seemed the giant egg had caused it stress, but she was more worried about how to get out of here. Living in a cave was not something she looked forward to. What upset her was that she searched the entire mountain and found no way out. Her ring had enough supplies for over 20 days. But did she really want to stay here? Sigh. She wondered how Hawkins was doing now. Filna sat by the water pool, tapping her feet to make splashes. She stared blankly at the waterfall. Such a big flow of water. Water? Filna suddenly realized she might have overlooked something. Where did the water from the waterfall go? The size of the pool was obvious. There had to be an outlet, or it would have overflowed long ago. The answer must be underwater. But she didn't know how to swim. After hesitating for a while, Filna clenched her teeth, took a large piece of jade from her ring, hugged it to her chest, held her breath, and jumped in. After a brief free fall, she finally reached the bottom of the pool. She slowly opened her eyes. In front of her was clear, blue water. Although her vision was a bit blurry, the water was very pure and free of impurities. She could just barely see the surroundings. Dense water plants grow at the bottom of the pond, and hundreds of fish swim peacefully without protesting her arrival. Filna holds a jade stone and walks a dozen steps into the pond, following a stream of water to find a hidden black hole beneath the plants. It looks like a whirlpool, swallowing the water. It must be here. Filna feels a mix of fear and hope. Without hesitation, she jumps into the black hole. Spinning. At this moment, Filna feels terrible, like riding a roller coaster. No, worse than that. When she surfaces again, the jade stone has been dropped, replaced by a withered wood that saved her several times before. This is still a lake, but much brighter. It's an above-ground lake. Filna breathes a big sigh of relief, feeling like she's returned from hell to the human world. She looks around to confirm her location. Help! Filna paddles frantically toward the shore. Behind her, a straight water jet rushes quickly in her direction. It's said that in dangerous times, a person's potential is most likely to be triggered. Filna believes this deeply now. She swims faster than a professional swimmer, rushing to the shore and leaping forward, regardless of damaging flowers and grass. Almost as soon as she reaches the land, the water jet catches up. The waves on the water surface churn violently. A huge snakehead emerges, and with an open mouth, it shoots a water arrow at her. I dodge. Filna quickly rolls to the side, and the water arrow narrowly misses her ear, hitting the ground. She jumps up and makes a dismissive gesture toward the giant snake. Come on. If you've got the guts, come up here. The giant snake seems angered by Filna. Its bright red tongue flicks rapidly, and its body rises up, shooting toward her like an arrow. Oh my gods! How did it get ashore? Filna, who thought this water snake couldn't leave the lake, is terrified. There's no time to run. She throws herself forward, gripping the snake's neck tightly with both hands, squeezing and twisting. Poor snake. I thought I had encountered a delicious meal, so I happily came to eat. I didn't expect it to be a violent woman. The worst part is, this woman radiates pure dragon energy, making it impossible for me to resist. Her strength is clearly that of a dragon in human form. The thought of a giant snake suddenly stopped, and everything in front of me turned black. Snap of faint, crisp sound echoed as the giant snake's head turned strangely, and its struggling body suddenly relaxed.
Phew, I'm exhausted.
This isn't something a priest should do, Ferna complained as she got up. The intense activity just now wasn't too bad, but the feeling was very unpleasant. She looked angrily at the giant snake, already deciding on the dinner menu, snake stew. Section 32. The giant vine. It had been several days since she had a proper good meal. Recently, the hobbits had been taking such good care of her that her taste buds had become picky. To be honest, Ferna felt ashamed of herself. Her cooking skills were quite good, but still far worse than Hawkins. The most frustrating thing was, according to Elder Aunak, only the worst cooks among the hobbits become warriors. The campfire flickered in the night wind, giving off a strange feeling. In the distance, the roar of some unknown magical beast could be heard. Erebus, the scorpion dragon, was lying on the lakeshore, gnawing on the giant snake. The little scorpion dragon was happily playing with an oval-shaped object. Cruelly speaking, it was the snake's head, with 4 holes, one of which was left by Ferna when she took the magic crystal. A steel helmet-like pot hung above the campfire, bubbling and steaming. The rich aroma of meat spread with the wind. The playful little scorpion dragon also caught the scent, turning its head to locate the smell, then happily ran toward Ferna. The little creature grew quickly, bouncing like a young ox, causing the ground to shake and even the pot on the rack to wobble. Naughty, stop right there. If you spill the soup, I won't give you any bones. Ferna was startled and threatened fiercely. The name, Naughty, was from her childhood, inspired by the cute yet mischievous protagonist from Blue Cat's 3000 Questions. It was a kind of memory.
No bones?
High-level magical beasts are surprisingly good at understanding language. The naughty little thing immediately slowed down, tiptoed over to Ferna, and rubbed its big head against her, seeming to seek her favor. Do you want to eat some meat soup too? Ferna patted its big head and asked with a smile. Naughty nodded repeatedly, wagging its tail happily and affectionately. A little farther away, the big scorpion dragon heard its son's voice. It looked at them dismissively, lowered its head, and continued tearing apart the giant snake that was already mostly eaten. To it, cooked meat was not as fresh or tasty as raw blood food. Naughty's appetite was much bigger than Ferna's. Soon, they finished the pot of snake meat soup, licking the last bits clean. After washing the dishes, Ferna gently forced Naughty to lie down with her on the grass by the lake. They looked up at the night sky, counting stars one by one. The South Cross Forest was lush and green. Usually, moving inside the forest didn't mean being completely hidden from the sky, but having such a wide view by the lake was very rare. As night deepened, the forest grew quiet. The animals, tired after a busy day, returned to their nests. The big scorpion dragon snored loudly by the lake. Naughty turned its head, noticing no one was paying attention, and quietly got up, slipping away toward the distant hillside. Hey, Naughty, don't run off. Ferna turned her head and saw Naughty trying to escape, quickly calling out. But instead of stopping, the little creature ran even faster. Don't make me catch you, or you'll regret it, Ferna threatened angrily and started chasing after it. Unexpectedly, the little creature stopped suddenly at the bottom of the hill, seeming to notice something, and let out a low growl. Is there something strange? Ferna immediately took out her crossbow, ready to fight. Naughty, what are you up to? After waiting a while and seeing no magical beast appear, Ferna was confused. But the little scorpion dragon still looked frightened, staring fixedly at the hill. Could there be something unusual over there? Ferna hesitated, gripping her crossbow tightly, and slowly moved toward the hill. When she reached the top, she saw no magical beasts. The hill was covered with green vines, and a few tall trees were scattered neatly across it. The moonlight bathed the hill like water, and the vines shimmered faintly. Naughty, what's wrong? The strange behavior puzzled her. The little scorpion dragon refused to get close to the hill, so Ferna had no choice but to put it into her storage ring. Could there be something strange on the hill? She walked around the hill, but didn't find anything unusual. In the end, she concluded that the little scorpion dragon might be mentally unstable, possibly suffering from a mental health issue, like paranoia. Letting it rest inside the ring for a while might be a good idea. Filna sat cross-legged on the hilltop, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the silver moon in the sky. At some point, hundreds of giant flower buds, each about 2 meters tall, had grown among the green vines on the hill. These buds were slowly blooming, and the moonlight reflected on them, shimmering like rippling water or flickering tears. For a moment, Filna became somewhat mesmerized. The song, Flower Heart, by Zhou Huajian slowly appeared in her mind. The heart of the flower hides within the bud, missing the bloom time altogether. Your heart forgets the seasons, never easily understood. Why not hold my hand and listen to the sun and moon sing a song? Night and day, how much joy is in life. Spring comes and spring goes, flowers fade and bloom again. As long as you are willing, let dreams flow into your heart's sea. Spring comes and spring goes, flowers fade and bloom again. As long as you are willing, let dreams flow into your heart's sea. Petals fall with tears into the wind, though sad, they remain calm. Your tears are crystal clear, surely, you still hold dreams in your heart. Why not hold my hand and watch the sea and sky blend into one? Tides rise and fall, sending away many worries of the world. Spring comes and spring goes, flowers fade and bloom again. As long as you are willing, let dreams flow into your heart sea. Spring comes and spring goes, flowers fade and bloom again. As long as you are willing, let dreams flow into your heart sea. As long as you are willing, let dreams flow into your heart sea. The heartfelt singing, accompanied by guitar, echoed gently across the hill, like a plea, like longing, and more like an eternal vow. Filna was completely immersed in singing. Unknowingly, a gentle, abundant wave of song spread outward. A faint green light descended vertically from the sky onto the vines, and the giant flower buds accelerated their blooming. White, cloud-like flowers floated like clouds, and hundreds of tiny beings, about the size of a palm, with 4 wings on their backs, danced in the clouds. Section 33. Flower Spirit. When that green light touched the vines, Filna felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She clearly sensed that the enormous plant had established some kind of connection with her. Can plants also be turned into magical pets? I was completely confused. Singing a random song like Flower Heart could evolve into a battle song. The most surprising thing was that this spiritual battle song for summoning a plant as a magical pet was not recorded in the old priest's documents. What use would such a plant magical pet have? Of course, the jade hook claw vine is a very powerful magical plant. Even high-level magical beasts have to avoid it. A gentle voice spoke above Filna's head. Really? Then I found a treasure. Who are you? Filna cheered happily. She looked up again to find the speaker, a tiny person about the size of an adult's palm, flapping its wings and hovering in front of her. Its small face showed a hint of sadness. I am Victoria, the leader of the flower spirits. You got a magical pet, but you took away our home. The flower spirit's face was full of sorrow. Huh? What do you mean by that? Filna was confused. She had only heard of forest spirits and grassland spirits. This was the first time she heard of flower spirits. But from the delicate face and especially the pointed ears, it was clear she was an elf. However, taking someone's home. I've always been a good kid who respects the law. Of course, Filna didn't know that flower spirits, water spirits, snow spirits, and night spirits, not fallen dark elves, are the 4 main high-ranking elf races. Compared to them, forest and grassland elves are lower-ranked. Elves generally have small populations, especially the higher-ranked ones. Throughout history, they have disappeared from the world for a very long time. Even Gansa, who has lived for over 1,000 years, has never seen this race. Each race has its strengths. Flower spirits are born physically weak, but naturally immune to elemental magic. They lack the elemental magic and archery skills of other elves, but are natural illusionists and mental magic users. Due to the difficulty of reproduction and harsh living conditions, many flower spirit tribes choose to ally with magical plants. Their main food is homemade flower nectar, and their alliance with magical plants is a perfect match, flawless. This piece describes a magical plant called the jade hook claw vine, which is very powerful. It can attack physically and also create a protective barrier called pure glass light tower. This barrier is very good at defending against physical attacks and makes up for the flower spirit's weaknesses. The vine has been alive for over 3,000 years. The flower spirits have already eaten a special honey made from glass, so finding another magical plant is difficult. They are unsure if they can find a new one, and their ability to eat the honey is already limited. That's not my problem. I won't break the contract with it, said Ferna. Ferna thinks she is not a bad person, but she is not willing to compromise. After merging with her soul, she is influenced by fox tribe traits. She won't do a deal that loses money.
But
What about me and my people? Victoria, the leader of the flower spirits, asked anxiously, flying around in the air. Other flower spirits saw that the negotiation was not going well and flew over. Leader Victoria, can't your flower spirits control other creatures with mental magic? You could use that to end our contract, Ferna suggested on purpose. You're insulting the noble flower spirits. The jade hook claw vine is our friend. How could it do something against its friend's wishes? Victoria's face turned red with anger. The other flower spirits also blamed Ferna, making her an enemy of the spirits. Sorry, Leader Victoria. I take back what I said and sincerely apologize, said Ferna seriously, bowing in a respectful gesture. She felt relieved because mental magic can be very dangerous. Leader Victoria, you don't need to worry so much. Even though I took the jade hook claw vine as a magical pet, it doesn't stop you from settling nearby. You are its allies, and that makes you my allies too, Ferna said sincerely, making it hard to refuse her.
then,
I will go back and discuss with the elders, Victoria said after thinking. She thought the idea was good. Just as she was about to fly away, she turned back and asked, Has your green tribe fox's special ability, Forest Whisper, awakened? Yes, replied Ferna honestly. No wonder. Victoria sighed softly and flew away. Ferna was left standing there, confused, not understanding what she meant. What's your name? A flower fairy flew up to Ferna and shyly asked. I'm Ferna. She smiled and held out her hand. What's your name? I'm Norris. The fairy hesitated and landed gently on Ferna's hand, almost feeling no weight. Your song is very beautiful, and your instrument is so strange. I've never seen anything like it. Feeling that Ferna meant no harm, Norris sat cross-legged on her hand. Have you seen many instruments? Ferna asked with a smile. Of course. We often travel across the continent, and we've even been to the desert, Norris said proudly. Do you travel with it? Ferna pointed to the jade-green vine with hooks. Yes, of course, Norris replied confidently. It doesn't like the desert's climate and soil. We've even been to the seaside once. Unfortunately, it can't swim. I heard mermaids sing very beautiful songs in the ocean. Plants that can walk and love to explore? Ferna didn't hear the fairy's next words. She was just staring at her new magical pet in a daze. Hey, Ferna, what's wrong? Norris shook her finger hard, waking Ferna from her trance. Oh, sorry, Norris. I was lost in thought. Ferna quickly apologized. What did you just say? I want to hear you sing. Norris pouted, looking upset. Okay, but you need to sit on my shoulder so I can play the guitar. Ferna carefully placed Norris on her shoulder and picked up her guitar. By the pond, the willows are whispering and cicadas are singing about summer. Her song was like an invisible thread, drawing the flower fairies who were still watching from afar. Some brave fairies, like Norris, sat on Ferna's shoulder, while others sat on the green vines or danced to the music's rhythm. Even Leader Victoria and a few elder fairies came out of the flower house to listen. When the song ended, Ferna put down her guitar and saw that the area was filled with flower fairies, their gemstone-like eyes shining with excitement. Beautiful Miss Fox, your singing has touched not only the jade-green vine, but also all of us. Victoria smiled and flew over. Only a beautiful heart can sing a beautiful song. I, on behalf of the Flower Spirit Clan, pledge eternal friendship with you. Section 34. The Southern Cross Forest, Part 1. When setting out again, Filna gained a hidden bodyguard, not a newly acquired plant pet, but Norris, a mischievous flower spirit. Although the jade hook claws and vines have good earth magic abilities, they are too slow. Also, having a plant moving around with her seemed too strange, so most of the time, Filna kept it stored in her Medusa badge. Since flower spirits are mostly active at night, they can be out or not during the day, without much impact on them. Only Norris often stays outside to play, and she is quite mischievous, so they make a good pair. After many days, Filna finally learned that Norris was Victoria's daughter, which made her realize she had been quite slow to figure it out. Without venturing deep into the Southern Cross Forest, one cannot understand how dangerous it is. The further she went, the more cautious Filna became. Without Hawkins, a hobbit familiar with the forest, as her guide, she could only release her plant pet. Even so, she felt nervous inside. In the dense woods, she always held a crossbow in one hand and the war god's hammer, which she got from the mountain temple, in the other. She had tested it. This lightweight hammer seemed fake, but it could easily break boulders. That alone made it a true divine weapon. Even the Erebus scorpion dragon roared in unease when facing it. In danger, strength isn't always reliable. This was proven true. The giant body of the scorpion dragon made it hard to move freely in the thick forest, and it was slow to react to sudden threats. Its tough skin didn't bother it much, but Filna cared. Even though her body was tougher than most priests, she still had a gap compared to magical beasts. The jade hook claws and vines were much more agile, and their hunting method was extremely bloody. Dozens of vines would instantly wrap around prey like giant octopus tentacles, turning the prey into a mass of blood and flesh.
And
Who said plants are gentle? As soon as prey entered their territory, they would be strangled and killed. If Filna hadn't given strict orders, every place she passed would be devoid of life. She finally realized how lucky she was. If it weren't for the awakening of her race's special ability, the aura on her body would have made this violent giant vine feel familiar, and she might have become prey like other animals used for food. In this place where sunlight hardly reaches, the plants grow very thick. Large trees with diameters over 3 meters are everywhere, and even the smallest are more than a meter wide. These strange and unusual plants make Filna feel like she's in a botanical garden. No, such bizarre plants don't exist in any normal garden. If it weren't for the special abilities of her race and the guidance of the flower spirits, just those beautiful yet dangerous plants could have killed Filna many times over. The giant vine, which is full of thorns, she is sure is a kind of plant that is very aggressive. Unless a magical plant has harmed her, it would never attack any plant on its own. Rainbell is a plant with a sky-blue trunk. Its leaves look like small bells, about the size of a bowl. When an animal passes nearby, these bells shoot out corrosive water darts. The creatures hit by these darts quickly turn to bones and vanish. Even the armor of heavy knights can't withstand this corrosion. Dream Curtain is a plant similar to a sword lily. It can create a hypnotic barrier of about 4 or 5 square meters around it. If it wants, any animal passing nearby will be hypnotized. Besides these magical plants, there are many medicinal plants like stargrass, rotten heart lotus, gold leaf chrysanthemum, cloud pattern orchid, zhuyao flower, silver sand vine, and more. This is a treasure trove of plants, but also a deadly forest. Filna finally understood how precious her race's special ability is. As a natural soul singer, after awakening her race's ability, her cooldown time is 10 times shorter than that of ordinary awakeners. Because she can constantly use forest murmurs, Filna not only avoided the deadly traps set by the magical plants, but also made friends with many of them. Some of the magical plants with a certain level of intelligence are now inside her storage ring. Every night, She releases them, and under the protection of these diligent guards, she sleeps more peacefully than ever. Thanks in part to the dream curtain. After a week, Filna discovered a very serious problem. She was lost. Although the plants helped her avoid retracing her steps, most of them couldn't walk underground like the jade hook-claw vine, and they couldn't point her in the right direction. Fortunately, there are many types of plants here. Filna collects seeds while studying. She gathers many seeds. Flower spirits are planting experts, and with their help, these plants are easy to grow. There are also many edible plants here, which are full of water and nutrients, enough to meet her daily energy needs. This means she has plenty of time and energy to study this natural treasure. Filna now has enough time and samples to study the book, Herbal Medicine. The herbs here are enough for her to indulge in. She even developed a plant-growing solution. Plants grown with this solution grow 10 times faster than normal. For example, wheat normally takes 6 months to mature, but with this solution, it can be harvested in just 1.5 months. This is definitely good news for the food-short Baiman Empire. However, the ingredients needed for this plant-growing solution are very complicated. If she weren't in this natural herb storage, it would be hard to find all these raw materials elsewhere. Filna named this solution Water of Life, carefully avoiding the jagged moss under her feet, which has a tough, jagged surface and is very annoying. She risks being cut if she's not careful. But injuries are not the worst. This plant's serrated leaf edges secrete a toxin that prevents blood from clotting. Even a small cut can bleed heavily. Filna extracted this toxin and made a few blood coagulants. In the book, Herbal Medicine, many potion recipes and ingredients can be found here. But in terms of tools and conditions, this place is too simple. Besides making some basic potions, Filna spends most of her time collecting ingredients, since her ring's storage space is very large. Section 35, Southern Cross Forest, Part 2. Accidental surprises often bring joy. Filna discovered a very useful plant, the breadfruit tree. Jewel's science fiction stories mention this amazing plant many times, so she once checked its information in the library. The breadfruit tree has a straight trunk about 10 meters tall. Its crown forms a ring, with dense, overlapping green branches filled with 6-sided fruits about the size of a fist. When ripe, the breadfruit is yellow on the outside, without a seed core, and feels sticky in the hand. Filna, can you eat this? Nollis curiously watched Filna busy slicing breadfruit into thin pieces and lighting a campfire. Of course, this is the tastiest snack, fruitcake. Filna proudly placed the bread slices over the fire. Nollis, bring out the glass honey you made. What for? Nollis asked. Spreading glass honey on the bread makes it even more delicious. You've never tried it before, right? Filna asked. No. Nollis shook her head. Although the breadfruit is recorded in the fairy tribe's lore, it doesn't say whether it can be eaten. This plant is rarely seen in other areas. A few minutes later, the bread slices were roasted. The soft, white flesh, like flour, emitted a light, fruity aroma that made everyone's mouth water. Nollis couldn't wait and reached out to grab some, almost getting burned. Hey, don't rush. Filna smiled and handed her a pair of very special chopsticks. She had prepared them just for Nollis. Thanks. So good. Nollis' little mouth was full, and she kept praising the food. If the villagers of Boca Village saw Filna now, they wouldn't recognize this wild girl as their most beautiful fox girl and wind-speaking priestess. If it were the Cheno couple, may Kampa bless them, they might recognize their daughter before fainting. Her priestess robe was filthy, covered in dirt, and her pretty face was smeared with grime. Her green hair and beautiful fox tail were tangled. Don't laugh. Anyone who spends 10 days in this wild jungle without washing, crawling through plants, would look the same. The plants here are incredibly abundant. Over these days, her entire focus was on studying them. Even a simple grass like foxtail, she would analyze thoroughly because the world has changed. Foxtail grass might have other uses now. This jungle is truly a paradise of magical plants. So far, Filna has discovered more than 10 kinds of magical plants and many strange herbs. For example, a flower called sneezing grass produces pollen perfect for guarding homes. Just smell it, and you'll be sneezing until your head hurts. In the dark green branches, tiny purple-red flowers the size of a thumb's nail bloom. May Kampa bless them. Ferna accidentally sniffed some pollen, and she smiled so hard that her cheeks went numb. Luckily, Norris quickly mashed some leaves into juice for her to drink. Fortunately, the book, potion making, and the plant fairy, which is like a living dictionary of plants, helped her a lot. Her special abilities as a different race also worked best when dealing with magical plants. These magical plants are not as aggressive as most magical beasts, but they are also not friendly and tame. Of course, some of their behaviors are just instinctive self-protection and survival. After talking with them, Ferna found these magical plants quite cute. Knowing about danger but not avoiding it is a big failure. Ferna now feels like Alibaba opening the treasure cave of the 40 thieves, desperately stuffing rare plants into her storage ring. Norris, do you know where there is fresh water? Ferna was biting into a piece of bread coated with thick glass honey. She is a clean person and lately.
Sigh.
She couldn't stand the smell on herself anymore. Fresh water. You can ask these plants, Norris rolled her eyes. The jungle here was just as unfamiliar to her. Not far from here, there was a small freshwater lake. This was information the plants told Ferna. She didn't expect that she would gain her biggest reward during this trip at the lake. Usually, water sources at the edge of a forest are very dangerous because animals come to drink. If a Loch Ness monster or something similar popped out of the lake, Ferna wouldn't be surprised. Last time, just after coming out of the mountain, she was surprised by a giant water snake. So, when approaching the freshwater lake, she was very cautious. Although there were hardly any magical beasts in this jungle of magical plants, it's always better to be careful. Better safe than sorry. The ground near the lake was the same as in the jungle, soft and covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves. The smell was a bit strange, but walking on it felt like stepping on a thick carpet. Suddenly, her foot hit something hard. Ferna tensed up as if a spring had been wound tight inside her. She was unsure how to handle it. Before, her footing was soft and clear of any foreign objects. After pausing for a moment and making sure there was no danger nearby, Filna carefully moved her foot away. She bent down and used a wooden stick, which she carried as a staff, to push aside the dry leaves beneath her. When she saw what she had stepped on, Filna felt a sudden wave of nausea. She almost vomited what she had just eaten. In front of her was a human skeleton. Due to its age, the flesh and clothing on the body had mostly decayed. It wasn't because she was afraid. She had fought monsters before. But she still thought of humans as her own kind, and her feelings made it hard to stay calm. After the initial discomfort, she was drawn to some objects scattered on the ground. There was a bright green belt embroidered with strange symbols, a short silver bow that looked smaller than any she had seen, almost like a toy for children, with odd symbols carved on the limbs, and the most interesting item to Filna, a simple, old-fashioned ring on the skeleton's left hand. It was a storage ring, and she guessed correctly. These were valuable items. The fact that they showed no signs of age proved their worth. The belt was hard to judge, but it was definitely a magic item. The silver bow was very strange, small and light, about the weight of a normal short bow. Strangely, Filna didn't find any arrows nearby. Could they have been used up? She didn't think so. She decided not to dwell on it and casually slipped the silver bow into the ring. Handling the storage ring was simple. When the owner died, the ring automatically disconnected from them. To claim its contents, she just needed to drip blood on it and perform a rebinding ritual. However, she was disappointed with what she found inside. Besides about 10 gold coins, there was only a strange bead. Filna couldn't tell who the dead person was. She had learned a lot about knowledge and language through her wisdom training, but most of it was about rituals and writing. The person had been dead for many years, and all clues to their identity had been worn away by time. She couldn't even tell if the skeleton was male or female. However, these things are not important. The space ring itself is a very valuable piece of equipment. People should not be greedy for everything. She never intended to make a profit from the dead. During dinner, Victoria, who came out of Medusa's metal, answered Ferna's question. The long life and extensive knowledge of the elf race gave her the chance to learn many things. Ferna, this belt is a magical artifact of the highest level. Victoria excitedly picked up the belt. Although the material of this belt is ordinary, it is a very good healing magic item that can increase the wearer's recovery speed by 20%. But this bow is quite strange. I can't even tell what material it is made of. And what about this bead? Ferna took out the strange bead from her storage ring. Well, Victoria examined the bead carefully, shook her head. This bead has a lot of power and is very strange. It is engraved with very complex runes, which I have never seen before. Runes? Ferna wiped her sweat. She hadn't paid much attention because the bead looked just like a simple bead, so she didn't look at it closely. She extended 2 fingers and picked up the light, floating bead to examine it carefully. Finally, she noticed something odd. The bead, even if made of wood, should have some weight, but it was surprisingly light. Its surface also shimmered with a metallic luster. She stared at the surface of the bead, widened her eyes, and kept staring until her eyes nearly popped out. She finally saw some tiny, almost imperceptible characters on the surface of the bead. Ferna's expression then became strange. Chinese characters, authentic Chinese. Although written in traditional characters, Ferna recognized her ancestors' script. Could this be another experienced traveler from the past? Filled with curiosity, Ferna read aloud. Om, Ma, and I ba mi hong. A gentle blue light emanated from the bead, forming a wall of light. A faint sandalwood scent filled the air. The tiny characters, finer than hair, suddenly enlarged many times and floated on the wall, forming an archway. Ferna recited loudly and devoutly like a faithful believer. When she finished the last character, all the symbols on the glowing wall suddenly started spinning rapidly, gradually forming a huge whirlpool, like a sudden big mouth. Before the others nearby could react, Ferna was already swallowed. The glowing wall, symbols, and Ferna disappeared without a trace. Ferna, Victoria, and Norris stared at the beads on the ground, stunned. Mom, did Ferna get eaten? Norris's tears started to fall quickly, making one wonder how her tiny body could hold so much liquid. It won't happen. She's fine. Victoria looked upset at the spot where Ferna had just vanished, puzzled beyond words. She had already asked the Jade Claw Vine, which still had a spiritual contract with Ferna. That meant Ferna was not dead. The only explanation was that she had triggered a magical spell that opened a parallel space or a space artifact and entered that space. But where is Ferna? Norris's tears seemed fewer, but she was still sniffling and sobbing. Maybe. Inside that bead, Victoria showed a bitter smile. There are no records about that bead in the old family traditions, and the spell Ferna recited was in the common language of the continent. She couldn't explain it clearly either. What is this place? Ferna felt even more upset now. Was one crossing not enough? Did she have to cross again? This time was even more absurd. She had directly traveled into a valley. She was standing in the middle of the valley, on the edge of a lake. I seem to have an unexplainable connection with water. Looks like I need to seriously learn how to swim in the future, Ferna said self-deprecatingly. But this time, her luck was pretty good. She didn't fall directly into the lake. The air in this valley was very fresh, surrounded by mountains on all sides. On the lake surface, there were large clusters of budding blue lotuses. Behind her, at the valley entrance, there was a blue arch-shaped gate with faint golden characters flickering, seeming to be the place she entered. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone? Let me out. Is there anyone? Be careful. I might tell you I was kidnapped. Someone's selling cakes. There should at least be some sound, right? If you don't speak up soon, I will leave. Filna, tired from all the fuss, stood as if she was about to walk away. Threatening seemed to be a very effective method. As soon as she spoke, a loud chanting filled the valley. If there are countless beings suffering, hearing this, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, calling their names with full focus, will instantly help them find relief. At the same time, the blue lotus on the lake slowly bloomed. Its sweet fragrance filled the air. In the middle of the lake, A golden light rose up and turned into a huge golden lotus. The golden lotus opened slowly, shining with countless rays of light. It turned into a floating lotus platform above the lake, on which sat a figure dressed in white, holding a clear glass bottle with a green willow branch stuck inside. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. Filma felt her mind go blank. Silence is golden. Strange powers and ghosts are not to be spoken of. Although Filma was not a firm communist, she was not religious either. She never believed in saviors. Relying too much on others only leads to abandonment, and she had learned this lesson well. Let's go. This was the first thought that appeared in her mind. Filma turned and ran toward the archway. Bang! It felt like she hit a very bouncy, inflatable cushion. She was thrown up with great force. It wasn't the legendary, falling back like a bird landing on sand, but when she looked up, she was facing the Bodhisattva on the lake, in a gesture of worship. Oh no, was she going to be forced to shave her head? Now there's no way out, no door to escape. Filma sighed deeply, sitting on the lakeshore, lost in thought. The large blue lotus in the lake swayed in the wind, sending out gentle fragrances. The door is in your heart. There's no need to seek elsewhere. A gentle voice suddenly entered Filma's mind. She was startled and jumped up, looking around nervously. Who is that? It wasn't just Filma being easily startled. Since she learned to strengthen her mental powers, her energy had become more solid. Even she could feel it. And the voice just now had entered her consciousness effortlessly. It was truly terrifying. But around her, the mountains surrounded her, and the lake's blue lotus swayed. There was no sign of anyone else. There is also a statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva sitting peacefully on a lotus throne. Filma, being dull, can still tell the difference between a real person and a statue. After looking around and seeing no one, Filma angrily sat down and glared at the smiling Guanyin Bodhisattva on the lotus throne. Her mind desperately searched for stories and legends about Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin means the compassionate voice that calls out in the suffering of all beings in the world. According to Buddhism, all beings in the 9 realms, whether suffering from physical or mental illnesses, troubles, external hardships, or accidents, can call out the name of Guanyin with sincere heart. Guanyin, with her 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands, sees and protects them, helping them leave suffering and find happiness, fulfilling their wishes. Hearing this, Guanyin, calling her name with full devotion, and hearing her voice brings liberation. The door is in your heart. There is no need to seek elsewhere. It seemed as if Filma suddenly understood something. A blue lotus cushion appeared in front of her just in time.
Sigh.
It looks like this nun has made up her mind. Reluctantly, Filma sat down and began to chant, Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva, Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva, and so on. Now, Filma seemed to sincerely start muttering the chant. At first, she quietly looked around the door while reciting. Was it open? But soon, she stopped looking around. A strange coldness rose from the lotus cushion beneath her. At first, it was slight and faint, like a cold breeze, but over time, the cold grew stronger. The worst part was, she wanted to get off the cushion, but her limbs were stiff and immovable. Poor Filma, she was so cold that her lips turned purple. Oh Bodhisattva, why is this happening? Filma looked sadly at the compassionate statue, wanting an explanation. Of course, the statue of Bodhisattva wouldn't respond. But a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Well, it's hard to say. She was now so cold that her thinking was slow. If it weren't for her basic training in Xingyi internal martial arts and body techniques, she might have fainted from the cold. Calling out the name with full sincerity, Guanyin Bodhisattva immediately sees and hears the voice, bringing liberation. Calling out with full sincerity? It means if your heart is sincere, it will work. Really? Even your willpower seems to be forced. Filma helplessly shook her head and continued reciting on the cold, bone-chilling mat. This time, she carefully followed the gestures of Guanyin Bodhisattva, slightly lowering her eyelids and forming a lotus seal with her hands in front of her chest. Gradually, an unnoticed change began to happen. The seated Guanyin on the lake radiated golden light, and the icy coldness on the mat slowly disappeared. As her chanting grew louder, Filna's stiff body, soaked in cold air, softened. A cool, pure energy flowed up her spine, passing through her head, forehead, dantian, and back down her spine in a continuous cycle, its path surprisingly matching the flow of internal strength in her internal martial arts. Suddenly, a faint light shot straight from her forehead to the seated Guanyin statue. It was as if she was under a spell. The Guanyin statue suddenly shone brightly, like a burning sun. Then, it quickly shrank into an almost invisible point of light, entering Filna's forehead along the beam of light. Being unaware of all these changes, Filna suddenly felt a powerful shock through her body, like an electric jolt. It was an intense, indescribable feeling. A cold airflow burst into her body like a mountain flood, rushing through her meridians with wild force. No meridian was spared. In an instant, the cold air turned fiery hot. Although Filna's mind was already very strong, she still suffered so much that she almost moaned in pain. The strange energy circulated through Filna's meridians, shifting between cold and hot. It was like a mischievous hand tearing her meridians apart and then skillfully repairing them. It never stopped. Even the harshest tortures could not compare. Filna clenched her teeth and made a brave decision. She fainted happily. However, when she woke up again, her body had changed in a way that was hard to believe. She hadn't become more beautiful, but her skin seemed more elastic. Sweat with a dark, fishy smell seeped out of her skin. Most importantly, her internal energy, which was originally shallow and thin like silk, had grown at least 10 times stronger. Its speed of flow was several times faster than before. Every time she activated this energy, she could feel it expanding and moving much more vigorously. Simply put, it was like a beginner disciple suddenly becoming an internal martial arts master. After circulating internal energy for more than 10 cycles, Filna looked up at the lake's surface.
Huh.
Where did the Buddha statue and the lotus platform go? Only a tall, elegant blue lotus remained on the water. Although she didn't understand what was happening, she thought it should be safe to leave now. She kept her personal hygiene in mind, washed her face in the lake, and then tentatively approached the archway, stepping forward. This time, there was no obstacle. When Filna stepped into the shimmering door, she felt strange, like stepping into water, but without getting wet. After another step, she was outside the door. Looking back, the door had disappeared. She instinctively touched her chest. Her bead was gone. Filna, are you okay? Norris fluttered her wings in front of Filna, occasionally touching her forehead, worried she was unwell. I'm fine, just a bit confused, Filna said with a smile, grabbing the little fairy and placing her on her shoulder. Filna, what just happened? Victoria asked with concern. Just now? It seems I had a dream. My head hurts a little, Filna said, touching her head.
It felt strange.
Did I really leave here just now? Of course. Do you think we're talking in our sleep? You were pulled into a strange space door. Mom and I were worried, and then you suddenly appeared, almost knocking me over. The fairy pouted, looking at Filna with a sad face. Sorry about that. Filna apologized sincerely. Since it wasn't a dream, where did that bead go? Oh, Aunt Victoria, it was like this just now. Filna explained what had happened. Of course, she didn't tell everything, like the strange changes in her internal energy. It wasn't just about keeping secrets. She felt there were things inside she didn't understand. You say the bead is missing? Victoria looked at her with a strange expression. Filna instinctively touched her face. Didn't she wash properly just now? The little fairy chuckled softly and took out a delicate small mirror from her pocket. Take a look yourself. Nala's eyes looked strange. Was it envy? Filna had seen this expression before in other girls from Boca Village. She hesitated before taking the mirror handed to her by the little fairy.
Wow.
Filna almost dropped the mirror in surprise. Her face showed little change, except for a small, red beauty mark shaped like a flower bud between her eyebrows. What does it mean to add a flower to the beauty? This is it. The fox girl was already charming and beautiful, and now she looked even more alluring. Even she herself was stunned by her appearance. Is this real? Filna rubbed her hand over the mark. It didn't fall off. Instead, it became even brighter and more vivid. Filna, think back. How did you summon that space door just now?
Victoria Pramtid.
How did she summon it? Filna gently touched her forehead and recalled what had just happened.
Beads.
Runes. The 6-syllable spell. Ma. And I, me, hum. Filna softly recited the 6-syllable spell. A blue light shot out from the flower on her forehead, forming 6 shining golden characters that projected along the blue light, creating a circular archway.
This.
Filna was almost frozen. She felt like she had turned into a movie projector, almost expecting a 3D image to appear.
Wow.
Nahlis happily flapped her wings, flying back and forth in front of the archway. Filna, what's inside? Can I go in and see? I don't know either. It seems there are some things I haven't figured out yet. Filna smiled bitterly. It wasn't just an excuse. Since coming out of that strange space, she had felt an indescribable sensation. When she reopened the space door just now, her mind seemed to have gained some new information. Nahlis, let Filna rest. We can talk about it another day, Victoria said, worried that Filna was too tired. She gently pulled Nahlis back to the flower room. This time, the archway didn't produce any strange suction. Nahlis stepped through easily. It was still the same valley, surrounded by mountain peaks, with a full lake of blue lotuses and a fresh, fragrant scent. Filna went straight to the lakeshore, took out her blue lotus cushion, and sat in meditation. She was digesting the strange information that had suddenly appeared in her mind. That item, even if it is a string of prayer beads, it is a very special treasure in Buddhism. I don't know exactly when it was left behind by a high monk who occasionally traveled to the land of Atlantis. This space was created by that monk using his supreme willpower. Inside, time passes normally, just like outside, but the spiritual energy is abundant, making it a good place for cultivation. Before passing away, the monk stored all his knowledge in this space in a very special way. As long as someone is recognized by this space, they can gradually learn the secret techniques he left behind. The monk practiced a well-known Chinese method called the Guanyin method, and the sitting Avalokitesvara statue is the main figure left by this great master. It contains nearly 100 years of his cultivation energy. This Buddhist treasure has been passed down on the land of Atlantis for many years. The inscriptions on the prayer beads are a key to unlocking the cultivation method. However, on the continent, few people understand Chinese, so the beads were mostly seen as strange alchemical objects by collectors. Today, they happen to be found by Filna. The Guanyin method is a Buddhist practice centered on Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. It involves mental focus and meditation, starting from listening, thinking, and practicing, then entering deep meditation, where thoughts become still and the mind becomes clear and silent. Reciting the sacred name also has rules. It must be done with a special mantra called the diamond recitation method, reciting in one breath, Namo Guanshi In Bodhisattva. Keep the mind calm and focused, listen to your own voice, and ignore distracting thoughts. Persist in this practice, and eventually, you will return to the true nature of the Dharma with a clear mind and enlightenment. The great master's Guanyin statue is not easy to pass down. Only when your mental strength reaches a certain level can the 9-tier lotus platform bloom step by step. Each level requires exponentially more mental energy, and each time a level opens, the practitioner gains new skills. It's a bit like playing a game with levels. For now, Filna has just merged with the Lotus Bodhisattva and gained 2 abilities. The first is Mind Escape, similar to spatial magic or teleportation. Its speed is remarkable. As the name suggests, you can move instantly with a thought, and the range depends on your mental power. Currently, she can move freely within about 4 meters. Ice and Power is an additional skill. The Qinglian mat is carved from 1,000-year cold jade. Practitioners use it to calm their minds, remove evil spirits, and absorb the cold energy contained within. Its power develops gradually over time. Fortunately, the Guanyin method is very convenient. You can practice while standing, sitting, or lying down. As long as you keep your mind focused and maintain positive thoughts, your mental strength will gradually improve. However, practicing on a lotus platform or mat is still faster. In the following days, Filna's behavior puzzled the flower spirits. She kept muttering all day long. Norris followed her, trying to listen but couldn't understand her words. Since it's Chinese, she wouldn't understand anyway. She also often disappeared at night, frightening the flower spirits into thinking she was kidnapped by a wild beast or magical plant. Eventually, they found out she had entered a prayer bead. Training is not something that happens overnight. Filna works so hard just to survive. As the saying goes, many skills won't hurt. She is also a clever person. Although the heart escape is just a dodge skill, when combined with a thunder hammer, it becomes a nightmare for close combat warriors. Imagine an enemy suddenly appearing beside you and swinging a huge hammer. What would that feel like? However, progress in ice and power is very slow. She can only guide the cold airflow along her arms and fingers, freezing a tiny ice bead on the treetops. At best, it's useful for cooling off in summer. Time flies, especially when busy. The only problem Filna faces is finding the right direction. Under the dense shade of trees, it's hard to tell direction by the stars. She can only keep moving forward, step by step. After 20 days of deep exploration into the Southern Cross Forest, Filna could move freely without the flower spirit's help. She is very familiar with this strange jungle. In the herbal book Pharmacology, she can find almost all the plants in this forest. Even without using the Jungle Whisper, she can identify their names and uses. She has collected many seeds and sorted them carefully. The stomach growled loudly. Filna looked up at the sky, realizing it was time to eat. Although there were no dangerous plants nearby, she cleared a small space with her dagger. She released the jade hook claws and vines from the Medusa badge, using them as guards so she wouldn't worry even while sleeping. Of course, the little troublemaker also came out of the ring. It seemed to be growing quickly these days, mostly eating and then sleeping, which made her very relaxed. She threw some dried meat to the little scorpion dragon. Then Filna took out a breadfruit and a few small, ruby-like berries. These berries tasted sweet and juicy and were good for restoring energy. They were rare plants not listed in her herbal book, so she named them fire dragon pills. In this jungle, Filna also found another good fruit called ivory banana. It was about as long as an arm, as thick as a wrist, with a shell the color of ivory. The flesh was smooth and white, very tasty. She put the little scorpion dragon back into her ring and built a hammock between two trees to rest. This area was safe, with no animals around. Even if any appeared, the jade hook claws and vines would warn her in time. However, she didn't sleep long. Suddenly, a strange sound woke Filna. A tiny sprite named Nollies was nervously hiding beside her head, shaking her urgently. "Nollies, you're making me dizzy. If you keep bothering me, I won't take you to the Sumeru realm later," Filna said, stretching and jumping down from the hammock. This little sprite was quite different from other flower spirits who were usually napping in the flower house. Over there, two monsters are fighting. So fierce, Nollies looked scared.
Ha!
Are there already monsters here? Because a large area of this jungle is filled with magical plants, animals rarely appear. Even the strongest monsters in the forest tend to avoid the magical plants living here. Plants are not part of their food chain, so they don't bother with them. Curious, Filna followed the sound to see what was happening. As the saying goes, curiosity can be the death of a Garfield. Even knowing there is danger, Filna still cautiously moved toward the sound of fighting. With her magical pet and flower spirit protecting her, plus her quick reflexes and ability to dodge easily, she didn't think she would really be in danger. "I just want to take a quick look," she told herself. Since entering this forest, she had repeated this excuse many times to convince herself. The fight was a little far away, but the noise was loud. Filna saw that many trees had been knocked down by some brute force. Outside the forest, on an open area that had been forcibly changed, dust and fog filled the air. She could barely see two figures moving quickly, their roars shaking the mountains. The scene was very impressive and a little frightening. The two monsters in the fight suddenly separated and faced each other. The fog slowly cleared, revealing their shapes. One was a black panther about 3 meters long and 2 meters tall, with shining golden eyes. This was an 8th-level shadow demon panther. It was a fast and strong physical fighter. Its shadow attack was known as one of the most mysterious physical attacks among monsters. It only used one shadow-type spell, Shadow. Wherever there was a shadow, it could hide itself. Its opponent was a Yalong beast. Filna couldn't tell its exact name, but it looked like a large lizard with strong, sharp limbs. It had a row of dense bones running from head to tail. Its thick tail was like a pillar stuck in the ground. Its body was upright like a human, at least twice as big as the shadow demon panther. Without the row of bones, it looked very much like a T-Rex from the movie Jurassic Park she had seen before. This Yalong was even more impressive up close. Both monsters were badly injured. The shadow demon panther had 2 deep wounds on its back, bleeding and turning its black fur purple. It also had some smaller cuts on its body. The Yalong's left eye was a bloody hole about the size of a fist, and it had a bleeding wound on its neck. Its spirit was clearly weakened. What a beautiful panther! The slender, graceful shadow demon panther seemed more likely to win the girl's favor than the large, bulky Yalong. Filna immediately decided she was a fan of the shadow demon panther. The shadow demon leopard kept its eyes fixed on the aerial dragon beast, its front paws constantly scratching the ground. Its head was almost lowered between its legs, and it let out a deep growl from its throat. Although the aerial dragon beast had very strong physical defenses, the shadow demon leopard was not afraid. Its strange attack style and sharp claws gave it confidence to fight and possibly defeat the dragon. However, the tree's shade had been mostly destroyed, so it couldn't use its shadow magic anymore. The aerial dragon beast glared angrily at the shadow demon leopard. Its left eye hurt so much that it couldn't focus on casting magic. The pain was slowly flowing from the wound on its neck. It knew it had to kill its enemy quickly. With a low roar, the aerial dragon beast swung its claws, charging like a fast-moving heavy truck toward the shadow demon leopard. The shadow demon leopard also moved. It darted like lightning toward the dragon's back, trying to use its speed to land a heavy blow. The high-level beast was very smart. Having learned from past mistakes, the dragon suddenly stopped its charge and swung its sharp claws toward the leopard's throat. The shadow demon leopard didn't expect the dragon to react so quickly. Its flexible body dodged to the side, but its chest was caught by the dragon's claws, tearing off a large piece of flesh. It yowled in pain and quickly retreated. The dragon clearly didn't want to let the offending creature go. Its 2 hind legs kicked the ground rapidly. Although its large body made its movements somewhat clumsy, its attack range was much greater than the leopard's. Its sharp steel claws swung like the scythe of death, constantly flying over the shadow demon leopard's head. The shadow demon leopard carefully dodged, trying to avoid the dragon's attacks. The previous injury made it nervous, and it couldn't attack again immediately. After several cautious attempts, the leopard finally noticed that the left side of the dragon seemed to have a weakness. Since it had lost its left eye, the dragon's reaction to attacks on its left side was slower. The shadow demon leopard started shifting its position repeatedly, making it hard for the enemy to predict its attack. Finally, a mistake by the dragon gave the leopard a good chance. It suddenly jumped up and slashed its claws toward the dragon's neck. Realizing that the attack targeted its weak spot, the dragon had no time to dodge. It fiercely swung its huge head and aimed its front claws at the leopard's belly. When it felt a sharp pain in its neck, its claws had already pierced the soft belly of the shadow demon leopard. Section 40, Southern Cross Forest, Part 7, Collection. Roar. Both monsters roared loudly at the same time. The intense pain was unbearable, causing the shadow demon leopard to roll away on the spot, lying on its back with its belly exposed. Its green intestines squeezed out from the torn wound, and a large amount of blood gushed out. The other dragon-like beast was also hurt. Its neck was torn open by the shadow demon leopard, and blood flowed out rapidly. However, it seemed to be more resilient than the shadow demon leopard. After crashing some obstructing trees, it finally calmed down, staggered to its feet, and approached the shadow demon leopard. It stared at its opponent with its intact eye and let out a joyful-sounding cry, as if declaring its victory to the entire forest.
How sad.
That shadow demon leopard is doomed. Noriz had quietly come over at some point, hovering above Filna's head with a look of regret. If someone helps, things would be different. Filna moved forward decisively. Girls are often emotional, and the beautiful, strong shadow demon leopard clearly stirred her protective instincts. Filna was a bit nervous. She didn't want to release the scorpion dragon. The dragon beast is very sensitive. If it detects the scorpion dragon scent, its first reaction might be to run away. These creatures don't have the dragon's sense of duty. Plus, after attacking, they might face a counterattack from the dragon beast, so timing was crucial. Whoosh! A 1-foot-long crossbow bolt accurately struck the dragon beast's good eye. Blue liquid flowed down from the corner of its eye. Filna, holding a small crossbow, crouched in the woods, seizing the perfect opportunity. She hit her target confidently. The poison on the bolt was refined heartbreak powder. Unless the target was a high-level poison-type monster, no creature could survive after being hit. This bolt struck the dragon beast at its most confident moment. Still excited, the beast seemed unable to accept this fact. It stood there in a daze, motionless. Soon, the dragon beast turned its head. Although it couldn't see anything now, it had sharp instincts that could roughly judge the direction of the attack. Filna instinctively sensed danger and quickly moved away from the previous spot, hiding behind several large trees.
Boom.
The dragon beast charged forward, its massive body rushing toward the spot where Firna had just been. Roar! The Erebus scorpion dragon, summoned by Firna, roared loudly and charged at the dragon beast. In a flash, a huge tail hook pierced into its forehead. After being attacked, the dragon beast stood there confused again. But this time, it had lost its chance to turn the tide forever. When the tail hook pierced its forehead, it shot out a poison needle, destroying its brain completely. Suddenly, the dragon beast's hind knee buckled, and it sat heavily on the ground. It seemed to want to stand again, but as the scorpion dragon pulled out its tail hook, it seemed to drain its strength. The dragon beast let out a miserable cry, blood and mist spraying from its forehead wound. Then, with a loud bang, it collapsed. Its legs twitched violently a few times before finally stopping. Is it dead? Norris peeked out from behind Ferna's shoulder. Probably, Ferna replied. She turned from behind the tree and stopped the scorpion dragon from going forward to eat. This poor creature hadn't eaten a full meal since becoming her magical pet. There will be bread, and everything will be fine. But this time, don't count on it, Ferna said, patting the scorpion dragon's head to comfort it. It wasn't because she was stingy as a boss. This was the first high-level magical beast she had seen die. She still had a death god necklace that could turn into a undead magic pet. Ferna, come quickly. This leopard is about to die. Norris had already rushed to the Shadow Panther's side. The little fairy had never seen such a bloody scene and was desperately shouting for Ferna. Don't worry, I'm coming right away. Ferna quickly took off the death god necklace, dipping one of the red gems into the dragon beast's blood. A strange red light shot from the pendant into the dragon beast's corpse. The body suddenly twisted, and the color on the dragon beast's body turned dull gray. Its eye sockets sank deep, almost no eyeballs visible. Even more strangely, this already dead dragon beast staggered and stood shakily in front of Ferna. So ugly. Ferna grimaced in disgust and waved her hand. A dark red light enveloped the dragon beast. After a flicker of shimmering light, the dragon beast disappeared into the ring. The Shadow Panther was badly injured, especially in its belly, with its intestines exposed and bleeding. It looked at the two girls with dull eyes. It's okay. As long as we put the intestines back, it will heal, Ferna said confidently. She checked the exposed intestines and saw they were not damaged, then carefully placed them back inside. The light of life healed wounds very quickly. The injury closed up fast, but the heavy bleeding made the panther weak and tired. High-level magical beasts have some intelligence. During treatment, It behaved very well, like a tame big cat. Norris, aren't they all magical beasts? Why don't they use magic? Ferna asked after the treatment. The two beasts had been fighting fiercely, but she hadn't seen them cast any spells. That's right. They are both magical beasts, Norris replied, sitting on Ferna's lap with a patient look. She explained that the shadow panther was no longer in danger. The other creature was actually a fire-breathing dragon, a type of wyvern. Its level was a bit lower than Erebus the scorpion dragon, but like all wyverns, it had strong magic resistance and good physical attack and defense. The shadow panther was very fast, and its magic focused on speed and surprise attacks. The fire dragon's fireballs couldn't hit the agile panther, but the panther's quick strikes often succeeded. So, the fire dragon gave up magic attacks and chose to fight directly. Norris sighed. That fire dragon was really unlucky. The shadow panther kept using magic, while it could only fight hand-to-hand. In the end, we interrupted its attack. Unlucky, Ferna rolled her eyes and gave the little elf a look. She didn't think so. As the saying goes, the winner is king, the loser is a thief. In battles, the outcome matters most, not how they happen. Since the shadow panther was still weak, Ferna had to stay for 2 more days to care for it. Under her care, the panther gradually recovered. The most exciting part was that the panther seemed to no longer want to leave and even allowed her to ride on its back. Hee, that was way cooler than riding a scorpion dragon pulling carriage. Section 41. Southern Cross Forest, Part 8. Gradually, Filna noticed that the surrounding plants seemed to be thinning out. Since encountering the shadow demon leopard and the fire-breathing dragon, various monsters had started appearing one after another, while the dangerous plants became fewer. This discovery greatly lifted her spirits. But why is the contrast so stark? Filna didn't expect that after leaving the lush jungle, she would enter a nearly barren canyon. Looking at the towering cliffs on both sides, she could only let out a silent sigh. At the bottom of the cliff is grayish-white gravel. The ground is so hard that even the heavy body of a scorpion dragon left no footprints. No trees grow here, only some tall, dark green bushes on the uneven soil mounds. There are dozens of ponds of different sizes at the bottom of the cliff. The dark green water in these ponds looks very strange. Fortunately, she had enough drinking water in her storage ring, so she would never drink from these ponds. Because the ponds are scattered, the huge body of the scorpion dragon moved awkwardly. Filna decided to recall it into her Medusa badge and also stored the jade, hook claws, and vines. After entering the Cimmeru realm, the flower spirits immediately liked it there, especially the full lake of blue lotuses, which had become their new home. However, the flower spirits still wanted to regularly brew glass honey, which was not a trouble for them. Riding on the agile shadow demon leopard, her speed increased significantly. Since she couldn't go straight and had to go around, the journey that was originally a few dozen miles long now doubled in length. There were no signs of human activity here, which reminded her of the death jungle. She wondered how that skeleton managed to survive in that jungle. If she didn't have the ability to communicate with plants and magical pets, she might have died there long ago. Surviving a great danger often brings good fortune. The harvest in the jungle was already enough to surprise her. Turning past a cliff wall, she saw a dark green lake. Scattered on the ground were the bones of dozens of animals. Some had just begun to decay, while others had turned into white skeletons. Among them, many sparkling magic crystals could be seen. These animals definitely weren't killed by humans, or those magic crystals wouldn't be there. What secrets does that lake hold? After observing for a long time, it seemed there was no danger. Filna ignored the strong opposition of the shadow demon leopard and resolutely rushed toward the magic crystals. If these items were sold in the city, they could provide food and clothing for all the villagers of Boca Village for 2 or 3 years. Suddenly, the water in the lake roared loudly, with crashing waves that were shocking. The shadow demon leopard quickly leapt away from the shore, arching its back and staring at the lake's surface, growling loudly. Filna was also startled, her figure flashing as she moved behind the leopard, ready to summon the scorpion dragon. Large splashes of water rose from the lake. 6 eagle-headed creatures emerged, each with a long body behind them. The 2 biggest were over 10 meters long, covered in dark blue scales from head to tail. These seemingly slow-moving creatures swam very fast and quickly climbed onto the shore. Their short, sturdy limbs and nearly 2-meter-tall bodies showed they belonged to the same family. The largest was probably the parent, and the 4 smaller ones were likely their children. The shadow demon leopard looked nervously at Filna, crouching even lower. The eaglehead bay crocodile is a 6th-tier aggressive monster that attacks with corrosive acid. Besides spitting highly corrosive acid balls, it has sharp eagle beaks and tough scales that are hard to damage. Although the shadow demon leopard is 2 tiers higher, it has no way to deal with this heavily armored creature. With 6 of them, it's a sure loss, which explains its obvious unease. Haha, look at your little courage. Filna gently flicked the shadow demon leopard's forehead in disdain and reached into her pocket to take out a slingshot. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets flew in a V-shape above the eaglehead bay crocodile. Suddenly, they collided, releasing a faint blue smoke that covered all 6 crocodiles. Before long, the 6 creatures staggered as if drunk, swaying in drunken steps, and then fell to the ground with a thud. Thud! Just as Filna was about to check the results, the shadow demon leopard also collapsed to the ground in front of her, its eyes showing disbelief. Good. Filna tapped the leopard's forehead and said, "Do you think my sacrificial smoke bombs are fake products?" Life or death was a serious matter, and Filna had to make a choice. The 4 smaller creatures definitely needed to be tamed, but the 2 larger ones would be very difficult to handle. Their magic crystals and scales were also very valuable. Forget it, I am currently chanting Buddha's name, so I will let you go. Filna still resisted the temptation of the magic crystal and threw the 6 crocodiles into the Sumeru realm. The flower elves, who are skilled in mental magic, will handle this problem thoroughly. To be responsible, it's not that Filna is overly kind, but she can't bear to lose such valuable combat power. As they moved further inside, more bones were scattered on the ground. The higher the grade of the magic crystal, the more the shadow panther hesitated to continue. But under Filna's coaxing and persuasion, it kept going, and its speed was increasing. In its view, every minute spent in this area was a waste of life. Night fell, but it didn't bother the shadow panther much. It only needed a little starlight to keep moving forward in the dark. There didn't seem to be many dangerous animals here, which made Filna breathe a small sigh of relief. This was good news for her. It seemed that the god of war liked to play tricks. Just when she relaxed, a sudden change occurred. Below the cliff ahead, hundreds of red light balls suddenly appeared, like red lanterns being lit.
Wow.
These are the eyes of such a beast. As Filna reacted, a flurry of wings fluttered, and hundreds of shadows swooped down from the air toward a person and a panther, blocking the starry sky over the canyon like a dark cloud. Without hesitation, the shadow panther turned and ran. Facing unknown danger, rushing to fight is not wise. It's better to stay away first and then find a way to solve the problem. However, these beasts clearly refused to give up their prey. They chased after them relentlessly, showing determination. In life and death moments, Filna took out the Medusa badge and released the jade hook with vines. Taming such beasts with a plant companion seemed more suitable. At the same time, a silver shield appeared in front of her, while the shadow panther shook its head and hid in the shadows. Just as the flying monsters swooped toward Filna's head, dozens of vines shot up from the ground like lightning, striking down the monsters like rain hitting banana leaves. Filna also took out her crossbow and steadily shot arrows. The shadow magic panther hid in the shadows, quietly raising its claws. 1, 2. When the last monster was defeated, over 100 large flying birds with flesh wings had fallen to the ground. Only then did Filna have a chance to see what kind of monster it was.
Huh.
Vampire bats? After seeing clearly what it was, Filna couldn't help but wipe cold sweat from her forehead. If her reaction had been a second slower, she might have been drained dry by these creatures.
Now.
Even though it was late at night, extracting magic crystals was no problem. Filna, we don't know what dangers are in this canyon. Let's rest here tonight. We'll keep watch so you can relax. Victoria, who had been awakened, offered to stand guard. What if more dangerous monsters come? Filna was a bit worried. The blood of these vampire bats might attract other monsters. Don't worry. This is the territory of vampire bats. No monsters will come here at night to cause trouble, Victoria reassured her. All right. Thank you, Auntie. Filna's words sounded as sweet as glazed honey, making her smile brightly. Filna didn't know what other creatures might live in this canyon, but giving up wasn't her style. As Victoria said, the monsters here wouldn't dare move freely at night. She slept peacefully. Then, after waking in the morning, she sent her plant pet back to the Sumeru realm and continued forward. The terrain in the canyon became more and more dangerous. Even the agile shadow magic panther had to be very careful. The surroundings were full of ravines, with sharp stone spikes or strange insects underneath. To stay safe, Filna decided to walk instead of riding, even though her speed would slow down. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Two huge beasts, shaped like rhinoceroses, ran out from a bend ahead. Their thick golden horns shimmered with sparks of lightning. Thunder beasts, Filna shouted in surprise and climbed onto a rock with the shadow magic panther. The battle god is with us. What kind of crazy world is this, with so many monsters gathering in this canyon? While Filna was praying for divine protection, the two thunder beasts growled loudly. Their 8 massive hooves thundered across the street like 2 heavy tanks, charging toward her with unstoppable force. 2 thick golden lightning bolts struck simultaneously. If she hadn't quickly cast a shield spell to protect herself and her leopard, she and her companion would have already been turned into roasted meat, crispy on the outside and tender inside. This was a gift from the war god. Regaining her composure, Filna realized that the lightning attacks from the thunder beasts couldn't break her mental shield. She then decided to target the beasts. These magical creatures have very strong magical and physical attacks. In the Baiman Empire, only a few such beasts exist. For a priestess, they are versatile magical pets suitable for both long-range and close combat. Although she doesn't have many loyal followers or powerful allies, bringing a group of high-level magical beasts would definitely be impressive. She threw a perfume grenade, and the 2 thunder beasts became new residents of the Sumeru realm. However, the happiest person was probably Norris. When Filna sent the thunder beasts away, the little elf was happily playing with 6 eagle-headed crocodiles. Although she successfully captured the 2 thunder beasts, Filna remained very cautious. The appearance of several high-level magical beasts made her even more careful. It seemed she had unintentionally ventured deep into the southern cross forest. The further she went, the more complex the terrain became. An invisible shadow magic panther acted as a scout in front, while Filna carefully followed behind. Suddenly, from the sky behind her, a fiery red meteor streaked down with fierce speed. It grew larger and closer. When it was about 100 meters away from Filna, it revealed itself as a griffin with nearly 3 meters wingspan, its huge claws aiming at the back of her head. The meteor was too fast to hear. Just as the sound of breaking the air reached her, Filna was alert. She swiftly dodged, instantly moving more than 10 meters away. The griffin's powerful claw missed its target, and it froze in surprise. In that split second, many things could happen. The invisible shadow magic panther leapt out, wrapping its front paws around the griffin's neck and twisting it violently. A bone-cracking sound deafened the ears. Unsuccessful in its surprise attack, the griffin was instead ambushed by the shadow panther and died in frustration. Darn. What is this place? The griffin's magic crystal was quite good, but for the wealthy Yuling, it was no longer a surprise. If there hadn't been unknown dangers on the way back, she would have turned around long ago. As she moved forward, the path became more rugged and difficult. The shadow demon leopard still moved invisibly ahead, occasionally giving warnings to help her avoid danger. What reassured her was that green plants started appearing in front of her. Of course, Filna didn't dare to relax or think too much. Any mistake could be deadly. Suddenly, the shadow demon leopard ran back into view, its large eyes showing fear. There is danger ahead. Filma stopped and listened carefully. A faint buzzing sound came from around the corner ahead. She couldn't tell what kind of creature was making the noise, but judging by the sound, it was probably a group of creatures. She didn't want to foolishly fight a whole bunch alone. She understood the importance of striking first. The corner ahead looked like a good place to ambush, but Filma wouldn't do something so simple and unskilled. She took out 4 magical plants called Silent Dream and planted them side by side at the corner. These plants create a hypnotic barrier that covers about 4 or 5 square meters and grow nearly 10 meters tall. To stay safe, she also put the shadow demon leopard into her ring. In this canyon, besides being invisible, it had no other advantages. The buzzing grew louder. Filma hid behind a rock, ready to run at any moment. Suddenly, the buzzing intensified. A large cloud of golden mist drifted around the corner, lighting up her view. Her heart tightened. This was a swarm of tiny bees, each about the size of a thumb. The gold-devouring bees, a type of bee that feeds on metals, are social creatures. The honey they produce is actually purified metal, like silver or gold. For example, purified silver is called mithril, and purified gold is called refined gold. These are very valuable magical metals. Long ago, elves kept these bees to help with mining, but they are rare and hard to raise. Because they eat metal, all gold-devouring bees have natural metal skin. Bees above the 2nd level can release lightning magic. A single bee's lightning attack is similar to that of a magic apprentice, but they can work together to unleash a group chain lightning. The more bees and the higher their level, the more powerful the attack. This makes them one of the most unique magical creatures. The most terrifying thing is their life magic called Stunning Shot. They concentrate their essence into their tail stinger for a final attack. Even heavily armored knights find it hard to resist. Section 43. The Southern Cross Forest, Part 10. As long as there is life, there must be breathing. When flying into the hypnotic barrier, these gold-loving bees all descended. Although these magical creatures are loud and impressive, they are not very smart. The ones in front are already falling, while those behind continue to rush forward. Soon a layer of these bees covers the ground. Seeing that these bees cannot threaten her, Filma begins to observe these legendary creatures. It is clear that at the center of the golden cloud, dozens of large gold-loving bees, about the size of sparrow eggs, guard a small golden queen bee like guards. These guard bees are arranged in order, and no matter how the large golden cloud moves, the queen remains undisturbed. The attack of the gold-loving bees is also special. They do not swarm like ordinary bees. Instead, a leader bee leads small groups to attack one after another. Unfortunately, a mysterious barrier blocks their way, and what frustrates the bees most is that they do not even know who their opponent is. As a result, they cannot deliver their final blow, because in their simple minds, they do not doubt the 4 plants. A strange feeling rises in Filma's heart. She takes out her guitar and gently plucks the strings. My dear, fly slowly, be careful of the thorny roses ahead, my dear. Open your mouth, the scent of flowers in the wind will make you intoxicated, my dear. Fly with me across mountains and streams, my dear. Come dance, spring of love, will never turn dark you, and I will stay together forever, jumping over the mortal world. Always by each other's side, a brilliant halo rises from Filma, enveloping the entire swarm. The Golden Queen also emits a dazzling light, which enters Filma's forehead. A natural soul singer, with the right to sing battle songs with their soul. This is why Jinsa only gave Filma a wisdom awakening and taught her a spiritual battle song. Soul singers do not need to learn battle songs according to traditional rituals. Instead, they need to have an epiphany, an insight into a battle song that suits themselves. Traditional summoning battle songs could only summon magical pets, but Filma developed her own unique Chinese-style summoning songs, Flower, Heart, and 2 Butterflies. One is used to summon plant pets, and the other to summon insect pets, which was a new way of summoning sacrificial pets. Usually, sacrificial pets were magical creatures. The queen bee seemed to like Filma's hair, resting on it as if pinning a golden hairpin flower. Through mental communication with her, Filna probably understood the general structure of the hive. Queen Bee, a level 9 magical beast, skilled in lightning magic. Bee Servant, a level 7 magical beast, also good at advanced lightning spells, about 80 in number. Bee Commander, level 6, capable of using mid-level lightning spells, around 10. Bee General, level 5, can use chain lightning alone, about 50. Worker bees, ranging from level 1 to 4, over 100,000. The larger the colony, the more resources it needs. Although they can find metals, mining is not as easy as for humans. Filna collected the magic plants placed at the entrance, except for the queen bee and her close attendants. The other gold-loving bees and hypnotized gold-loving bees were stored in a new Medusa badge. Normally, one badge can only hold one magical pet, but for social insects like gold-loving bees, the entire colony can be stored. The hive was at the end of the canyon. Few bees build their nests inside caves, so Filna was quite surprised this time. Inside the cave, there were neatly stacked metal ingots, like a castle. These busy little creatures sorted silver, gold, and refined iron clearly.
To them, it was just a matter of taste.
However, Filna was very curious about this cave. First, its height. Inside, it looked like a wide hall about 15 meters tall. Second, there were some traces of old wall paintings, indicating it was artificially carved. Third, the ventilation was excellent. Airflow suggested the other end of the cave led to an open space. The soil inside was very strange and seemed very hard. To avoid danger, Filna released her shadow panther from her ring. Its invisibility and stealth made it perfect for scouting. It took about 4 hours to walk. Finally, we saw a large opening, just like the entrance, feeling like a tunnel. When we stepped outside, the plants around us were very lush. It didn't look dead like a canyon. Instead, it was full of life. Small animals hurried past on the jungle and grassland. The only problem was that this seemed to be a dead end, with tall cliffs on all sides reaching the clouds. But are there any strong creatures here? The queen bee and her followers stayed in the cave. Filna summoned the Erebus scorpion dragon. Standing on her magical pet's back, she finally felt safe. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the jungle ahead. The shadow panther tensed and stepped back. The scorpion dragon's tail was raised straight up. "Who's there? Come out quickly." Filna looked nervously ahead. If it was a beast, it would have jumped out already. Only intelligent beings would hesitate like this. Branches and bushes shook violently, showing a large animal was about to appear. After a moment, four large armadillo-like creatures came out of the woods. Four small knights sat on top, each holding a one-handed warhammer. They wore simple leather armor and sat on big armadillo beasts nearly 2 meters tall, like small horses pulling a big cart. "I am a priest from the Baiman Empire, Filna Falklon of the Green Clan," she said, standing on the scorpion dragon's back, her clear eyes sweeping over the 4 knights. "A priest from Baiman?" The 4 armadillo riders looked at each other in surprise. Suddenly, they cheered and turned their big armadillo beasts to run wildly into the forest. "What does this mean? Is it a special greeting, like a famous bowing gesture from a certain island nation? I heard that's a traditional custom there. When did it spread to the Landis continent?" About 10 minutes later, more large armadillo beasts appeared from the woods. On the front 5 old men sat, slightly hunched. The 4 knights followed behind. To Filna's surprise, behind these armadillo beasts, there were 2 giants nearly 8 meters tall. Could they be the legendary kings of the hills? "Honored Miss Falklon, are you a priest from the Baiman Empire?" The lead old man asked tremblingly, tears shining in his eyes, his body swaying. "Are you, armadillo people?" Looking at the old man's exposed arm, revealing skin like scales and long, pale fingernails, Filna suddenly remembered an ancient people. Section 44, The Southern Cross Forest, Part 11, P-Ticket. Thousands of years ago, when the Demon and Shadow clans invaded the Landis continent, they were met with fierce resistance from all the intelligent races. At that time, the mighty Baiman Empire fought on the front lines. During that war, the Baiman Empire's strength greatly declined, and hundreds of races disappeared. After that war, under human influence, the sea race Baiman declared independence and broke away from the empire. Large, fertile lands were jointly occupied by human nations. Among those vanished races, there seemed to be armadillo people. The armadillo people are small in size, but their large armadillo beast knights are as strong as dwarves. They're skilled at digging and taming large wild animals. They are one of the few races in the Baiman Empire that excel in both combat and support roles. Campsis is above. Finally, the messenger sent to guide us home has arrived. 5 elders, tears in their eyes, were supported by 4 knights behind them as they knelt before Filna.
Hey!
Get up quickly. Filna hurriedly jumped down from her scorpion dragon mount, trying to help the elders up. Although she was a priestess and her status was noble enough to deserve a commoner's respect, she was deeply rooted in the traditional Chinese values of respecting the elderly and caring for the young.
Ugh.
The 5 elders refused to get up, instead pulling at Filna's priestly robe and kissing her repeatedly, making her tear up as well. The robe was only changed that morning. Traveling and changing clothes was quite troublesome. Esteemed elders, it is thanks to Campsis's guidance that I was able to find my long-lost kin. Filna decided to go all out, giving an emotional impromptu speech. For her, delivering such a spontaneous report was easy, sometimes even making her unsure of what was real and what was pretend. In the forest, shadows moved and countless faces, some strange, some full of sighs, appeared from behind the trees. Filna's passionate speech moved not only her fellow beings but also herself, causing tears to flow freely. For a moment, sobs echoed one after another. After her speech, Filna was surrounded by elders and led to their home. The pangolin people's dwelling was somewhat like a dwarf's underground house, cave-like. Filna initially thought it would be dark and damp inside, but upon entering, she saw it was like an underground palace. It lacked fancy decorations, but the walls were neat and tidy, supported by a few large stone pillars holding up the ceiling. It was much better than the traditional cave dwellings in northern Shaanxi, which she had visited with a government exploration team before. May I ask how to address you, elders? Filna showed respect to the elders, making them feel honored. I am Avery, the leading elder introduced himself. This is Cammond, Edward, Jack, and Grandma. The 5 of us manage this tribe together. How did those giants just now happen? Filna asked. She noticed the giants did not come inside. The entrance to this underground palace was too small for their tall bodies. Those are the favored children of the Earth Goddess, the Golden Titans. Avery sighed and began to tell the story of the past. Thousands of years ago, during the war between gods and demons, the pangolin people and the Golden Titans defended the Southern Cross Forest. The demon army was much larger, with tens of thousands of monsters fighting alongside them. The pangolin people and the Titans paid a heavy price, fighting and retreating to this very place, holding it at all costs. To prevent the demon army's monsters from sneaking in, 12 Golden Titans exhausted their magic to break through the valley and the stone cave in front. They used a powerful spell called Steel Strengthening to permanently solidify the area. These Titans sacrificed their lives to block the pursuing swarm of greedy bees. Fortunately, these bees disliked earth magic, so after occupying the front cave, they did not pursue further. However, the pangolin people and the remaining Titans could not leave. The greedy bees blocked their escape, and the earth magic reinforced the ground so strongly that even the pangolin people could not dig through it. They had no choice but to stay here and rely on each other for survival. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, we finally see the result today. The war god has not abandoned us, Elder Avery said with shining eyes, tears in his eyes. Sacrifice, Lord, where is your territory? Territory. Filna looked a bit shy. I haven't officially advanced yet, so I haven't gained a territory. Oh, I see. Elder Avery nodded, apologized to Filna, and then secretly led 4 other elders out. They left behind a curious Filna staring at the ants climbing the pillar. Maybe she should ask if they can take her away from the Southern Cross Forest. After a while, Elder Avery and the others came back excitedly. Elder Avery spoke again. Master, we've all discussed it. With your power as a dragon sacrifice, getting a territory is just a matter of time. Could we send the armadillo people to your land to serve you? Wow. Filna didn't expect such good news. The villagers could even make reservations. Not to mention the powerful warriors like the great armadillo beast knights. Just their skills in excavation and taming beasts are enough to make people envious. She managed to capture the eagle-headed crocodiles and thunder beasts in the Sumeru realm, but they couldn't be truly tamed because of the mental magic of the flower spirits. This time, she would really profit a lot. Of course, yes, Filna nodded, trying to keep her tone calm. Elder Avery, how many people does our tribe currently have? Because this valley is too small, our population has been around 3,200 people. Among them, 1,000 are warriors, 600 armadillo beast knights, over 40 young beasts, 20 cave bears, more than 100 wild cattle, 2 winged dragons, and 18 golden titans. Most others are elders, women, and children. Are the golden titans going too? Filna asked, worried she might have heard wrong. Golden Titans and Thunder Titans are true divine giant warriors, different from the giants on the continent. It is said that the Golden Titans inherit the bloodline of the earth goddess Gaia. They have stone skin, are skilled in flying stone magic, earth-shaking techniques, and earth aura magic. They are very strong. As long as their feet stay on the ground, they have almost endless strength. Yes, for tens of thousands of years, we've depended on each other and can't live without each other. Elder Avery confirmed. Ferna nodded, feeling she could understand. However, you will need to stay here for a while longer. Once I receive my fiefdom, I will come to pick you up. The golden devouring bees on the other side of the stone path have been tamed by me, so you can come and go freely. But, Ferna looked a bit shy. Elder Avery, could you help me find a guide? I am lost. Section 45, Southern Cross Forest, Part 12, P-Ticket.
Wow.
Avery and the others looked at each other. It was already rare enough to venture deep into the Southern Cross Forest for training. Getting lost, this was really impressive. No problem. Although it's been thousands of years, the changes in the Southern Cross Forest shouldn't be too big. We will send a group of warriors to follow you, Elder Avery said. A group of warriors? Furnace shrugged. She didn't oppose. Maybe she should have brought more half-elf warriors with her at the start.
But
half-elf warriors are not as strong as armadillo knights. Also, this could cause a butterfly effect. When the time comes to act, there might not be a chance for a later encounter. While she was lost in thought, Elder Avery took out a small booklet made of sheepskin from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Ferna. What is this? Ferna asked, puzzled, as she took the sheepskin booklet. This is a relic left by the prophet Nasus. He only told us to give it to a priest who can understand it. We don't know exactly what it is, Elder Avery said, a bit embarrassed. Prophet Nasus? Ferna was truly surprised. The Sky Prophet is a special inheritance in the Beeman Temple. It has always been passed down from master to disciple. During the War of Gods and Demons, the last Sky Prophet, Nasus, fell in battle. His body was lost in the chaos. The worst part is, he died without leaving a successor, so the Sky Prophet has no one to carry on. This booklet should be the inheritance of the Sky Prophet. The cover shows images of 8 animals: lion, tiger, wolf, fox, leopard, swan, bear, and Medusa. Ferna knew these were the totems of the 8 tribes of the Beeman Empire. But the arrangement of these totems seemed a bit familiar. She was sure she had never seen this booklet before, but why did it feel familiar? Fushi's 8 trigrams. When she opened the booklet, a familiar pattern appeared on the page, along with 4 seal characters, the secret of the totem. Filna quickly flipped through the pages, finally understanding why the inheritance of the Sky Prophet was kept so mysterious. The Sky Prophet's power comes from summoning the war god Kampa's gift using totems. It mainly involves the 8 major advanced races. The endless cycle of the 64 hexagrams covers all Beeman races. The diagrams are filled with symbols and spells. By combining hand gestures, speech, and thoughts, one can access the power of the totems, similar to Tibetan Buddhism practiced in Tibet. The hand secret requires carefully carving symbols and totemic figures onto totem poles. The mouth secret involves reciting spells while carving. The mind secret means communicating with the totem's spirit through thoughts, praying for the desired power. All three secrets must work together to gain the totem's strength. From this small booklet, Filma learned many interesting things. For example, humans are actually a branch of Baiman called the monk tribe of monkeys. They are the only Baiman race that can connect with magical elements. Most Baiman races cannot connect with magic, but the Sky Prophet can use the power of totems to connect with magic elements, though not with the strongest magic. While flipping through the sheepskin booklet, Filma didn't notice Elder Avery's surprised expression beside her. As the wisest elder in the tribe, he knew what was inside the booklet. For thousands of years, every generation of wise elders and priests tried to interpret its contents, but all failed. Today, this young priest had easily understood it. Elder Avery could tell from Filma's expression that the tribe's reliance on her earlier was to repay kindness. Now, the situation was different. Becoming a servant of the Sky Prophet was a great honor for their entire tribe, and also a chance for their development. Elder Avery, do you have cherry wood that is over 50 years old? Filma looked up and was pleased to see Elder Avery still there. Cherry wood? Yes. Do you need wood over 100 years old? Elder Avery eagerly nodded. Though he didn't know what the prophet needed the cherry wood for, it was the first thing the prophet asked for. Even without official approval from the temple, he believed in Filma's identity as the prophet. That will do. Filma noticed Elder Avery's strange attitude, but paid no mind. The cherry wood, over 50 years old, is fully mature and very suitable for carving totem poles. These totem poles are not the same as the ones placed in front of tribes or temples as symbols today. Someone is giving orders, making things easier. In the evening, a young pangolin warrior leads a wild ox, carrying a pile of cherrywood logs that look like small mountains, to the cave where Filma is. Phew! In the countryside, these could be used as firewood for winter. Thank you. What's your name? Filma carefully selects a good piece of wood. The warrior has done a good job. The cherrywood has had its leaves and bark removed and is cut into logs about 2 meters long. Honored priestess, you are too kind. My name is Enrique. It is my honor to serve you. Enrique blushes and dares not look at Filma. Since the great war of gods and demons thousands of years ago, the tribe has been stuck in this valley. Priests like him are very rare, like phoenixes. For ordinary Baimans, priests are the closest servants to the gods. After seeing Filma's appearance, most young people in the tribe even see her as a goddess, not a war goddess, but a legendary beauty goddess, Venus.
Henrique, do-me a favor. Like this.
And like that. Yes. Under Filma's guidance, Enrique breaks the water bucket-sized logs into shorter sticks, about 1 foot long and slightly thinner than a wrist. Thank you, Enrique. That's wonderful. Filma is very pleased. But she is even more satisfied with the skills of these pangolin warriors. By the standards of the continent, Enrique definitely has the strength of a level 4 warrior. Enrique, what is your tribe's special ability? Filma's knowledge isn't shallow. Pangolins have been out of the Baiman Empire for a long time, so there are probably only some ancient records about this. After a moment of hesitation, Enrique honestly answers, Honored priestess, it's earth-based hunting. Earth-based hunters are pangolin warriors with awakened special abilities. They don't use magic, but they can stay underground for long periods, not digging tunnels, and move underground. Their 10 fingers are like iron picks, making them very dangerous assassins. How many earth-based hunters are there in your tribe? Filma asks.
That.
You'll have to ask the elders. It's a secret of the tribe, and I don't know exactly. Enrique replies with some difficulty. Filma stroked her chin and fell into deep thought. The abilities of the pangolin people are very impressive. If she had a group of earth hunters under her command, she could form an unstoppable team of killers. The more she thought about it, the more proud she felt. Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now, Enrique said politely, noticing that Filma seemed to be considering something. All right, she replied. After Enrique left, Filma immediately picked up a short stick. Although she didn't have a special carving knife, a dagger was enough for now. Section 46, Southern Cross Forest 13, pp. Sculpting is an art. Although Filma hadn't studied it professionally, she learned some from her grandfather. Her grandfather often carved small animals from tree roots for her to play with after hunting. Over time, she became quite skilled. She wasn't a master yet, but when carving tigers, she wouldn't mistake them for dogs. What started as a simple way to relax unexpectedly became useful in this different world. Whitewood shavings floated down like June snow inside the cave. A lifelike fox head and a series of complex runes appeared vividly on the short stick. Filma carved while reciting spells and communicating with the totem lord through her mind. She thought she was close to her goal, but when she actually tried to chase it, she found the distance was farther than expected. No matter how hard she tried, the totem pole showed no change, as if it were just an ordinary sculpture. Failure. After carving several totem poles without any sign of power fluctuation, Filma stopped to think about why she failed. Creating a totem requires harmony of hand, mouth, and mind. Her carving skills were fine, clear textures and delicate knife work. As for the spells, she had been reciting Chinese for over 10 years. If she still made mistakes, it would be truly terrifying. So, it must be a problem with her mind. Filma instinctively picked up the already carved, discarded totem. The totem lord on it looked expressionless, lifeless, with no spiritual energy at all. Yes, she thought, a work without spiritual energy. Filma pondered deeply. Suddenly, a fragment of a memory appeared in her mind. Grandpa, the eagle you carved looks so mighty, it seems like it can fly. A little girl was leaning on the windowsill, looking at her grandfather's eagle sculpture with envy and shouting. Because it has life, the old man smiled slightly, carving the final stroke. The lifelike eagle sculpture stood on a branch, looking proud and fierce, with its legs bent and wings slightly open, as if ready to attack at any moment. Grandpa, it's just a piece of wood, not a real person. How can it have life? The girl asked, confused. Wood also has life, and its life is given by the sculptor, the old man said, picking up a piece of wood and handing it to his granddaughter along with a small knife.
Life.
Ferna's face showed a smile. She was beginning to grasp the flow of energy. Without hesitation, she grabbed a short stick, and the sharp knife quickly cut out small snowflake-like sparks. At the same time, a clear spell voice sounded. Ferna focused completely, imagining a totemic figure that seemed to enlarge many times in her mind. Unlike before, this totemic figure had a lively expression, with a touch of human emotion. A faint power seemed to awaken with the totem's expression. Soon, the totem pole in her hand responded to this energy, glowing with a faint green light. Ferna instinctively poured some of her energy into it. Suddenly, a small wooden stick transformed into a huge totem pole, and a green halo rose from it, covering the entire cave. Healing totem. Elder Avery's surprised voice came from the entrance. Ferna looked up and saw that all 5 elders had arrived, along with a golden titan peeking outside. Sorry for the disturbance. Ferna playfully stuck out her tongue. She was quite excited, too. She didn't expect that the first totem she understood would be a healing totem. In the Baiman war song, there were no healing-type war songs. Besides the Green Fox tribes, Light of Life, only the Sky Prophet's healing totem existed. Of course, the Light of Life was more powerful than the healing halo in effect, but the practical use of the healing halo was far better. Anyone within the halo's range could be healed. The totem pole's energy consumption had to be personally blessed by the Sky Prophet. Ordinary priests could also use the totem pole, but after the energy was used up, it needed to be re-blessed by the Sky Prophet before it could be used again, like a charger recharging. This news must never reach the temple people. Filma suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If they find out she has inherited the Sky Prophet's legacy, she will be kept like a pet and used as a power source. Such a life would be hopeless. Dear elders, if possible, the fewer people who know about the Sky Prophet's legacy and the totems, the better, Filma said seriously, looking at the 5 elders. Why? The 5 elders were confused. The Sky Prophet is a great honor. Although it belongs to the temple, its status is no less than that of the high priest. Even the king respects it. Why does it now seem so secretive? Elders, times are different now. The outside world is complicated. When you go out, you'll understand, Filna said cautiously, hesitating to speak. Understood, the elders agreed, even though they didn't fully understand why. Filna didn't intentionally tease the elders. After the war between gods and demons, the sea tribes, especially the Baiman, caused a big split. Fortunately, they parted peacefully and kept their distance from the land. But the monk tribes, who are monkey people, humans, didn't. After splitting, they fought their former masters, taking some good lands. The Baiman Empire was badly weakened. Luckily, the monk tribes, who call themselves humans, soon split internally. Over 100 years, they fought in small wars, dividing into dozens of countries. They no longer posed a threat to the Baiman Empire. Humans abandoned their faith in the Kampas and became followers of the Light God. But the rise of the Light Church made human nations feel threatened. They often secretly compete, but they haven't launched a new round of conquest against the Baiman Empire. Instead, they economically suppress it. However, peace often leads to corruption. Now, the Baiman Empire is ruled by the Rhine Lion clan. The Rhine are known for their love of pleasure. Recent kings have become even more indulgent. Although the current king Sarlu is somewhat more disciplined than his ancestors, centuries-old problems can't be fixed overnight. Inside the Baiman Empire, many voices are calling to end the hereditary monarchy and restore a system where the strongest are chosen, just like 1,000 years ago. Although the temple has always been independent of royal power, it is also full of factions. The 12 golden-robed priests seem to hold power over the high priest, who in turn resents losing authority. The high priest has been secretly fighting back. Overall, it's a chaotic situation, which is one reason why Filna doesn't want to go to the temple. Section 47, Southern Cross Forest, Part 14. The hot sun baked the ground until it was very hot. Cicadas screamed loudly among the thick branches. Even the most energetic animals wouldn't come out at noon. The whole Southern Cross Forest was very quiet. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves was heard. A warhorse appeared from the dense woods. On its back, an old man dressed in black samurai clothes was lying down. Suddenly, a wild rabbit ran past them. The horse shivered and wobbled. The samurai on its back fell off without reacting. His body and face were covered with many cuts and bruises. The wound from his left forehead to his right cheek was especially terrible, with flesh and blood spilling out, looking very frightening. Clumsy. A beast that's good at speed actually lost a normal rabbit. That's so embarrassing. As he spoke, a girl ran out of the woods. She was followed by a black magic panther. Behind them, 4 warriors with warhammers carried some hunted animals and moved quickly. The horse suddenly reared up, neighing loudly, either scared by the beast or seeking help. Oh my God! A dead person! The girl was startled by the horse. Then she saw the old man on the ground and was even more surprised. She ran closer and turned him over. She was shocked. This unlucky man might have been used as a test subject by a crazy doctor for dissection. But although his wounds looked terrible, they weren't life-threatening. The real danger was the fresh blood slowly flowing from his wounds. There was no blood transfusion here. Regardless of the situation, Filna still has a human soul inside her. She does not reject humans like ordinary monsters do, and saving a life is more important than anything else.
So,
she took out a beautifully carved wooden staff from her pocket and stuck it into the ground. Then she began to chant. Boom! A large totem pole rose up with a rumble. A faint green light circle spread over the injured person, and the bleeding wound was healing visibly fast. The injuries are so serious, but he's still alive. His luck is really strong. The girl pressed her ear to the warrior's chest and listened carefully for a long time before hearing the faint heartbeat. Enrique, Buffett, help carry this person on a makeshift stretcher. We'll find a place to camp ahead. Filna clapped her hands and walked confidently ahead, ignoring the resentful looks from the 2 temporary stretcher-bearers behind her. When Rodman opened his eyes, he didn't see the fierce face of the god of death as he expected. Besides being very weak, his wounds had completely healed. He instinctively sat up and looked around. He was in a travel tent, but it was better than any he had seen before. The space was so large it could hold a luxurious big bed. The roof was made of thick leather to block the sun, and the walls were supported by 6 metal poles that could be easily extended or folded. The bottom of the tent was also made of thick leather, which kept out moisture and prevented bugs, except for the strange, overly aggressive honeybees. It was clear that the owner of this tent was very careful. They had covered him with a thin blanket and laid a thick mattress underneath, making it very comfortable. His long sword was placed beside his pillow. Outside the tent, faint footsteps could be heard. Rodman nervously grabbed his sword and stared sharply at the tent door. "You're awake." The tent flap was pushed aside, and a charming, beautiful young face peeked in. "Haha, no need to be so tense. It's not good for your recovery." Who are you?" Even though Rodman was well past middle age, he was still shaken. Fortunately, his years of cultivation helped him stay calm and not lose his composure. Filna squeezed through a gap beside the tent curtain, holding a steaming bowl of turtle soup she had just prepared. Although her old wound was mostly healed thanks to her care, she couldn't recover the lost blood, so she had to take time to recover. To save the person completely, she had set up the tent by the river, where the turtles were a great source of nourishment. Rodman's eyes shifted from her hair to behind her. "Are you a fox? A fox priestess?" Rodman's face reddened slightly. He almost called her a fox girl, which, although some minotaurs use the term, was not very polite. Yes, I am indeed from the fox tribe." Filna gently set down the turtle soup. Though she smiled happily, a hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. Coming to this strange world was already difficult, and now she was attached to a fox girl. Even if she could return to Earth someday, how would she face her parents and family? I didn't mean anything bad, I just saw a girl deep in the Southern Cross Forest and was a bit surprised," Rodman said, catching the sadness in her expression. He regretted almost slapping himself. Making such a beautiful girl sad felt so wrong. The Southern Cross Forest isn't as dangerous as the legends say. Filna knew that her words might have caused the misunderstanding, but she chose not to explain further.
"Thank you, miss."
"Did I get healed by you too?" Rodman asked hesitantly. He had noticed that his wound was healing faster than even divine magic could achieve. As far as he knew, while Minotaur healers could prepare some medicines, they couldn't match this effect. And as for priests, he had never heard of Minotaur priests with healing magic. "It's nothing, just a small favor," Filna replied. She wouldn't tell him that she used a healing totem to treat his wound. As the saying goes, a treasure invites trouble. If this human had malicious intentions, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. "My name is Rodman Harris, a level 9 battle god," he said, standing up. Though weak, he still offered a warrior's salute to Filna. Despite being a level 9 battle god, he saw her as a lifesaver and rank didn't matter in this moment. Section 48. The Southern Cross Forest, 15. Level 9 battle god? Filna's small mouth slightly opened, looking very adorable and stunned.
"Wow.
I just helped someone casually, and I got such a big reward. This is too amazing. Good people really do get good rewards. On the land of Landis, fighters have clear and systematic ranks. The difference in rank can make their fighting power several times, or even 10 times stronger. Fighters are ranked from level 1 to level 5, battle gods from level 6 to level 9, and saint fighters above level 10. Since saint fighters have not appeared on the continent for thousands of years, the highest-ranked fighters now are level 9 battle gods. Only a few countries have them, and although there are slightly more level 8 battle gods than level 9, they are not common civilians. In terms of status, level 8 battle gods in the Baiman Empire are as important as provincial governors, but level 9 battle gods, like Filna, are truly revered. Mr. Rodman, I apologize." After a moment of daze, Filna quickly responded, "Your body is still weak. It's better to drink this turtle soup while it's hot." After saying that, Filna hurriedly left, her face still showing excitement. "He's just a child." Rodman shook his head slightly, feeling a strange sadness in his heart as a different girl's image appeared in his mind. However, the rich aroma from the soup bowl was very tempting to his stomach. The taste is really delicious. Rodman first took a small sip. The fresh flavor almost made him bite his tongue. In no time, a large bowl of fish soup was finished. Because of his long-term pursuit of martial arts, Rodman isn't very picky about food. To him, food is either edible or not, raw or cooked. This was the first time he had tasted such delicious fish soup. Outside the tent, Filna was also holding a bowl of turtle soup, sipping carefully. But her mind was curious about one question: who could have injured a level 9 battle god so badly? And it happened within the Baiman Empire. Could the attacker be from the Baiman Empire? On the continent, a level 9 battle god is a figure that many powerful people look up to. Even monarchs of different countries treat them with respect. To be able to seriously hurt a level 9 battle god, how terrifying must that strength be? Suddenly, Filna had a flash of insight and gained a new understanding. When faced with overwhelming numbers, even an advantage in quality can be cancelled out. While treating Rodman, she noticed that besides the bloody slash wounds, he also had many blunt force injuries and some scars left by magic. This explained it. This 9-level battle god was beaten by a mob, which is why he ended up like this. Shameless. Filna, being a martial artist herself, hated such cowardly acts of a group attacking one person. She shook her head in disappointment. No matter how strong an individual is, without a group of followers protecting them, it's hard to act recklessly. Actually, Filna hadn't realized one thing. Though a 9-level battle god is one of the strongest on this continent, it wasn't surprising to her. Victoria and some elders of the Flower Spirit clan are also powerful magic gods at that level. The Golden Titan in the Sumeru realm definitely has the strength of a 9-level battle god. Even those large armadillo beast knights are above level 6 in battle gods. Elder Avery, to protect the future prophet, sent her elite guards from the clan. The tent behind her made a soft sound. Rodman, carrying a long sword, stepped out. His face was pale, his steps unsteady, but his spirit was much better than before. Miss Filna, Rodman approached and slightly bowed. I must take my leave now.
Why?
Filna frowned. I know you're a strong fighter, but your wounds are healing, yet your energy isn't fully restored. Even a low-level magical beast could probably defeat you now. You're lucky to have met me alive. I know that, Rodman sighed. But there are skilled trackers after me, and I can't risk involving you. Filna looked into Rodman's eyes. I just want to ask one thing, Mr. Rodman. Are your enemies from the Baiman Empire? Her question was very skillful. If Rodman's enemies were from the Baiman Empire, then even if the whole country was against him, they would also be her enemies. But if his enemies were from the Baiman Empire, that's a different matter. Rodman shook his head. No, my enemies are from the human kingdom, unrelated to the Baiman Empire. Then I definitely can't let you go. Ferna confidently said, if you really were killed by them, people would think I couldn't treat you well. Those who don't know might assume my healing skills are poor. It's a matter of honor for the priesthood. Honor? Rodman hesitated briefly. Does it really matter? All right, I'll shelter you for 2 more days and give you some blood-boosting medicine. Thank you, Rodman replied after a moment. He understood this was Ferna's kind gesture. Given his current health, he didn't need to wait for enemies to come to him. Even a normal beast could be deadly. Watching Rodman return to his tent, Ferna squinted and smiled. She's a level 9 battle god. Although she was being chased, Ferna didn't care. If a group of people couldn't succeed in killing a level 9 battle god, their skill level was clear. If they really caught up with her, even a team of armadillo warriors, titans, or flower spirits from the Sumeru realm would be enough to handle it. As long as Rodman safely gets through this danger, her popularity in his heart will surely rise. Maybe someday, she'll find a use for that. To prevent danger, Ferna released her hooked jade vine, letting it burrow underground. Then she sent out dozens of golden-devouring bees to patrol outside. After carefully checking that her defenses were safe, she took Rodman's dishes and left the tent. Section 49, Southern Cross Forest, 16. After tidying up the dishes, Ferna planned to gather some herbs. The Magical Pharmacology book had recipes for blood-boosting potions, but she usually didn't care much for such medicines, missing a few ingredients. There's danger everywhere here. I'll go with you, Rodman said, worried. Like the Baiman priesthood and human mages, their physiques are weak. Without a warrior's protection, once they get into close combat, only death awaits. Don't worry, I have a bodyguard, Ferna whistled. A shadow panther leapt out of the woods, startling Rodman. Is that your pet? Rodman asked. More or less. We're good friends. But you need to be careful yourself. Ferna mounted the shadow panther, waved goodbye to Rodman, and disappeared into the forest. She didn't notice the panther's eyes flickering with strong unease. Shortly after Filna left, the temporary camp fell into a strange silence. Rodman drew his long sword and carefully wiped it with a silk cloth. About 15 minutes later, a masked person suddenly appeared from the woods like a ghost, standing ominously about 10 meters from Rodman. Eisen, isn't it embarrassing for a level 9 dual god to hide his face? Rodman didn't look up and continued to clean his sword carefully. I knew you wouldn't be able to hide it from me. The masked person removed his mask, revealing a thin, scholarly-looking old man. His face showed some intelligence, but his sinister triangular eyes made it clear he was not a kind person. You've been here for a while, haven't you? Rodman sheathed his sword and folded the silk cloth, then stood up calmly. Yes, but I don't want my affairs to drag others into trouble, Eisen said with a sympathetic look.
Humph.
That's because you couldn't handle fighting 2 people and an 8th-level shadow demon panther at the same time, Rodman sneered. Now it's your turn. Your ambush was successful, but I hope luck is on your side this time. Was it really successful? Eisen looked suspiciously at Rodman, who appeared smooth and confident. The ambush yesterday was led by him and another level 9 magic god. Although they severely wounded Rodman, almost everyone was killed, including the 8th-level magic god, leaving only Eisen alive by luck. Surprisingly, Rodman's wounds had all healed. If he had noticed that Rodman's steps were unsteady and weak, he wouldn't dare to test him. Still, Eisen waited until Filna left before revealing himself. When something is abnormal, it's usually a sign of a demon. Eisen tested him, saying, It's just a small wind-speaking priest. A level 9 dual god shouldn't need to hide behind an orc priest's robe. Eisen, I don't understand. Why would a level 9 dual god serve a corrupt noble? Is wealth really that important to you? Rodman remained unmoved, shaking his head in confusion. At their level of martial skill, worldly pursuits no longer satisfied them. Rodman Harry was a warrior from the Jaffa Kingdom. He was passionate about martial arts and traveled across the continent seeking breakthroughs. Because he was always low-key, he was not well known on the continent, and few in his country knew about such an outstanding warrior. 2 months ago, just as Rodman was about to end his year of wandering, he discovered that his entire family had died in a strange fire. Rodman quickly found out the real culprit behind the fire. The attacker seemed to have no intention of hiding his true motives. He never expected that behind the victim was a level 9 fighting god. The story is simple. The attacker was Gaffy, the only son of the Melfield family from the Jaffa Empire. By chance, Gaffy became interested in Rodman's daughter, Arisha. After many failed attempts to win her over, Gaffy used vile means to assault Arisha and set fire to her and her family. Rodman, upon uncovering the truth, was furious. He had returned home to serve his country, but instead, his family was tragically killed by the children of those in power. After handling his family's funeral, Rodman captured the noble scoundrel and slaughtered him at his wife and daughter's grave. This led to a cycle of revenge. The Prime Minister paid a group of strong fighters to avenge his son, including the powerful lower-level 9 fighting god, Eisen, and a 9-level magic god. Recently, thanks to Eisen and others plotting carefully, Rodman was ambushed. Although he was heavily injured, his fierce attack killed the 9-level magic god and allowed him to break through the encirclement with his life on the line. What worried Eisen most was that, despite Rodman's pale face and unsteady steps, his wounds had already healed completely. Although a Baiman priest had just left, it was well known that priests were not skilled in healing magic. This strange situation made Eisen hesitate. Eisen, Rodman said, his hand on his sword's hilt, since you've come after me, let's fight. What are you hesitating for? His sword was drawn with a clang, its sharp edge pointing directly at Aizen's forehead, filled with deadly intent. Feeling the deadly aura in the air, Aizen smiled. A master would never show such signs during a duel, which meant Rodman's injuries were truly out of control. Rodman, it seems you're really badly hurt, Aizen sneered as he drew his slender dagger, gently swinging it a few times, making a whistling sound like a ghost's wail. Humph. Rodman scoffed disdainfully, took a big step forward, and slashed his sword. Don't get angry. The current situation is very unfavorable for you. Aizen smiled and dodged to the side, his dagger like a venomous snake stabbing toward Rodman's waist. Rodman ignored Aizen's attack, turning and stepping forward, then slashed with his sword again. Aizen also dodged and counterattacked in the same way. One moved with strong footwork, the other with strange agility. For a moment, the battle was at a stalemate. However, Rodman, injured and knowing he couldn't hold on much longer, needed to end the fight quickly. Now, he was just gathering his fighting spirit for a final move. Split sky slash, Rodman shouted loudly. A blue energy blade shot toward Aizen. Meanwhile, he spat out blood, leaning on his long sword, his body trembling and unable to straighten up. Haha, Rodman, if you can do one more split sky slash, I'll leave after that. Aizen easily dodged the energy blade, looking very arrogant. Rodman glared at Aizen angrily, feeling helpless. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was worried about the kind fox priestess. Although she had an 8th-level shadow demon panther as a pet, she still had no chance against a 9th-level battle god. Section 50, Southern Cross Forest 17. Don't worry, after you die, I will take good care of that fox girl. She will be very popular in human society. Aizen sneered, raising his slender dagger. Purple lightning demon snake, Aizen shouted loudly. The dagger in his hand shimmered with a purple-blue electric light, shooting toward Rodman. At that moment, dozens of thick vines suddenly burst from underground, whipping like soft whips at Aizen. At the same time, an energy shield covered Rodman, and the purple-blue lightning slid down the shield into the ground. Darn it! Although Aizen was alert in time, his dagger was not very good for chopping. He barely cut one vine, but 4 others struck him, lifting him into the air. If he hadn't used his energy to the fullest, those sudden hooks could have torn him apart. Just as he was about to stabilize himself, he saw a figure flash by out of the corner of his eye. Aizen instinctively threw his dagger. The figure dodged sideways, and a blue light shot from her fingertips, hitting Aizen in the forehead.
Ugh.
Aizen groaned and flew backward. A black panther's shadow darted past like lightning, its sharp claws slashing at his neck, spilling a rain of blood. Although Rodman's strength was weakened, his eyesight was still sharp. He clearly saw who was rushing toward him, but he was already exhausted from his previous attack and couldn't move anymore. It's okay. Filna pressed her aching chest, her face pale, not from injury, but from fear. If it weren't for her magical escape and shield, she might have been dead by now. The attack from a level 9 battle god was very powerful. She dodged the sword's blade, but some of the fighting energy still affected her body. At that moment, she activated her shield spell, blocking most of the energy, and the remaining fighting energy was melted away by a cold airflow. That fierce guy is probably dead now, right? Filna retracted her jade hook claws and Medusa badge, looking nervously at Aizen, who was lying still nearby. Her earlier gesture aimed at Aizen's forehead was a helpless move. She didn't expect that the Ice Zen energy, which she didn't trust at first, would save her life at a critical moment. Later, she learned that if not for the Ice Zen energy dividing itself to protect her vital points, that single finger could have killed Aizen, allowing him to fake death and escape. Aizen's body was missing. While Filna hurriedly helped Rodman into the tent for treatment, Aizen's body mysteriously disappeared. The shadow magic leopard sat quietly, head lowered, reflecting on its negligence. The greedy bees had gathered into a ball on top of the tent, unaware of what was happening. Aizen was a level 9 battle god. He intended to pretend to be dead and escape, which was hard to prevent. Filna regretted taking her magical pet back from the Medusa badge. As a guard, I can't even watch over a corpse. What if someone sneaks in to kill me? Filna said, tapping the leopard's head. The leopard seemed to reflect and nodded, but its eyes secretly looked at the fragrant roasted meat in her hand. Rodman, lying on the bed, watched this scene and found it quite interesting. However, he found the fox priestess even more intriguing. She had a powerful magical plant as a pet, which he had never heard of before. No other race besides druids and elves was known to successfully tame plant magic pets. Miss Filna, I think I might have caused you trouble this time. Rodman felt uneasy inside. Isin, the person he had heard about before, was a cautious and vengeful man. This time, he escaped, and in the future, he would surely target Filna for revenge. What's the trouble? Filna shrugged casually. In the world of martial arts, people are often beyond control. If you're afraid of trouble, it's better to stay quietly at home. In the martial world, people are often beyond control. Rodman repeated these words softly twice, feeling a bit dazed for a moment. Filna now deeply regrets her decision. She was afraid of trouble back then, so she sent her large group of followers into the Sumeru realm. But if they had been there, Isin probably wouldn't have dared to show himself. When Filna released the armored giant tortoise knights, Rodman was startled. He wasn't as naive as Filna. Even injured, he could sense the strength of these knights. They weren't ordinary cavalry. At the very least, they had the strength of 6th-rank battle gods. 6 of them were already 8th-rank battle gods. Even the great mages of human society might not have such powerful followers. He hadn't seen the Golden Titan or the Flower Spirit yet. If he had, he would have been so shocked that his eyes would pop out. Filna, are they all your followers? Rodman asked.
Yes.
If I had let them out during the day, you wouldn't have been hurt even more. Filna finally finished educating the Magic Panther and started preparing medicine for Rodman. In today's battle, Rodman wasn't seriously injured, just exhausted and bleeding heavily. To recover to his peak condition, even with her medicine, would take about a month. Are those golden hunting bees? Rodman didn't ask how the followers appeared. He was past the age of curiosity. Some things he felt he should know, but the golden hunting bees caught his interest. Although these bees weren't very high in rank, if a swarm attacked, even a 9th-rank battle god would find it troublesome. They might even be eaten to the point of nothing left. Yes, aren't they adorable? Filna liked these golden little creatures very much. After the daytime danger, she chose 4 bees to hide in her sleeve. Staying alert at all times was very necessary. If you like, I can give you 2 toys, just provide them with some metal. Furna said casually, calling it being rich and generous. There are many more in the Sumer realm. No need, my old man isn't interested in that. Rodman shook his head. A mighty 9th-level battle god playing with a few little bees? That's too embarrassing. Then suit yourself. As they spoke, the potion was ready. Furna carefully poured it into 2 small bottles with narrow necks and handed them to Rodman. This is a blood tonic. Take it 3 times a day. Is it bitter? Rodman frowned. He couldn't remember the last time he had taken medicine. Section 51. Southern Cross Forest, 18. In the mainland, pharmacists are considered very low status. Only poor people go to pharmacists for treatment. Those with a little money prefer to see church priests, who charge more but are more effective. Although Rodman was born into a noble family, his generation had already fallen. When he was sick as a child, he mostly went to pharmacists, so he remembers those bitter herbs very well. It's not bitter at all. Furna's smile now looked very sly. Well, that's good. Rodman took the bottle, took a big sip, then clenched his teeth and glared at Furna. Furna held back her laughter, stepped back 2 paces and said, I haven't finished yet. It's very bitter, haha. After saying that, she covered her mouth and ran outside the tent to secretly enjoy herself. The next morning, after taking the blood tonic, Rodman's face looked much better. This time, he didn't need Furna to use any tricks. He pinched his nose and forced the medicine down himself. Seeing the old man, who looked like his grandfather, with a worried expression, Furna felt a bit sorry. She handed him a cup of honey water to rinse his mouth, which made him feel a little better. Miss Furna, this place isn't suitable for staying long. What are your plans? Rodman asked. Although they hadn't known each other long, he liked Firna more and more. For some reason, whenever he saw her, he thought of his daughter Arisha. Rodman clearly remembered that the last time he left home, Arisha was about Firna's age. Recently, he often felt guilty, wondering if things would have been different if he hadn't left home. Perhaps the tragedy could have been avoided. Of course, I plan to run far away. Firna had already thought about this question. Aizen's disappearance is very likely to bring more enemies, so they must leave immediately. Considering that Aizen's followers are probably skilled trackers, Filna decided to take a boat and travel by water. This would make it harder for pursuers to follow. By chance, she found an abandoned flat-bottomed boat upstream of the river. Filna never thought about solving problems with violence. Her later explanation was that, as a lady, shouting and fighting would damage her image. Travel by water? Rodman asked in surprise. Of course. The river is rich in fish, and it will also be good for your health, Filna replied with a smile. She remembered fishing with her grandfather back home. Those days are gone now. What about the nights? Rodman asked. He had seen the boat. It was a bit old, but not damaged. It could hold 6 or 7 people at most. The knights and their horses couldn't fit on it. Just send them back, where they came from. Leave 2 behind as workers, Filna said casually. Although the boat couldn't carry many people, the guard range of the honey-loving bees covered dozens of kilometers. If there was any trouble, they could respond in time. No matter how much the ugly duckling is cleaned up, it won't become a swan. But after adding a tent, the old flat-bottomed boat looked new again. Rodman, who was old enough to be Filna's grandfather, knew there was a difference between men and women. In the end, they decided to put partition in the middle of the tent. The 2 armadillo men rowing the boat had to sleep outside. It made Rodman a bit upset that both rowers were level 6 dual gods, the strongest boatmen on the continent. Filna, what are these? Rodman asked, watching her take out a small box from her storage ring. It was filled with colorful little insects. Curious, he could tell these insects were carefully crafted and looked very lifelike. Without his sharp eyes, most people might mistake them for real. Fishing bait, Filna answered. Fishing bait? But these are fake, Rodman asked, confused. He had fished before, using various worms and grains, but never fake bait like this. Do fish really eat these things? Filna smiled and replied, this kind of fake bait is also widely used. It's made from leftover feathers or similar materials. Girls naturally dislike certain insect-like fish foods, so this fake bait is very popular among female anglers. She used to make fake bait to earn some pocket money. Does it work? Rodman asked, feeling a bit doubtful. He had never heard of fishing with such fake bait. Just see for yourself, Filna said. While speaking, Filna had already assembled her fishing rod and stepped outside the cabin. Can we fish here? Rodman looked at the river. The water was rushing fast, and it didn't seem like a good place to fish. It's perfect here. Filna threaded the fake bait onto the hook, swung her fishing rod, and the line arced through the air, landing with a splash in the water. The line kept moving, and the fake bait looked like a real insect struggling in the water. Suddenly, water splashed, and the fishing rod bent.
Yes.
We got a bite, Filna shouted excitedly. Judging by how much the rod was bent, it must be a big fish. Really? It actually took the bait? That fish must be pretty dumb, Rodman said in disbelief. It seemed like she was fishing without even using bait, just catching a plain fish. Although the fish was struggling hard, Filna pulled it close. The armadillo man at the boat's bow was quick and skillful. He used a landing net to scoop up the fish, over a meter long. Catching such a big fish was easy for a level 6 fighting god. What kind of fish is this? Rodman asked, genuinely curious. He had never seen such a strange fish before. It was about a meter long with a slender body. The front was flat and broad. The backside was flattened sideways. It had 4 pairs of whiskers under its jaw, no scales, small eyes, light gray skin, stiff spines on the tail fin, and a low, long belly fin. This is a fish, one of the famous freshwater forefish. Filna casually removed the hook from its mouth. This fish not only tastes delicious, but also has medicinal value. It's perfect for nourishing Rodman. Choosing the water route was definitely the right decision. At least, The pursuers they worried about hadn't caught up. Rodman's injuries had also greatly improved, thanks partly to the medicine and partly to Filna's creative cooking of various river fish along the way. As the saying goes, food is better than medicine. Rodman felt he was gaining weight. The best part was, neither of them mentioned breaking up. The old and young got along very well like a family. Section 52. The Southern Cross Forest, 19. Following the river downstream, the trees on both sides gradually became sparser and the water deepened. Rodman's injuries had greatly improved, and he joined the fishing activity. Scientific studies show that fishing is good for health. Rodman's spirits also improved. He started smiling and seemed to recover from the shock of losing loved ones. "That's really nice," Rodman said with admiration. He added that he had traveled across the continent for many years, even visiting the Desert Kingdom. Because he had practiced martial arts all his life, he rarely had time to enjoy the scenery around him. "Let's play chess," Ferna suggested. "Chess?" Rodman asked curiously. "Yes, this." Ferna took out a chess set. She played it in her free time, enjoying the game with her left and right hands. "Sounds interesting." After Ferna taught Rodman the basic rules, like the horse moves in an L shape, the elephant moves in a cross, and pawns cross the river without turning back, he became very fond of it. On the land of Landis, entertainment options were very limited. If Ferna had lived in a human country, she could have developed her hobbies easily. But in the Baiman Empire, most common people still struggled to find enough food and drink, lacking the foundation for entertainment industries. For several days, Rodman became obsessed with playing chess. He would start early in the morning with Ferna and refused to stop until night. If Ferna hadn't forced him to rest for healing, he might have played all night. On the third night, an unexpected event brought a surprise to Ferna. Their small boat was anchored on the shore when distant roars of wild animals reached their ears. Rodman, experienced in outdoor survival, quickly judged that two high-level magical beasts were fighting. "But I only hear one sound," Ferna said confidently about her hearing. "That's right. One of the beasts isn't making any noise." Rodman gestured for her to listen carefully. "That beast's sounds include anger and sadness. It won't last much longer. Maybe we should go see," Ferna said with a smile in her eyes. High-level magical beasts are valuable treasures. Rodman's injury has mostly healed. With him and a dozen bee servants nearby, there is no safety concern. Filna lit 2 torches and used the bright moonlight to search toward the sound. The sound quickly disappeared. Rodman's judgment was correct. At least one beast had been defeated. In the South Cross Forest, defeat usually means death. Filna's idea was better for both to suffer injuries. Beasts are much more sensitive to smells than humans. Although the faint light from the moon and torches only allowed Filna to see the ground barely, for the bee servants, scent was the best guide. Soon, even Filna could see bloodstains on the ground. As they got closer to the scene, the surrounding plants were more damaged. The most shocking sight was the many large cracks on the ground, some only about 2 feet wide, stretching for several meters or even dozens of meters. Trees, thicker than Filna's body, were fallen and scattered, as if a big disaster had just happened. Such a powerful earth element beast. Rodman's exclamation startled Filna. "Are these cracks caused by the beast?" "Exactly. This beast's level is definitely not lower than your scorpion dragon pet." Rodman nodded confidently. In the battle between 2 high-level beasts, the trees within 100 meters were badly damaged. Among the fallen trees, a few small beasts could be seen suffering from the chaos. One fluffy mammoth and a golden giant python were entangled tightly. 2 large fangs, as thick as an adult's thigh, pierced through the python's neck, pinning it to the ground. The lower half of the python's body was wrapped around the mammoth, with its huge mouth biting the mammoth's neck. As Filna hoped, both were injured, a situation where neither side was victorious. "Miss, this is a good catch," Rodman said excitedly, his eyes shining. Filna didn't notice the subtle change in how he addressed her, only looking strangely at the 2 beasts. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she heard a voice in her mind urging her, "Save them. Save them." "Uncle, are these 2 beasts very valuable?" Filna asked. She thought hard but couldn't recall any memory about these beasts. Haha, that mammoth isn't an ordinary elephant. It's a furious mammoth king. Its earth element magic crystal is worth about the same as a dragon crystal. The leather is also excellent for making armor. The head of the golden dragon python was even more impressive. It was said to be a descendant of a giant golden dragon and some kind of serpent-like magical beast. It was a land-type magical beast. Not only did it have a high-grade magic crystal, but its skin and bones could be made into the best armor and weapons. Its blood could be used in medicine, and it had a single horn on its head. It was a treasure all over. Rodman smiled so much he couldn't close his mouth. "Uncle, are they all dead?" Ferna asked. "Almost. The venom of the golden dragon python is so strong that it can even kill a dragon," Rodman replied uncertainly. He jumped onto the two magical beasts and checked them carefully. He looked up and said, "This python is dead. The furious mammoth king still has breath, but it's too poisoned. It's basically doomed. Uncle, can you help me? I want to go up and see if I can save it," Ferna said through clenched teeth. She decided to save the giant elephant, but even lying on the ground, the furious mammoth king was over 3 meters tall. She couldn't climb up. "Miss, the furious mammoth king is a top-tier magical beast. Even if you save it, it won't agree to become your magical pet. It's better to kill it and take out its magic crystal," Rodman advised.
He was right.
The intelligence of top-tier magical beasts was no less than that of humans. Their pride wouldn't allow them to become pets of other races. Plus, Ferna already had a magical pet. Unless she was willing to kill her current pet, she couldn't get a second one. Magical pets can be divided into beast pets, plant pets, insect pets, and bird pets, but currently, the Baiman Temple only has a single summoning song for magical pets. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. "Uncle, even if I can't make it my magical pet, I can't just watch it die," Ferna said. With Rodman's help, she climbed onto the mammoth. Rodman had already pulled out the dragon python's teeth. A large wound oozed thick black blood, and the smell was so foul it made people want to vomit. Such a strong poison. Ferna frowned, placing her hand on the mammoth's wound. A faint green light of life seeped into the injury, as if a living thing was entering the wound. The black venomous blood slowly changed, and the furious mammoth's eyelids twitched slightly. Ferna didn't notice the mammoth's movement. She was secretly lamenting. The venom of the golden dragon python was too powerful. Although the blood flowing from the mammoth's wound was gradually returning to normal color, the poison hadn't been completely removed. She was already showing signs of exhaustion. If she couldn't fully remove the poison, and it flowed back to the heart, even a dragon would die instantly. Section 53. The South Cross Forest, Part 2, Miss Rest. For a moment, Rodman watched nearby, feeling very worried. Although they had known each other for less than a month, he already saw this fox girl as his own daughter. "No, if we stop now, all our efforts will be wasted," Fiona gritted her teeth and kept fighting. The Light of Life is a special ability of the Green Fox tribe. It can heal wounds and purify poisons. Usually, this ability has limits on how many times and how long it can be used. Using it too often or for too long can seriously hurt the user. Even though Fiona has a strong body, she was almost exhausted when the mammoth's wound started to heal. "Miss, take a break." Rodman helped Fiona back to the ground.
"I'm fine.
"We need to leave quickly." Fiona shook her head and stored the golden dragon python into her space ring. It was a pity. This golden snake had been dead too long, so she couldn't turn it into a spirit pet with the underworld necklace. Just as they were about to leave, Fiona saw a patch of green plants crushed by the golden snake. The familiar green and fresh scent caught her attention. "Tea tree," Fiona exclaimed happily. Yes, this green plant was a high-quality tea tree. Fiona's hometown was famous for producing green tea. She had grown up learning from her grandmother about planting, roasting, and brewing tea. Back then. Haha, she even used Lu Yu's, the classic of tea, as her extra reading. On the continent of Amatis, there are only 2 drinks, coffee and alcohol. Alcohol varies in quality, with the finest being fruit wine brewed by elves. The most common is cheap barley beer. Coffee is a luxury only the wealthy can afford. Fiona had never heard of anyone drinking tea. She thought such plants didn't exist on the continent. Miss, what is this? Rodman also didn't recognize the tea tree. He thought it might be some rare, medicinal herb. Hee hee, I won't tell you, uncle. Can you help me find some intact? This kind of plant. Fiona didn't explain what it was, wanting to surprise Rodman. After searching for a while, they finally found 4 healthy tea trees nearby. After sending the tea trees into the mustard space for the flower spirits to cultivate, Filna urged Rodman to return to the ship. On one hand, she was tired from overusing her racial abilities earlier. On the other hand, if that wild mammoth king woke up and attacked her without reason, she wouldn't even have time to cry. Hee hee. These tea flavors are really good quality. On the way back, Filna held a handful of tea leaves and sniffed them gently, as if she saw her hometown's endless tea mountains and the faint, fresh aroma in the air. Miss. Rodman's voice pulled Filna out of her memories. Hey, sir, you don't have to call me miss, just call me Filna. Filna finally realized that Rodman had been hinting that he wanted to stay by her side these days. But no matter what, she couldn't let a level 9 battle god become her servant, right? Miss, you should rest early today. I'll stay on watch tonight, Rodman insisted stubbornly, refusing to change his words. No, that's not possible. Your injury just got better. I can't let you stay on watch, Filna disagreed. Respecting elders and caring for the young are traditional virtues of the Chinese culture. Great Lord of the Sacrifice, we will take the night shift. Please rest assured, you and Lord Rodman can relax, 2 laborers rowing in silence said. Filna playfully stuck out her tongue. These 2 are level 6 battle gods. How could she forget that? In the early morning, thick fog rose by the river. After a long night of rest, Filna's face looked much better. However, the aftereffects of overusing the light of life were not just weakness. Her head felt like it was about to burst with pain. So, only those 2 level 6 battle gods prepared breakfast. As for the quality of the meal, it could only be fairly said it's cooked. Miss, from this place, we can land and walk a few more days to reach the Southern Cross Forest. Where do you plan to go? After finishing breakfast, Rodman asked Filna about her plans. Just want to explore. I want to see the human world, the colorful world. If I go to the temple, it will be hard to have this chance again. Filna looked longing. She really wanted to see how human society on this world differs from Earth. Rodman looked worriedly at Filna's small face, which didn't look human at all. The author notes, she is actually a fox girl. With such a stunning appearance, she could definitely cause a stir in human society. Don't worry. With you, the 9-level battle god, protecting me, I have a few followers in my space. Whether it's one-on-one or group fights, it doesn't matter, Filna said happily.
Well.
Okay, Rodman reluctantly agreed. He was already thinking about making several rescue plans, maybe with some friends he met during his travels who could help. What about this boat? After a few days, everyone had grown attached to the old boat. The 2 boatmen were quite reluctant to leave it. Let's leave it here. Maybe other adventurers will find it useful, Filna decided, leaving the modified tent on the boat as a gift for future travelers. Just as they stepped ashore, the ground suddenly trembled faintly. From deep in the forest, the sound of breaking trees reached their ears. A powerful aura was approaching. Top-tier magical beast. Rodman's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect to encounter 3 high-level magical beasts near the edge of the Southern Cross Forest. The chance was just luck. Don't worry, sir. It's probably not an enemy, Filna said with a smile as a large figure gradually appeared in the woods. It was a furious mammoth king. An adult furious mammoth stands nearly 8 meters tall and over 5 meters long. If we compare the strength of magical beasts to human experts, top-tier magical beasts are definitely comparable to 9-level battle gods. The most terrifying thing about these beasts is their abundant magic power and strong bodies. When fighting against humans or other beasts of the same level, their chances of winning are less than 40%. Although Rodman knew the top-tier magical beast probably wouldn't attack Filna, he still didn't dare to relax. He tightly gripped his sword, watching as the furious mammoth king approached Filna. Its massive trunk wrapped around her body, gently lifting her up. Filna was already sitting on the beast's back. Roar! The fierce mammoth's long trunk raised high, and it let out a deafening roar. It then turned around and strode confidently toward the southern forest of the Cross. Section 54, Town Troubles, Part 1. The town of Chawa, located in the southwest province of the Baiman Empire, is as lively as ever. This is rare for towns of its size. In the poor economy of the Baiman Empire, some small and medium cities are not much different from Chawa. Everything depends on the town's special location. Because the southwest province has a long coastline, it not only trades with sea creatures, but also has frequent business with nearby human countries. Chawa is the last supply point before reaching the southern forest. Many adventurers, both human and other races, stay here. Many merchants set up shops, making the market very busy. There are more outsiders here than locals. In a tavern called Wild Clash, a group of about a dozen drinkers sat around a tall, muscular bull warrior, listening to him share his adventures as a mercenary. The bull warrior had a very impressive beard, but he was still quite young. He had broad shoulders, a tall build, and muscular arms. His head had a large, curved horn, showing he was a rhinoceros warrior. Next to him, a double-handed battle axe leaned against the table. Sitting beside him was a young man with long hair, a friendly face, and a cheerful expression. From his horns, it was clear he was also a rhinoceros warrior. He wore a fine leather armor, and beside him were a one-handed battle axe and a shield. Most of the people around were locals. The owner of the tavern was a snail-like bull person. Because this race is weaker than other bull people, they are better at running businesses. The fat owner was pouring beer from a barrel into cups, listening curiously to the mercenaries' stories. The local residents listened intently. On the continent of Landis, there are no TVs or newspapers, and transportation is slow. Besides traveling bards, mercenaries are the most connected to the outside world. For the people of Baiman, their own mercenaries make them proud. Ori, you really have seen a lot in the world, said one older drinker with envy. Yes, there's a saying among humans that makes sense. Sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Staying at home all the time won't give you much knowledge, replied the warrior called Ori. That's true. Humans are clever, but they also have many things we can learn from, the drinker added. I heard Prince Felix is going to tour the southern provinces. Recently, there have been more human merchants coming here. Uncle Carlos, stop interrupting, said another young drinker. At his age, he's full of dreams about hero stories, and he was quite annoyed by Carlos's interruptions. Hee, Ori, go on, keep talking, Carlos said, understanding the young man's excitement. I'm old, so I don't have much to say. But my nephew here, Ori pointed to the young man beside him. Even though he's still young and hasn't grown facial hair, he's already a second-level fighter. That's quite rare for someone his age. While everyone looked at the young boar warrior with surprise, they noticed his eyes fixed on the guest who just entered. The drinkers followed his gaze and were immediately captivated by the charming young girl priestess. Jova town is small, but not as remote as the poor Boca village. It's a busy trading town with only a low, symbolic wall built at the start, mainly to defend against monsters from the South Cross Forest. Now, the wall is no longer needed. There are 4 gates in the wall. The main road is wide enough for large animals or carts. In the center of town is a lively marketplace. Besides the main street, many narrow alleys crisscross the town like a spider's web, making it easy to get lost for those unfamiliar with the roads. To avoid trouble, Filna took the Mammoth King and Shadow Demon Panther into the Sumeru realm, leaving only 4 divine fighters for protection. Unfortunately, Rodman went to meet some friends, and they had arranged to meet at the Northwest Temple in Watford. Walking along the main street of Jova town, the 4 guards followed at a distance. Filna didn't like feeling crowded. Leading them was a pangolin warrior named Sierra, a level 8 divine fighter. Ferna curiously looked around the small town. It didn't seem special, except that besides the local residents, there were many humans. These humans looked somewhat like Westerners from Earth, all of the Caucasian race. No one liked trouble, but that didn't mean trouble wouldn't find you. Ferna thought she was being low-key, but she overlooked one thing. Her beauty itself was a source of trouble. While she was shopping, many people had already gathered behind her. If not for her priestly robes, which had a strong, intimidating effect on ordinary people, many might have come up to talk to her. However, for the human merchants, the status of an apprentice priestess didn't hold much deterrence. Several suspicious eyes were fixed on Ferna in the crowd, and her 4 guards clearly weren't very capable. They seemed helpless in such a situation, which was understandable since their experience was probably less than hers. But the first to make a move was a wolf-like werewolf. This small troublemaker looked a bit mischievous and seemed to have a problem with his mind. He ignored Ferna's priestly robes and started to bother her. The guards did their job well this time. After a few rough hits, the troublemaker, with a swollen face and bruised head, spat out some harsh words and ran away in embarrassment. It was almost like a warning to others, and the crowd that followed dispersed quite a bit. Unaware of all this, someone else, after wandering through most of the town, finally felt a normal physical response: hunger. Naturally, she walked into the nearest tavern called Wild Clash. On the land of Landis, restaurants are often combined with taverns or inns. "Boss, just 2 special dishes and a small plate of beef patties," Ferna said as she sat at an empty table. She then pointed to her 4 guards entering behind her. "Give each of them 5 pounds of beef, 1 large pancake, and 2 big mugs of beer." "Got it," the owner replied eagerly and immediately started preparing the food. God of War, Iori, who had a good eye, immediately recognized the strength of the 4 guards. He was already at the peak of level 5 warrior, and breaking through that bottleneck would make him a level 6 God of War. Only a God of War could hide such strength. Seeing 4 God of War level guards appear in such a small town was very rare. Section 55, Small Town Turmoil, Part 2, Trouble Tends to Come in Chains. Filma hadn't eaten a good meal in a long time. She wanted to enjoy a peaceful lunch, but someone rudely interrupted her. She became very angry, and the consequences were serious. "Young master, it's her." This slightly flattering voice sounded so harsh in the tavern. Since Filma entered, Iori had stopped his story. Most young drinkers were secretly watching the beautiful girl, while older patrons sipped their drinks, reminiscing about their youth. The sudden voice annoyed everyone. "How can you eat such rude food?" "Beautiful Miss Fox, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to lunch," a smooth, oily voice whispered in her ear. Filma frowned and looked up. A sharp-faced wolf man appeared in front of her, looking a bit pale, but his clothes were fancy. Behind him were 8 followers from the Pick tribe, and another wolf man with a head as big as a pig, the one who had been scolded earlier on the street. "Thank you, but I will leave this town after I finish my meal," Filna said politely. "Jova town may be small, but it's quite lively. You can find rare goods here. Beautiful priestess, I would be happy to host you." The wolf man tilted his head. His 8 followers immediately surrounded him. "Thank you again for the invitation. I really don't have time to stay here." Filma shook her head at her 4 guards, signaling them to stay calm. She noticed a young boar warrior sitting at another table, looking furious and about to stand up, but another older boar warrior held him back. The older boar pointed at her guards and whispered a few words into the young warrior's ear. His eyes lit up instantly. "Oh, miss, if you leave just like that, wouldn't it make us in Jova town look unfriendly? Please come with me. I will make you feel at home." The wolf man smiled happily, seeing his followers seemed to have control of her guards. "No need to trouble yourself. I'm leaving now. Goodbye," Filna said coldly, standing up. She casually dropped a coin on the table. Honestly, she just wanted a quiet meal. "Beautiful young lady, your followers probably can't help much. Come with me instead, haha." Wolf laughed like a defeated old hen, reaching out to grab Rafina. "How dare you?" Rafina sharply scolded, and the 8 followers felt a sudden numbness, as if flying on clouds, then fell heavily to the ground. Wolf, who had been laughing proudly just moments before, was stunned by the sudden change, his face freezing in surprise. Those followers were all level 4 fighters. "Miss, what should we do with them?" asked the guard captain, Sierra. Rafina disliked being called lady, so she told them to address her as Mississippi. Since these people are so eager to be my dogs, I might as well break their legs. As for him, Rafina looked coldly at the trembling wolf and smiled. Let them share the hardships together. Yes, miss. With a flicker of movement, screams erupted outside the tavern. The customers looked at each other in shock, and a few scared ones quickly ran away. Lord Priest, you'd better leave quickly. The chubby tavern owner came to Rafina's side. That wolf is the young master of the town mayor's family. His family is quite influential in the empire. Even though your followers are strong, there's no need to clash with them. Thank you. Rafina nodded. The owner was right. Powerful people shouldn't be challenged unless she wanted to cause trouble here. It was better to stay low-key. Sierra, let's go. Rafina sneered at Wolf, who was crying and clutching his legs on the ground, then led her guards away. On the street, the passers-by had already hidden when the followers were thrown out. When Rafina and her group appeared, only those unlucky ones were lying on the ground, crying. But no one paid attention. Wolf's followers, who had caused the trouble, had slipped away unnoticed. Lord Priest, please wait a moment. Rafina looked back. It was the older bull warrior, followed by a young man named Bull, who seemed to have a strong sense of justice. Is something the matter? Rafina asked, feeling quite fond of the young bull. These four, are they all level divine fighters? Ira looked at Sierra with admiration. Filma signaled him to walk and talk at the same time. This is my nephew, Tario. He not only has great talent and strength, but also learns quickly. We used to be mercenaries in the human country, but those human battle gods refused to teach us Baiman. Irie was honest and spoke with difficulty, almost inaudibly. Are you saying he wants to become a disciple and learn martial arts? Filma stopped and looked at the young bull. The Rhino tribe warrior is the strongest among the bull tribe, 2 meters tall, and the best heavy infantry. The young man indeed looks very promising. Ziero. Filma turned to her bodyguard captain. Thiero nodded, meaning Tario's talent is quite good. All right. Filma nodded. If you are willing to follow me, Ziero can give you some guidance in martial arts. Thank you, Lord Priest. Tario was impatient and knelt on the street to swear his loyalty. Such trouble. Filma shook her head, signaling Tario to stand up. At the street corner, 14 wolf rider soldiers surrounded a middle-aged wolf who was chasing after them. The fleeing wolf servant was right behind him. Master. It was these few who hurt young master. The servant pointed arrogantly at Filma. Rogue. The middle-aged wolf's face changed. He raised his hand and slapped the servant, with such force that the guy was knocked off his horse.
Huh.
What's going on here? Filma was a bit confused. The middle-aged wolf approached and, with a somewhat flattering smile, said, Honorable Lord Priest, I am Giovanni, the mayor of Chowtown. I am irresponsible in raising my son, and I apologize for any offense. Please forgive me. Hello, Mayor Giovanni. I am trainee priest Filma Fucklin. My subordinates acted too harshly just now. Please forgive us. Filma said politely. She didn't know what the mayor's true intentions were, but since it was polite exchange, she saw no reason to get angry. Should be taught a lesson, yes, a lesson. This kid has been spoiled by his mother, and should have been disciplined long ago, Giovanni said with a look of disappointment. Mayor Giovanni, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave now, Filma said, unsure if he was acting or not, but she had no intention of probing further. Wait, Lord Priest, you can't leave. Oh? Are you trying to force me to stay, Lord Mayor? Filma's face immediately changed. She didn't want to cause trouble, but if someone was looking for trouble, she wasn't afraid. Priestess, please don't misunderstand. It's like this. Section 56. Bandit Suppression 1. Caillery received news from the Mercenary Guild that a group of bandits, made up of dog-headed goblins, had been roaming near Joa Town. One village had already been looted. If they let these bandits continue, more villages would be harmed. Don't you have wolf cavalry? Filma asked confused. The wolf cavalry was famous across the continent for their strength. How powerful could a bandit group be? These wolf riders are personal guards sent by my family. There are only 20 of them. The town also has 400 pigger warriors, Caillery said with a bitter smile. The The bandits are about the same number as us. The trouble is, they have a goblin shaman in their group. After he cast Bloodthirst, the goblin's fighting ability must have increased proportionally, but I am just an apprentice priestess. I probably can't be much help, Filna frowned. Besides a few spiritual songs and awakening songs, she didn't know any other battle songs. She also felt that the town mayor seemed to have other intentions. But you have powerful followers. Kaleri secretly glanced at Sierra and others, speaking sincerely. If we don't eliminate them quickly, more innocent people will suffer, more villages will be looted, and many merchants will be killed or robbed. All right, Filna admitted she was soft-hearted. Thinking about the innocent people who might die or become refugees made her feel reluctant. When do we leave? She asked calmly. Tonight. We planned a surprise attack on them. With you and your followers, our chances of success will be much higher. Please rest at my house first, Kaleri said excitedly, squinting happily when Filna agreed. Thank you, but I think it's more convenient to rest at the inn, Filna replied, turning to call out to Elio and his nephew, then walking with her 4 guards toward a nearby inn. Master, are you really going to let them go? Wolf's unlucky assistant, limping, came to Kaleri with a look of dissatisfaction. Good for nothing. Kaleri's face suddenly darkened. Can't see the enemy's true strength and still cause trouble. Where are your eyes? Go back. After speaking, he waved his hand and led the wolf cavalry back to the town. Miss, that wolf looks suspicious. I think he has bad intentions, Cielo said worriedly in the inn. Against absolute strength, all schemes are useless, Filna replied confidently. She had secretly placed a bee servant on Kaleri, so any movement would send her a message. At the mayor's house, Kaleri sat with a grim face in front of a bed. The person lying there was Wolf, who had his legs broken by Cielo. Dad, why don't we catch that fox spirit? OS asked. OSS, you're reckless. Can the temple people be meddled with so easily? Kaleri scolded. Humph. He's just an apprentice priest. What's so special about that? OS retorted. An apprentice priest isn't impressive, but one with the god of war as a follower is worth discussing, Kaleri said. Dad, do you think the person who hurt me is the god of war? OS asked. Not only him, but 4 others also have strength above level 6 of the god of war, Kaleri sighed. 4 powerful followers of the god of war. Those are not people we can afford to offend. So, should we not seek revenge? OS asked unwillingly. A gentleman waits 10 years for revenge. You should focus on your work. If we can gain the support of the elders in the family, revenge might still be possible, Kaleri sighed. Heh, giving up easily. I like that, OS said with a grin. Inside the inn, Filna listened carefully to the conversation between the father and son through her bee servant. Kaleri was truly patient. On the night of May 28th, 8485, a force of about 400 soldiers quietly left Joa town. Filna rode her shadow demon panther, surrounded by 4 guards, walking in the middle of the group. Kaleri, fully armed, led the front. According to information from Adventurers Guild, the goblin camp of those dog-headed goblins was located on Mogan Mountain, about 14 miles from Joa town, with around 540 people. Although the numbers were slightly different, they could be matched in quality. Filna's god of war and her 8th-level shadow demon panther were enough to deal with those bandits. Filna sat on her shadow demon panther, silently practicing a new skill she had just acquired, the Lotus Lantern. Whether sitting, walking, standing, or lying down, as long as nothing else disturbs her, Filna is practicing the Guani method. This evening, the water drop on her forehead changed again, looking like a budding flower. A set of strange symbols appeared in her mind. She initially thought it was some kind of internal skill or technique. After silently reciting the symbols in her mind, a faint pink light pillar, shaped like a flower bud, rose from her feet. After several attempts, she found this light shield could defend against attacks from fighters below level 6. Although it wasn't as strong as a dragon scale necklace, it was her own creation. Filna named this protective skill Treasure Lotus Lamp, inspired by her favorite cartoon. Her ice and power also changed. Before, it was like a clear spring, but now it was more like a small stream, and she had learned some new ways to use it. Mayor Kalari, please come here. Filna woke up from her thoughts. The golden devouring bee she sent out had already scouted the bandit nest, making the rescue operation easier. Of course, with just these 4 fighters beside her, they could easily capture the bandits. But if that happened, the self-defense team wouldn't get much practice. Besides, the followers of the priest are not ordinary soldiers. Unless their lives are in danger, they wouldn't bother to fight small enemies. Priestess, is there something you need? Kalari quickly approached Filna. After seeing the shadow magic leopard, he completely gave up on revenge. Who would dare to challenge a priestess who could tame such a magical beast? Only a fool would try to fight her. Here is a map showing the bandits' guard posts. You just need to handle the rest, Filna said, handing him a rough sketch of Mount Mogan. Although the drawing was simple, the key points were clear. Thank you, priestess. Kalari took the map with a puzzled look. He didn't understand how the priestess managed to do this, but he knew she wouldn't tell him. Section 57. Suppressing the Bandits, Part 2, in just over 10 miles, which took the soldiers about 4 or 5 hours to walk, Kalari, following the map, sent people to remove all the visible and hidden sentries set by the bandits. He then ordered the troops to surround the bandit camp tightly. Since these bandits were nomadic, their camp was very simple. Nearby, there was a pile of random items that looked like they had been stolen from somewhere else. They probably weren't valuable. The air was thick with the smell of alcohol. In the middle of the camp, there were a few nearly extinguished bonfires. The bandits trusted their guards outside the camp too much, so there were no other patrols inside. Well, bandits are bandits, they have no discipline. The way the fight started surprised Filna. It wasn't the bandit army attacking first. Suddenly, several tents at the back of the camp caught fire, and the flames spread quickly. The sleepy bandits woke up in a panic to put out the fire, and chaos broke out in the camp. Taking advantage of their confusion, Kalari gave the order. Suddenly, from the silent bushes, a shout went up. The Pika warriors, led by wolf riders, charged into the disorganized bandits. Filna was riding Shadow Demon Panther at the edge of the woods. 4 heavily armored armadillo riders nervously surrounded her, worried they might be hit by stray arrows. The 4 fierce bandits looked at Filna as if she was easy to fight. The armadillo riders were smaller in size, and the Shadow Demon Panther was hidden in the shadows, making it hard to see. The bandits tried to take advantage and rushed forward shouting. But these bandits, who only knew some basic fighting skills, couldn't compare to the divine fighters. After a few rounds, the 4 bandits, thinking they had the upper hand, were beaten and broken, lying on the ground and struggling to move. Their defeat scared off many of their comrades who wanted to take advantage. These bandits could travel thousands of miles because they were clever. When they realized they were surrounded, some quickly turned around to defend against the soldiers rushing into the camp. Filna noticed that from inside a large tent, a slightly thin goblin shaman stepped out. He raised his staff high, recited some spells, and a bright red aura surrounded the goblin. It was like he had taken a stimulant. Under the aura, the goblins let out excited howls, their eyes shining with bloodthirsty light, and charged recklessly at the soldiers. This bloodthirsty spell is much worse than our priest's battle song. Filna curled her lips in disdain and turned to give Shiero a quick signal. Go help Mayor Karali deal with that shaman. Yes, miss. Shiero replied, then disappeared in a flash. The shaman hiding behind the bandits suddenly let out a loud scream. His head flew off his neck, and Shiero's figure flickered in front of him.
TCH.
Do you really need to be so bloody to kill someone? That's just no skill at all, Filna sneered. After the shaman was gone, the bandits completely broke down. A few stubborn ones tried to rush toward Filna, but before they got close, 3 other guards knocked them down, breaking bones and tendons. The fight was basically over. Karali had already retreated from the battlefield. He sighed with some relief. I didn't expect these bandits to have a shaman. Lord Priest, we're lucky you and your followers came. Otherwise, we might have failed to catch the bandits and been attacked instead. With the shaman dead, the bandits' last resistance collapsed completely. The soldiers of the cleanup force felt very encouraged. As the fighting ended quickly, the battle was over even sooner. By morning, the bandits had completely stopped resisting. Karali led the soldiers to clear the battlefield. The fight had killed most of the bandits, and about 70 or 80 prisoners were captured. According to the prisoners, after their shaman died, their leader disappeared. It seems he took the chance to escape during the chaos. "Miss, I found an interesting guy." Shiero suddenly appeared in front of Filna, holding a box in his left hand and dragging a rabbit tribe person with his right. This guy was not very old, probably around 20. He was dressed neatly, wearing a leather armor top, with a row of throwing knives in his belt, though they were empty now. He looked quite good, but his mouth was a bit odd, 3 lips. For some reason, Filna felt he looked a little sneaky. "Who is this person?" Filna asked suspiciously, casually putting the box Shiero handed her into a ring. Before Shiero could answer, the human spoke with a flattering smile. "Beautiful priestess, I am Zini Shelton. Thank you for saving me from the bandits. I am very grateful," omitting 500 words of unnecessary talk. Zini's endless chatter really startled Filna. "Oh my, this person is simply too terrifying, like Tang Monk crossing over and attaching himself to this guy." "Stop," Filna hurriedly called out. "You can talk to Mayor Kalari if you have something to say. I don't think he would wrong you." Shini was stunned for a moment, blinked, and then started talking nonstop again. "All right, Shini, come with me. But on the condition that, without my questions, you are not allowed to speak." Filna reluctantly agreed. When the bandit army returned victorious, Filna did not go back with the troops. She politely declined Mayor Kalari's warm invitation and set out under the protection of her guards. Of course, she gained a lot this time. The box Zyro brought back contained the spoils from the bandits, about 200,000 gold coins, and some very good materials. The only thing that made her a bit upset was the bandit Shini, who Zyro casually caught and brought back from the bandit camp. Bandits are a very promising profession on the Lantis continent, not just ordinary thieves. This profession requires high talent and physical fitness. Practitioners must be skilled with various weapons, have some understanding of magic, and importantly, know about the continent's history, geography, and languages. These are all things a thief might mention when rescued. "Since you're so capable, how come you got caught by those goblin-like creatures?" Filna asked curiously. Bandits are an elegant profession and not good at fighting." Shini started another long speech. "Stop." Filna was dizzy from his rambling and decided to make him shut up. "In simple terms, how did you end up here?" "I'm an adventurer. Because these bandits are very evil, I want to punish them on behalf of the thief god Prometheus." Shini naturally wouldn't reveal his plan to steal from the bandits, but to avoid making the priestess in front of him lose her temper, he decided to keep it brief. Although the priestess in front of him is not very old, her magical pet is an 8th-tier shadow demon panther, and her guards all seem to be experts. Traveling with her should be safe. "Honorable and beautiful priestess, may I ask your full name?" "My name is Filna Falkland. And please stop calling me priestess." Filna really dislikes the term adult. Just hearing it makes her think of those boring politicians she finds annoying. Yes, Miss Filna." The person quickly changed his way of speaking, but it was a bit too familiar. On the land of Raniz, only very close people call each other by name. Filna didn't mind this much. After learning that Filna planned to go to the Northwest Temple, Sini stuck close to her. Because Sini's constant drooling was quite frightening, Filna somehow agreed to travel with him and even accepted him as part of her team. The Adventurers Guild is a large organization that spans the entire continent. Its headquarters are in the Rhine Trade Alliance, and it doesn't belong to any country. Its branches and members include almost all nations and races. Getting an adventurer license makes traveling easier in different countries, and most importantly, it pays well. However, Sini cautiously made a suggestion. "Miss Filna, you'd better wear a veil. Walking around in human countries like you is very dangerous. Boring people don't matter, but the truly scary ones do." Filna happily accepted Sini's advice. On the land of Rantis, servants can be bought and sold openly. Mercenary guilds even allow the formation of servant hunting teams. Many countries explicitly state that anyone who isn't a free person can be targeted for hunting, unless they belong to a special race or have special abilities. Such individuals must register in their city and receive protection from the local government. Therefore, Sini's second suggestion was to join a strong-looking adventure team for protection. Won't they just sell me out? Filna was indifferent to this advice. She believed that in the face of real power, many feelings are unreliable. Having traveled through the South Cross Forest, she trusted that strength is the only loyal partner that will never betray her. That's possible, but their reputation in the adventure industry is already damaged. Unless they stop showing their faces, they will face endless pursuit from the Adventurers Guild. Sini's face finally became serious. Never betray is the strict rule of the guild, so I suggest you join the Adventurers Guild, not the Mercenaries Guild. What's the difference? Filna didn't know the difference between an adventurer and a mercenary. In her view, both were jobs that took money and dealt with dangerous situations. Of course they're different. Sini was happy to have a chance to explain. The Adventurers Guild is independent. It doesn't belong to any country and has no discrimination based on race or social class. Most importantly, the guild strongly opposes servantry. It originally split from the Mercenaries Guild. Over nearly 1,000 years, it has grown strong enough that no country on the continent dares to underestimate it. The Mercenaries Guild, as Sini described, is a typical money-for-service organization. It is a job where people are paid to solve problems. Most importantly, the guild is part of the government and often plays dishonorable roles in politics or military affairs. 3 days later, Filna and Sini arrived in Roar, the second-largest city in the southern province. Compared to Roar, the prosperity of Joa town was barely noticeable. To avoid trouble, Filna wore a veil on her face. Surprisingly, this made her look more mysterious, like a foggy scene. Many people intentionally or unintentionally looked at her. It's known that Fox tribe girls are seen as the most beautiful. There's no most beautiful, only more beautiful. However, in the Baiman Empire, except for the foolish young master of Joa town who had a severely damaged mind, no one dared to disrespect a priestess on the street. After checking into a small inn, Sini took Filna to the Adventurers Guild to handle the paperwork. The guild was lively, like a big market, with many fully armed Baiman warriors. When Filna entered, the noisy scene suddenly quieted for a moment. She found this strange. Later, she learned that few Baiman priests joined the adventurers. Among adventurers, Baiman priests are rarer than magicians. Since Sini was better at diplomacy than she was, Filna naturally left all matters to him. Registration fee is 2 gold coins per person. Please fill out these 2 forms, said the clerk, a beautiful rabbit girl. The guild knew how to adapt to local customs. Most staff in Baiman Empire's adventurers guilds were Baiman. Wind-speaking priestess. When she saw the job listed on the form, the rabbit girl, who had been working with her head down, looked up in surprise. Is there a problem? Ferna asked impatiently beside her. The service is so slow. Oh, no. The bunny girl handed over 2 deep red adventure logs, with the guild's logo embossed in gold on the cover, a crossed magic staff and sword. These logs are used to record your adventures. After accepting a quest, the details will automatically appear. No need for you to fill them out yourself. Thank you. Ferna nodded slightly and put away her own adventure log. Miss, I am the leader of the brave adventuring team. Would you be interested in joining? Just as Ferna left the counter, a lecherous middle-aged man approached her, his greasy hands reaching out as if to put an arm around her shoulder. Thanks, but I'm not interested. Ferna looked at him coldly. Her indifference made the man's smile freeze on his face, and his hands awkwardly stopped there. Really, what kind of people are out there? This guy clearly looked like a pervy old man.
Ferna didn't want to get involved.
Well, unless it was a public place, she might have considered taking action against such troublemakers. How dare you disrespect the priestess? Filte, a tall human warrior, suddenly appeared beside the middle-aged man. His shoulder bumped into the man, causing him to stumble back 3 or 4 meters. Buffett, what are you doing? Filte shouted, sounding a bit nervous. But, honestly, this was a good chance to escape the awkward situation. Just as Ferna's gaze flicked over him, a sharp killing intent almost made him suffocate. "Scoundrel," Buffett sneered, then turned sincerely to Ferna. "Priestess, our adventuring team lost 2 members on our last mission. We are urgently looking for new members to complete a task. Would you consider joining? Miss Ferna, there is a minimum number of members required to form an adventuring team. Fewer than 6 members, and the team cannot be officially established. If members leave during a mission, the team must replace them within a week, or they will be expelled," Shinny explained, knowing Ferna might not understand these rules. "Oh, where's your team?" Filna felt a good impression of the warrior named Buffett. His weapon was a double-handed sword carried on his back. Because of its heavy weight, few people still use this kind of weapon. Section 59 Adventure Group, Part 2, right there. Following Buffett's pointing finger, she saw 3 people sitting at a table in the corner of the guild. The person on the far side was a tall man dressed as a knight, wearing full armor and a knight's sword at his waist. In front of him was a knight's helmet. Filna really admired him. Full armor is quite heavy, and most people would be exhausted after 10 minutes of wearing it, but he sat straight and tall. In the middle sat a beautiful young woman, less than 20 years old. She had a gentle smile, with light blue eyes like clear water and smooth skin like jade. But what caught Filna's attention was her clothing. She wore a white robe, which is a healer's robe. On the continent, this profession is more respected than priests of the Light Church. They are followers of the goddess of life and can use prayer to heal. Next to the beautiful woman sat a warrior, about 20 years old. He looked quite handsome and charming, but not the type Filna liked. She preferred men with a bit of experience and maturity. The swordsman had a badge on his chest, showing a sword surrounded by flames. Its meaning was unclear. Filna was sure this guy was secretly in love with the beautiful woman. But her first impression was good. Filna didn't feel much suspicion toward these people. Her instincts told her they seemed trustworthy. Before she could say anything, Sheeny, looking silly, walked over to the beautiful woman. "Miss, my name is Sheeny Shelton, a thief. I am 21 years old and not married." If Filna hadn't quickly stepped beside him and kicked him hard, he might have started reciting his family history. "Hello, my name is Filna. I am an apprentice priest. May I ask your name?" Filna was speaking to the beautiful woman, sensing that she was the leader of this group. "Hello, Miss Filna. My name is Selena, a healer. Welcome to our team." Selena stood up and bowed, pointing to the knight beside her. "This is Wet, a level 4 fighter." She then pointed to the swordsman. "This is Baker, a level 2 magic swordsman. Just call me by my name. I hope we work well together." Filna smiled and saluted the two. "Welcome aboard, Wet," and Baker quickly stood up and returned the greeting. Everyone knew that Wet's fighting strength wasn't just from his battle songs, but also from his magical pet. They shouldn't be underestimated just because they are young or have lower ranks. Thus, Filna and Sheeny joined the adventure team called Guardians and took their first step into the world of adventure. Coincidentally, Selena and her friends lived in the same inn as Filna, just on different floors, which was very convenient. When they saw Zierro and Iori, they were surprised. Even a follower of the wind speech ritualist was so strong. If they became war priests, it would be even more impressive. "Filna, are they all your followers?" Selena still found it hard to believe. In human countries, many powerful mages also have warriors as followers, but a ritual apprentice having a divine warrior as a follower is incredible. Could it be that divine warriors are everywhere in the Mon Empire? "Yes, they are just part of my followers," Filna said calmly, not noticing how much her words caused a shock. Everyone was speechless. "Selena, Buffett just mentioned taking on a task. What is it?" Sheeny broke the silence. "Oh, it's like this." Selena took out a notice called Adventure Mission Notice. "There's a task suitable for us. The lizards living in the nearby swamp are asking for help to deal with monsters that have repeatedly disturbed their village. The reward is 200 gold coins. Only 200 gold coins to risk fighting monsters? Isn't that too reckless?" Sheeny muttered, feeling it was a waste of life. "Is there any job that pays well and isn't dangerous?" "No. Then is there any job that pays well and is difficult?" Sheeny still didn't give up. No, Selena said firmly, shoving the notice into his hand. There are many tasks on here that are difficult but don't pay much. Let me see. Shinny took the notice seriously. 200 gold coins seem a bit too little. Ferna leaned in to look at the notice. Although there were many tasks listed, only this one seemed worth considering. Let's do it. Ferna and Shinny both voted in favor. Even a small mosquito is still meat. The lizard people are different from the Hmong lizard men. They have lived near swamps for many years and are covered in fine scales. However, in the Hmong Empire, lizards are not known for their strength in combat. They are more famous for their healers and shamans. According to the map provided by the Adventurers Guild, the team easily found the lizard village. An elder in the village welcomed them. Elder, could you tell us more about the situation? Ferna asked. As a priest, she had more persuasive power than a human. The elder looked very respectful when speaking to Ferna. Yes, respected priest, the elder replied politely. Deep in the swamp, there have been monsters that feed on dead creatures. These monsters rarely appear near the edges of the swamp. But since last month, merchants doing business with the lizard village have been disappearing one after another. At first, the lizard people didn't pay much attention, but after more than 10 hunters went missing, they started to suspect something. Dozens of lizard warriors found many corpses near the swamp. When they tried to investigate further, some monsters attacked them. Only a few escaped back. Some? Shinny frowned. What kind of monsters? They are sword spiders, the elder answered hesitantly. Sword spiders live deep in the swamp. Usually, a single sword spider isn't too dangerous, but they often hunt in groups, dozens at a time. They move quickly and attack fiercely. If adventurers encounter these monsters in the swamp, it could be very dangerous. How many? Ferna asked. According to the warriors who escaped, there were about 20 sword spiders, the elder said nervously. He was worried the adventurers might refuse this task. Elder, sword spiders are very troublesome monsters. 200 gold coins is too little, Shinny started to bargain. Ferna wanted to stop Shinny, but she said nothing. As a team member, she knew she had to prioritize the group's interests. The elder looked hesitant. Although Roar was very prosperous, this place was truly a poor and remote village. 200 gold coins was not a lot, but it was the largest amount the village could gather. Shinny, let's leave it at that, Selena said. She had spent a long time in the kingdom of Mon and knew that the people there were very poor. It was already impressive that this small village could come up with 200 gold coins. Seeing the team leader speak, Shinny immediately closed her mouth. Only one voice is allowed in a team, which is a rule all adventurers must follow. Elder, please send a guide who knows the land well to help us, Selena requested. The relieved elder quickly agreed. After analyzing the habits of the sword spiders, everyone decided to set a trap to deal with them. Of course, if Zyro and others took action, defeating the spiders would be easy, but that would take away the fun of the adventure. In the swamp, a dozen sword spiders were hunting for food. These carrion-eating monsters moved freely in the swamp. Even high-level warriors would need extra effort to fight them here. The most annoying thing was that they always moved in groups and had a very keen sense of smell. Sword spiders are like sharks in the swamp. Suddenly, there was a commotion near the swamp, attracting the attention of the sword spiders. The faint smell of blood quickly stimulated their appetite. The spiders let out joyful howls and moved their legs to approach the target. Near the swamp, a wounded goat was struggling painfully. Seeing the spider's sharp claws about to catch the goat, the dying goat surprisingly still had the strength to run away. It leapt in a near-parabolic arc toward the edge of the swamp. The goat protests. Who said I still had the strength? It was that woman tying a rope to my leg that almost made me a cripple before I died. Huh. The lead sword spider was furious. It let out a hiss and leapt into the air, pouncing on the poor prey. Its claws swung wildly, and the helpless goat was torn apart before it could even scold the person who had tied the rope. The smell of blood grew stronger. The other spiders swarmed in, showing their sharp mouths as they tore at the prey. The sound of chewing could be heard from afar. The poor goat's limbs twitched as it was slaughtered. A few pairs of eyes in a bush several meters away from the spiders dining table, are closely watching the movements of the spiders. "Filna, does your medicine work?" Shini whispered. "These magical beasts, the spiders, have lived in the swamp for many years and have very strong poison resistance. Otherwise, with the level of wizardry of the lizard people, they would have already used poison to kill them." "Poison definitely doesn't work well." Filna smiled slightly, with a somewhat sinister look. "But I didn't use poison. The drunken fairy dew is actually a highly concentrated magical potion wine. When diluted with a certain amount of water, it becomes a very rich and smooth wine. But undiluted, it is a pure brew. According to the notes in the magic potion book, an ounce of the original brew is enough to topple a giant dragon. Filna, after this mission, you must make me a glass of drunken fairy dew." Buffett licked his lips. His stomach's wine bug was already excited. Watching the spiders frantically eat, he felt very envious. That was a goat that had drunk the original brew of drunken fairy dew. People die for wealth, and spiders die for food. The greedy spiders soon paid the price for their gluttony. After a big feast, the effects of the drunken fairy dew wore off. Over a dozen spiders wobbled, their strong limbs seemingly unable to support their bodies anymore. "Kill!" Selena made a gesture to attack. Wyatt shouted loudly, swinging his knight's sword in a whirlwind as he charged forward. Even Shini swung her short sword to fight back. "Tario, you should go and move around too." Filna signaled the young rhinoceros warrior to join the fight. Honestly, the warriors of the bull tribe may not be very clever, but they are solidly trained. Tario, with the spirit of the hero Guaren, the legend of the Condor heroes, has trained hard and now has the strength of a level 3 fighter. With the natural strength of the rhinoceros tribe, he even has a chance against a level 4 fighter. "Yes, miss." Tario excitedly raised his battle axe and charged forward. Influenced by the effects of the drunken fairy dew, the dazed spiders couldn't respond properly to the attack. Soon, they were torn apart into piles of corpses. The bloody scene made people feel sick, and strange sounds faintly echoed from the swamp. "Oh." Filna and Selena both suddenly realized the danger and exclaimed almost at the same time. Looking up at the swamp, hundreds of sword spiders swarmed like hungry diners about to eat. The front dozen or so spiders glared with red eyes, searching for food.
Darn.
"Is this what that old lizard called a few monsters?" Sydney angrily stabbed a sword spider in the eye. As he pulled out his short sword, a foul-smelling blood nearly splashed on his face. Just after defeating one, a nearby sword spider lunged at him. Sydney dodged the spider's sharp claws and Baker stepped forward, swinging his sword. The spider's half-head was cut open, and dark green liquid gushed out. Sydney, go support from the back, Wit strode forward, slashing a sword spider to the ground and pulling Sydney behind him. As a thief, Sydney was not good at close combat, which made others hesitant. "Earth Spike," Baker shouted loudly. His long sword stabbed into the ground, and about 10 sharp earth spikes shot up, piercing the bellies of a dozen spiders that couldn't dodge in time. The remaining 30 or so spiders scattered and launched a new attack without fear. "Kill!" O'Reilly and Tario, the uncle and nephew, swung their double axes together, rushing into the spider group like a raging dragon. They swung left and right, sending chunks of flesh flying. The other adventurers encircled from all sides, killing the remaining spiders. "That's very violent." Ferna comforted her agitated shadow panther, which was upset for not getting a chance to fight. Her eyes fixed on the depths of the swamp. "Ferna, don't you find this strange?" Selena, after healing a few injured teammates, came over and looked at Ferna. Her eyes also gazed into the swamp. "Oh." Ferna turned her head to look at Selena. Usually sword spiders hunt deep in the swamp, but now they're moving mostly to the edges. Selena pointed at the swamp and said, "Geographically, there's nothing unusual about the swamp itself. Why would these spiders abandon their old home? Climate is normal, geography unchanged, and they still have plenty of food in the swamp. The only explanation is that they've been driven out." Sydney, though sometimes talkative, analyzed the situation quite insightfully. "Selena, although we completed this mission, the reward was not much and there were no magic crystals on the spider. Maybe we can." Everyone understands what Beck means. If we can hunt the beast deep in the swamp that forces the spider pack to leave their nest, it might bring our team a big profit. But we don't know much about the swamp situation. Selena hesitated. As the team leader, she didn't want to risk her teammates' safety.
Well,
I will think of a way, Ferna said confidently, which made the adventurers feel a bit strange. Section 61. Mission, Part 2. The sparse trees couldn't block the hot sun. About 10 young marsh flying lizards were curled up under some rocks, sleeping soundly. Their nests were built roughly, indicating they were recently made. It seems this is the reason why the spider pack moved away. A little farther in the woods, the team members guarding the adventurers gathered and whispered. Those young flying lizards are quite valuable. Shini's eyes sparkled like gold coins. Marsh flying lizards are a type of subdragon. Although they lack magical talent, they have very high physical resistance. Ordinary bows can't pierce their scales. They also have 2 advantages. First, they can fly. Second, they are highly toxic. Many countries use marsh flying lizards as riding beasts. However, they are social animals, living deep in the swamp, making them very hard to catch. Breeding and taming them artificially has also been difficult, so they are rarely widespread. But marsh flying lizards are tough to handle. We might be torn apart by adult flying lizards before we even escape the swamp. Selena worried more. Even if the team escapes, those flying lizards might take revenge on the residents around the swamp. Wait, don't you want a flying lizard mount? Shini turned her gaze and started encouraging others. Of course I want one, but we might be able to kill 1 or 2 adult flying lizards. A whole group of them would be too hard, White said. He was tempted but didn't think the team should take such a risk. The potential reward was huge, but so was the danger.
well.
With good planning, it might still be possible. Filna thought for a moment and whispered her plan to her teammates. As the sun moved westward, a loud flapping of wings echoed through the air. 3 adult marsh flying lizards flew back through the trees. These powerful, 4-meter-long creatures held several still-twitching beasts in their claws. Usually at this time, the young flying lizards would have already emerged from their nests, crying out for food. But today, there was no sound. The marsh flying lizards quickly sensed something was wrong. They circled above the nest, but couldn't find any young dragons. They roared loudly in anger, their sharp cries echoing over the swamp. Soon, more wingbeats sounded, and over 10 adult marsh flying lizards returned with prey. They sniffed around the nest for a long time before suddenly calling out and soaring into the sky. After circling once, they chose a direction and flew away. In an open space, a young marsh flying lizard let out a painful cry. Its eyes were still closed, and its hind leg was caught in a large trap. It wailed sadly and helplessly turned its small head. A strong wind suddenly blew. A 5-meter-long marsh flying lizard descended from the sky. Just as it reached out to pick up the young dragon with its back paw, a short arrow hit its left wing precisely. It wobbled and finally fell to the ground in frustration. At that moment, a flash of sword light shot up from underground. The sword struck the flying lizard's neck. The lizard quickly turned its head, opened its mouth wide, and bit down on the knight's sword, knocking the knight, White, away. Just as it was about to attack again, 4 or 5 sharp soil spikes suddenly rose from beneath its belly, piercing through its weak skin. Blue blood gushed out like a spring. The marsh flying lizard let out a painful scream. Its cries seemed to answer from afar, as more than 10 marsh flying lizards flew over. Filna, do you think you can handle this? Selena asked as she turned her head. According to their plan, after attracting the marsh flying lizard swarm, Filna would find a way to deal with them. The team members thought she was about to make her move with her 4 hidden, powerful followers. No problem, Filna answered confidently. If it had been a ground-dwelling dragon, maybe Zyro and the others would have to step in. But flying lizards. She pulled out a wooden staff about a foot long. The top of the staff was carved with a lifelike swan. What is this? A big question mark appeared on each adventurer's forehead. Ferna didn't speak. She stuck the wooden staff into the ground. Boom! Under the power of jelly, a huge totem pole rose from underground with a rumble. A faint blue ring of light expanded outward from the top of the thick totem, rippling like waves. The flying lizard swarm flying above the totem seemed to fall like dumplings, crashing onto the ground and kicking up clouds of blood mist. God of shadows above. Did I see that? A priest apprentice killed a group of swamp flying lizards. Shini looked at Ferna in disbelief.
Is it
The Song of Silence? Selena asked uncertainly. The Song of Silence is a special ability of the Swan people of the Smai tribe, and no other race was known to have it. Ferna nodded and corrected herself slightly. It's the Silence Totem. That night, the adventurers gathered around the campfire to enjoy the lizard people's celebration dance and taste swamp giant lizard meat. Hey, Ferna, this swamp flying lizard meat isn't very good, Selena whispered to her. Yeah, it's a bit tough. These lizard chefs are terrible. I wish my hobbit chefs were here, Ferna said, missing those hobbits. Just thinking about their delicious roasted meat made her mouth water. Really? I heard hobbits usually don't work as cooks, Selena said doubtfully. Of course it's true. Once I have my own land, you can come try real roasted meat, Ferna replied. Ferna, do you have any plans for what to do next? Selena asked with concern. Yes, Ferna wiped her hands of oil. I plan to travel to your human country. Don't your temples have no time limits for trials? Selena asked. Ferna shrugged. No, reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. I also want to see human society. Then maybe. Selena thought for a moment and said, let's go to the Phelan Empire. It only takes a few days to get from here to the Clenwise Fortress, and the swamp-flying lizards can fetch a good price there. Section 62. Ruins. The Clenwise Fortress, bordering the southwest province of the Baiman Empire, is also called the Iron Wall. The reason for this name is not because its walls are made of iron, but because of the many battles it has won since it was built. It is a true symbol of glory, and even the mighty Baiman warriors, known as the Warriors of the World, have never been able to conquer this fortress. After 1,000 years, Clenwise Fortress is no longer just a military stronghold. Outside the fortress, there is a large trading town that has become very prosperous. Its success surprises Filna, and Selena and her friends have visited here many times, naturally taking on the role of guides. Although the Baiman Empire has long traded with human countries, many merchants still fear venturing deep into Baiman territory. The cunning of humans and the ruthless servant hunters make many Baiman people wary. So, everyone naturally chose to trade around the outskirts of Clenwise Fortress, creating a busy market. When the bodies of swamp-flying lizards, emitting a foul smell, are displayed at the market, they immediately attract many human traders. The skins of these lizards can be made into high-quality gear. Their blood and venom are valuable magical ingredients, and their meat, though not very tasty, is a rare game animal. It is often served at wealthy tables, mainly to show off the host's status. Hey, isn't that a swamp-flying lizard? Oh my god, so many. It must be a whole colony, otherwise, how could there be so many? Soon, many merchants gathered around the adventurers. Bakers skillfully skinned, bled, and extracted venom from the lizards, moving smoothly and confidently. Meanwhile, Shini chatted happily with the merchants, sharing their adventure stories. The skins and meat of the swamp-flying lizards are valuable, but their blood and venom are even more precious magical materials, especially for alchemists. These creatures usually move in groups, and few adventurers are willing to hunt them, so the prices for these materials are rising. Handling this harvest was naturally Shini and her friend's task. Filna and Selena, accompanied by Tario, explored the bustling market. When they reached the Adventurers Guild, they saw an old goblin being pushed out by the guild members. Get out of here, ugly creature. If you dare to come back with more treasures, I'll break your legs. After the Adventurer Guild member made a threatening gesture, he slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Seeing the old goblin fall to the ground, Filna quickly went over and helped him up. Old sir, are you all right? These people are just too unreasonable. How could they do such things? Selena also looked angry.
I'm fine.
You all.
Sigh.
I won't trouble you anymore. The old goblin brushed dust off himself, looking sad, and was about to leave. Suddenly, a strange sound came from somewhere. The group looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Finally, the old goblin shyly said, "Sorry, it's me. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Well, we were about to eat too. Why don't we eat together?" Filna felt sorry for the old goblin and softened her attitude. Filna and Selena sat on either side of the old goblin. Tario looked on with wide eyes, surprised at how the thin figure could eat so much. He didn't understand how such a small body could hold so much food. Just one more bowl of soup, then I'll be full." The old goblin burped loudly and told the restaurant worker. The worker came over silently and placed a bowl of soup in front of him. The old goblin had been coming here for over a year, selling stories about ancient ruins. But no one paid attention to his nonsense. Every day, he just ate whatever he could find, hungry one day, full the next. "Thank you, young people. You saved old Field's life." The old goblin, or rather, his name was Field, took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and laid it on the table. "What's this?" Selena looked at Field with curiosity, while Filna was more interested in the symbol on the paper. It was a circular mark with 8 characters. Ma, and I, ba, me, hum. It was clearly a 6-syllable mantra. "I was once an adventurer too," Field said with a nostalgic look on his face. "This map is from our last mission. To protect the least combat-ready member of our team, my friends all died one after another. I was the only one to escape, and I kept this map. 3 years ago, an adventure group called the Ginseng Team came to the Clenwise Fortress to rest. Since they had no current tasks, the team planned to go about 20 kilometers away to hunt game on a mountain and enjoy a meal. Unexpectedly, on that mountain, they found a crack leading to an underground canyon. This discovery led to the downfall of the entire team. At first, they didn't notice anything unusual when they entered the canyon, but soon they ran into trouble. Countless monsters attacked from all sides, including swamp-flying lizards and land dragons, which are subdragon creatures. The battle was very fierce. Although the adventurers were strong, they eventually lost ground against the monsters. To protect the only alchemist in the team, the captain ordered everyone to make a path for him to escape. I survived, but the captain and the others didn't leave even their bones. Tears filled Field's face. "Are you the famous alchemist, Field?" Selena asked in disbelief, her eyes wide. "I'm just a useless waste," Field said, still overwhelmed by pain. "Master Field, you've said a lot. What do you want to say?" Fina asked, putting down the map and calming her mind. "I want to share this discovery as a mission, but no one believes me," Field sighed. "If you reveal your true identity, I believe many will trust you. Your reputation as an alchemist is still known across the continent. My teacher has mentioned you more than once," Selena said. The famous goblin alchemist on the continent has already died in that canyon. The only survivor is just an old goblin with the same name," Field said gloomily. "Are you asking us to explore this ruin?" Fina asked. "Yes, I just want to find my friend's bones. If possible, you can also help cover the cost of burying them. The rest of the discoveries belong to you," Field replied. "There might be no discoveries at all," Selena said. "Yes, but there are monsters there, and I can use myself as payment." "What do you mean?" Selena asked cautiously. "As long as I can find my friend's remains, even if they are just relics, I will join your adventure team without asking for anything in return," Field firmly said.
"Deal."
Fina and Selena looked at each other and said at the same time. Section 63. Stealing people. Some people pick up money, some pick up items, but finding someone under the bed. To be precise, crawling under the bed to find someone is quite strange. When Fina returned to her inn, she found a fairy girl hiding under the bed. The girl was so frightened she trembled all over. Fina comforted her for a long time until she calmed down a bit. "What is your name?" Fina asked. Looking at the pale-faced fairy girl in front of her, Fina sighed. Such cruelty. In a peaceful world, why do such wicked people exist? I really don't understand what the gods are doing, allowing their followers to treat others so badly. Qingyue. The fairy girl lowered her head, her pointed ears trembling nervously. Nice name. I heard you all live in the Moonwatch Forest and rarely come out. Why are you here in the southern province of Baiman Kingdom? Fina wanted to ease Qingyue's nervousness through conversation. We are elves from the Dismar continent. I heard from the elders in my tribe that Landis continent is beautiful. But Qingyue's face turned red, and she didn't finish her sentence. But you didn't expect humans to be so shameless and mean, right? Fina said with a smile, finishing her sentence. Qingyue lowered her head silently. Actually, most people are kind-hearted. But, inevitably, there are some scheming people everywhere. These people don't represent the majority. Fina smiled. To avoid being bullied, don't rely on others' kindness. As long as you are strong enough, no one will dare to bully you.
But,
sister, you are an adventurer, right? Can you help rescue my guard? Qingyue looked pitifully up at Fina, her eyes fixed on the adventurer badge on Fina's chest, full of hope.
Sweat.
Elves have very long lifespans. Among demons, only the model race can compare. Qingyue just turned adult, looks only about 16 or 17, but she is actually 160 years old.
So,
who is the older sister? Your bodyguard. Ferna was a bit overwhelmed. She had heard from Sierra that those mercenaries planned to take Qingyue to the fortress. How many people? 10. They helped me escape. Qingyue suddenly looked at Ferna's tail. Sister, there are many fox girls there. I heard they will be taken to the auction house tomorrow. What? Ferna's face turned very grim. She was already angry about the servant trade, and now hearing that many fox girls were in the hands of servant traders made her even more furious. Sierra? Ferna called her guard captain loudly. Miss Ferna, don't act rashly. The Cario family is very powerful, and they are connected with the high officials of the Baiman Empire. Along with Sierra, Serena, and others also entered. So what? Serena, don't worry. I won't drag everyone into trouble, Ferna said angrily. Nonsense. Serena, usually kind, looked serious. We are a team. Your problem is everyone's problem. Right now, it's not about whether we will be burdened, but about how to save the people. You can't just break into someone's house and demand people, right? Serena looked at Qingyue and asked, are they all held in the same place? Yes. Qingyue, nervous because Serena was human, showed a hint of dislike in her expression.
Oh.
Such a good child. She's already traumatized. Ferna sighed and explained, Qingyue, Serena is different from other humans. She is a good person. Wit, and the others are good people too. She introduced her friends one by one, and even handed out some flyers about good people. Qingyue's eyes finally looked normal when she looked at Serena. Do you remember where the servants are kept? Serena, probably worried about scaring Qingyue, spoke more softly. Yes, Qingyue said excitedly. It's in a big house at the northwest corner of the fortress. I can draw a map. Ferna, although your followers are very strong, how can they cross the fortress walls with so many people locked inside? Selena asked worriedly. Why cross the walls? Even a battle god couldn't carry so many people through the gates and over the walls. Ferna replied curiously. Miss Ferna, you are so powerful that you want to break out through the main gate with them. I really admire you. Shini started praising enthusiastically, making everyone feel overwhelmed.
Stop it.
Ferna glared at Shini with a bit of annoyance. Do you think I've been kicked by a mammoth and would boldly raid a heavily guarded fortress? So, how do you plan to save them? Everyone asked together. An expert mountain person has a clever plan. Shini, come here. Ferna smiled like a clever fox who had just succeeded in a sneaky trick, calling Shini over to whisper. Shini nodded as he listened, his small eyes full of admiration. My fancy dividing line. Although the continent of Landis doesn't have much land ownership, like all smart merchants, renting out shops is a good way to make money. Most of the shops outside the Clenwis fortress belong to the Cario family, managed by a guy named Libri. At this moment, the manager was sitting in a carriage, happily holding a bag of gold coins. Today at noon, he made a big deal. The shop in the northwest corner sold for 5,000 gold coins, earning him 250 coins in commission. Just thinking about the rustic look of the seller made Libri laugh. That shop had been empty for nearly half a year because of its poor location and being blocked by larger shops. Over a dozen merchants had lost money on it, calling it the poison of the market, and only that rustic seller was fooled. In that shop, called the poison of the market, an old man with a goat beard was busy closing the windows and locking the doors. Standing nearby were Selena and Ferna, both cloaked. Ferna, with so many shops close together here and near the fortress, won't others notice what we're doing? Selena asked worriedly. Don't worry, Sister Selena. All my followers are experts at digging tunnels. Fierna confidently said. To speed up the excavation, I called out 20 armadillo warriors who are on standby in the Sumer realm. This truly surprised Selena. She didn't expect such magical space equipment to exist. Fierna didn't explain much, since she believed that the fewer people knew about powerful artifacts, the better. She trusted Selena and her friends, but didn't trust others. As the saying goes, money can tempt people, and she didn't want thieves to target her. What should we do with these soils? Sheeny, disguised as a buyer, turned around and then ran back. Since he's a thief, if he walked on the street, Fierna wouldn't recognize that this old man with a goat beard was actually a young, strong man in disguise. Just pile them here. After the operation, this shop won't be needed anymore. Fierna shrugged. 5,000 gold coins. Sheeny still hesitated, reluctant to part with the money. Losses in the harbor can be made up at sea. These shops all belong to the Carolio family. You didn't think I just went in with a few people, did you? Fierna smiled slyly. Sheeny shivered and instinctively held his purse tighter. Miss, the fortress is too dangerous. You can't go, Sierra earnestly advised. Dangerous? More dangerous than the Southern Cross Forest? Fierna scoffed. Sierra was speechless. Compared to the Southern Cross Forest, Clenwise Fortress was just a small matter. Under the night sky, a few figures appeared at the northwest corner of Clenwise Fortress, near a house. The map provided by Qingyue was very accurate. The secret tunnel exit was just outside the room where servants were held. However, contrary to Fierna's expectations, the servants' living conditions were quite clean, better than her own home, in fact. It was far from the dark, terrifying prison she imagined. Thinking about it, according to White and others, a female elf servant could fetch at least 200,000 gold coins at auction. Fox women of the Fook tribe were just as valuable as elf servants, while Baiman girls from other races were somewhat cheaper. These servants were extremely valuable, and losing even one would be heartbreaking. It was impossible for them to be harsh on their food and shelter. Miss, we've rescued everyone. Let's withdraw now, Sierra said, as the last servant entered the tunnel. I was thinking, maybe we should leave them some gifts. Fierna's eyes sparkled with cleverness. Miss, if we make too much noise, it will cause us a lot of trouble, Sierra said, sweating. Although he hated servant traders, stealing people, and setting fires. That seemed a bit too evil.
Well.
Forget it. Let them go. Ferna waved her hand as if to dismiss some temptation. She lowered her body and disappeared into the tunnel. Section 64. Hiding, please save this. What should we do with these people? While staying in the rented house, Ferna began to worry. That Qingyue must be an important person among the grassland elves. Her 10 guards were all powerful archers, level 8 sharpshooters. They were strong enough, probably because they had been in the meadow for a long time and lacked social experience. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been caught by those servant traders. Ferna felt sorry for them. Such a noble level 8 warrior was taken down by a sleeping potion. Ferna, sister, aren't you part of an adventure team? We are all sharpshooters. We can greatly improve your strength. Please don't send me away. Qingyue blinked her eyes as if she was about to cry. Her innocent trust made Ferna feel heavy-hearted. Putting aside the elves' matters for now, Ferna looked at her fellow companions, 4 green fox girls, 5 red fox girls, 3 silver fox girls, and 8 cat girls from the Kant tribe. The southern province was not far from here. As long as she sent them back into the Baiman Empire, it should be fine.
No.
To her surprise, her fellow companions' answers were even more firm than the elf girl. Why? Ferna couldn't understand. Isn't going home a good thing? She really didn't understand what these girls were thinking. Even if we go back, we will be sold by those men to human servant traders. A green fox girl named Charlie told her story, basically a version of the story of Huang Shuren and Yang Bailao from another world. except Huang Shuren wanted to sell the white-haired girl to servant traders. This is outrageous. You should report him. Ferna was furious. How could they sell their own people into servantry? Those guys were no different from the buymen. Selena was much more knowledgeable than Filna and quickly understood the key point. Human trafficking is not something that can be done just because someone has high status or power. There are many complicated interests involved. Filna is only a wind priestess and cannot compete with those people. What should we do? Filna was almost overwhelmed. She didn't expect saving people would cause such big trouble. Lord Priestess, let us serve you, the elegant girl suggested confidently. No way, Filna firmly refused. What a joke. She wasn't a noble daughter. Just thinking about it made her feel uneasy. Filna, these girls probably can't go home now. You should take them with you. If you pass the priestess trial and get a fief, you can bring their families to reunite. The whole family can be together. But how to settle them now is a problem. We can't stay here long, Selena advised. That's not a problem. I have a space device that can let them stay inside, Filna replied. She couldn't think of a better idea, so she decided to do that. Your space device can hold people. Although they had seen Filna magically release a group of people while digging a tunnel, Selena and others were still surprised. Space devices on the continent are rare. Besides the legendary space artifact, gift of the nature goddess, there seem to be no others that can hold living beings. She looked at the jade ring in Filna's hand. Put everyone inside that ring? Ma, and I, me, hum. Filna softly recited the 6-syllable mantra. A blue light shot out from the flower bud on her forehead, forming 6 shining characters that projected along the blue light in front of her, creating a circular archway. Come in, Filna made a gesture, and everyone followed her into the Sumeru realm, except Shini, who was outside keeping watch. Sure. Everyone gasped in surprise, including Filna herself. Since I introduced the flower spirits and armadillo warriors, Filna has rarely visited. She only brought some plant seeds and animals from the Southern Cross Forest upon their request. Now, the hills are full of bright flowers and lush plants. In the quiet river, fish create ripples. The flower spirits hide among the flowers, and the armadillo knights are practicing formations. The golden titans are building a barn. Hey? Filna, you're finally here. Why haven't you visited me for so long? Why? Norris was the first to notice Filna's arrival. She fluttered her wings and sat on Filna's shoulder, starting to chatter, making Filna sweat. High-level spirit, the prairie spirits all went into a daze when they saw the flower spirits. High-level spirits disappeared from the continent thousands of years ago. They are true royal bloodlines. Seeing so many flower spirits here makes them wonder if the elves are making a comeback. Stop. Norris, it looks like you've taken good care of this place. Filna grabbed Norris from her shoulder and covered her mouth. You're about to hurt a lovely, flower-loving spirit. Norris struggled and pried Filna's fingers open, gasping for air. What are those people doing? Filna pointed at the giants building a simple shed. Oh, they're building a barn. The bison had 6 or 7 calves, very cute. In about a month, the baby cave bears will come out too. Norris turned to look behind Filna. Who are they? Some friends. Filna briefly explained the situation and asked, where's Leader Victoria? Mom and a few leaders went to plant the magic seeds you gave them in the mountains. They won't be back soon. Do you want me to call them? Never mind. No other urgent matters. Please take care of these friends for now. No problem. I didn't expect to meet fellow elves here. I want to learn about the current state of the elf tribe, Norris nodded. All right, I'm leaving now. Filna waved and led Selena and others into the space portal. Hey, don't go. I still have something to say. Norris was angry that Filna left so suddenly. She stomped her feet in frustration. After safely rescuing the servants, the main goal of this operation was mostly achieved. Under the cover of night, the group quietly left the shop and returned to their inn. Shinny had already removed all disguises, so even Library would not recognize him as the old man who rented the shop. Everyone rest early and stay alert while sleeping. Tomorrow we will go explore the ruins, Selena softly instructed. She didn't want to ask Ferna about the space equipment and the Golden Titan. Everyone has their secrets, and trust among friends is important. Section 65. Bandits? Darn it. Over 20 people were taken from the heavily guarded fortress. How did you become the commander? Douglas was already furious, his chubby body trembling. It was hard to tell if he was angry or scared. Stealthily taking over more than 20 people from a fortress with heavy guards. Does that mean his head could be taken at any moment? Uncle, Larb was sweating heavily and didn't know how to explain. The Phelan Empire and the Baiman Empire haven't fought in many years. His command was mostly managed by deputies. He doesn't understand military affairs well. Did you find out where they went? Douglas finally calmed down after a long, slow turn. He didn't have high hopes because his nephew was quite useless. They found out they escaped through a tunnel. The tunnel's exit is in a shop outside the fortress. That shop won't have any clues. Send orders to the soldiers. Be strict and thorough in inspections, especially on the roads leading to the Baiman Empire. No one is allowed through. Uncle, do you think Baiman did this? Do you think anyone in the human nations would target our Kario family's goods? Douglas turned around with his hands behind his back. Call Harrison in. Yes. Larb didn't know why his uncle wanted Harrison to come in, but he obediently followed the order. After all, the old man was still angry. Harrison. Douglas's small eyes sparkled with a wicked look. Are you sure that Fox Priestess is top-notch? Yes, sir. I am absolutely sure I didn't mistake her. Harrison was very confident. These people had been involved in servant hunting for many years, but just by looking at someone's posture and voice, he could tell their appearance. Based on his experience, he could tell at first glance that the female priestess was a stunning beauty. Doing this near the fortress might not be a good idea, he said. Although Larbe was a bit of a fool, he still understood some important matters. Secretly making a small move was fine, but openly attacking a Baiman priestess could jeopardize their family's connections within the Baiman Empire. If it caused a border dispute between two countries, even the emperor might not be able to protect them. Young Master Larbe, I've already found out. They plan to visit an ancient site on a mountain 20 miles outside the fortress this morning. We can easily pretend to be bandits and attack on the way, Harrison suggested. An ancient site? I haven't heard of any such place near the fortress, Douglas said with surprise. That's just a trick set up by an old goblin, Larbe explained. Field has been active here for a while, but no team has ever found that site. Adventurers all believe it's a scam. Only because Field is old do people not argue about it. Well, if that's the case, then we don't need to worry about it. Harrison, you'll handle this. Pick a few of my guards to go with you, Douglas ordered. Yes, sir, Harrison replied and left. The site Field mentioned was located 20 miles northeast of the Clenwise fortress. To save time, Field's group bought a few horses at the market for travel. Sini led the way as usual, but this time she was with Field, who was their guide. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Douglas stood on the fortress wall and calmly asked, Have the people been sent out? Don't worry, Uncle. They've already gone. But I don't understand why we can't use the fortress soldiers, Larbe hesitated and asked. Douglas glanced at his nephew and shook his head. Larb, we must keep our public and private matters separate. The Empire tolerates our 5 noble families raising servant hunters because we generate income for the Empire. If we abuse this trust, our family will soon fall. His Majesty will never allow anyone to use the state's power for personal gain. This crosses his bottom line. Yes, Uncle, Larb respectfully replied. Master, are there any bandits nearby? Sydney casually chatted with Field.
Oh no.
We're close to the fortress, and no bandits dare to hunt in this area. The fortress commander would never allow those troublemakers to threaten their interests, Field answered nonchalantly. Since the adventurers group was wiped out, he had become used to thinking alone, often reminiscing about the past. That's good, Sydney said, noticing Field's lack of enthusiasm. Losing interest in conversation, the group silently quickened their pace. When they were not far from the ruins on the mountain, a cloud of dust rising ahead made Sydney alert. He raised his arm to signal the others to stop. Looks like we've encountered trouble. Prepare for battle. At Sydney's command, White led Buffett, Baker, and the uncle-nephew duo of Iori into a cone-shaped formation. Sydney stayed at the back, with 4 armadillo warriors guarding the front. Filna, Selena, and Field were inside the formation. It's bandits, but I haven't heard of any recent troublemakers in this area. Field looked suspiciously at the approaching gang. These bandits clearly came prepared. Over 50 horse thieves charged forward fiercely, looking quite intimidating. Earth Spike. Baker held his sword with both hands and shouted. Sharp stone spikes shot up from the ground. The front horses couldn't stop in time and were pierced, blood pouring out as they fell. Riders on horseback also lost control and fell. Except for one unlucky rider who was hit in the neck and died, the others managed to dodge the attack with skill. Darn it, it's magic swordsman. Everyone scatter, a leader-like figure shouted loudly. The bandits quickly spread out into a fan shape and continued to advance toward the adventurers. The demon swordsman is simply a swordsman who uses magic. They have some talent for magic and combat skills, but not enough to become great mages or warriors. So, these people choose a different path and become demon swordsmen. They can use basic magic combined with sword techniques, making them as strong as advanced warriors. Kill! Seeing the band of horse thieves already disorganized, White shouted loudly and led the wedge-shaped formation to charge at the unsteady bandits. The sudden attack almost threw the bandits into chaos. They couldn't understand why this small team was attacking despite being outnumbered. Section 66. Complete Annihilation found many typos, carefully corrected few. White positioned uncle and nephew Aloy at the tip of the wedge. The Rhinoceros tribe warriors are very powerful in impact. After proper training, their fighting strength is not to be underestimated. When they clashed with the bandits, the two of them cut down several men who had just lost their horses. The giant battle axes swung wildly in the hands of the bull warriors, each strike almost ending a life. The seemingly sturdy armor trembled and shattered under the axe's blows. Behind the wedge formation, Shinny moved along with the others. His short bow was like a lurking snake, ready to strike. Every arrow shot hit just right to cover gaps left by the bull warrior's attacks. His sharp eyes made Filna see him as a clever and observant thief. Kill! One bandit, driven by rage, leapt from his horse and swung his sword at Aloy in midair. The blade shimmered with blue fighting energy. Be careful, Aloy. That's a level 6 fighting god, White shouted in alarm, rushing to meet the bandit with Tario and Baker. Zero, you guys go ahead. Don't worry about me. Filna looked very worried. There was actually a level 6 fighting god among the bandits. Does that mean fighting gods among humans are so common? Only the undead would believe that. The battle god's power varies greatly between levels. Their rank can be seen by the color of their fighting energy. Fighters at levels 1 to 3 have red energy that deepens with each level. Levels 4 and 5 have blue energy. The battle god at level 6 has blue energy, level 7 purple, level 8 silver, and level 9 gold. The level 10 seems not to have been seen on the continent yet, but it is said that a level 10 battle god has entered the sacred realm, with white fighting energy. Although only one level apart, the difference between level 5 and 6 is huge. The three of white struggled to withstand a blow from a level 6 battle god, staggering back and nearly hitting Shinny.
Bang!
The silver fighting hammer and the long sword clashed fiercely. Because of the level difference, the level 6 battle god spat blood and fell backward. Level 8 battle god. Someone from the bandits shouted. Immediately, more than 10 people jumped out, swinging their long swords. The blades shimmered with blue and purple fighting energy, blocking Zero and the others. The rest continued to attack the defensive line formed by White and his team.
Darn.
When did the bandits' battle gods start weighing themselves like livestock? Field shouted angrily from his horse, slapping his horse's neck. The horse was tightly reins, only able to tilt its head and endure. Although Zero was an 8-level battle god, he clearly lacked combat experience. Surrounded by several enemies, he could defend himself, but not kill. The other 3 battle gods were also being attacked and held back. White and his team hadn't been injured yet, but were forced to retreat step by step. They relied heavily on Uncle Iori's giant axe to hold the line. If this continued, they would have no choice but to retreat completely. It seemed they had to fight back now, and Filma felt helpless. Roar!
Roar!
Almost simultaneously, a scorpion dragon and a shadow demon panther appeared on the battlefield. All the horses were startled and unsteady. Some even threw their riders off and ran away. The shadow demon panther growled low, then suddenly disappeared. The scorpion dragon raised its tail hook high. In the panic of the bandits, 2 level 6 battle gods' throats were bloodily torn open, and they fell to the ground spinning. A level 7 battle god quickly raised his sword to protect his neck, as if struck by a heavy hammer, and was knocked backward and fell.
Darn!
It's a high-level magical beast. The leader of the bandits looked as dead as a corpse. The 4 guards of the Fox Priest were all divine warriors, which was already shocking. Unexpectedly, there were 2 high-level magical beasts as pets. This truly turned the tables. People were caught instead of catching others. Retreat! The bandit leader shouted hoarsely. Trying to run? That's not so easy. When Filna released her magical pets, she was already prepared. She waved her hand, and more than 10 biting gold bees flew up. Dozens of lightning bolts struck the bandits accurately. The bandit leader received special treatment. At least 5 lightning strikes hit him. His hair waved wildly, his skin dark as coal, and he smelled strongly of roasted meat. Lightning magic? Everyone was a bit stunned. When did the Baiman priests start using magic? The biting gold bees are small and fly fast, so people didn't see them at first. Priests can also use lightning, but unlike magicians, Baiman priests can exchange their life force to summon chain lightning for the war god. There's also another type, lightning totems. These are weaker, and only the Sky Prophet can summon them. The bandits were paralyzed by the lightning, especially the divine warriors, who received special attention. White and the others hesitated for a moment before rushing forward, cutting down the bandits. As for the leader, poor guy, he had already been roasted into a human-shaped meat skewer. Near a military fortress, a group of more than 10 divine warriors dressed as bandits was suspicious. Even if you thought about it with your toes, you'd know something was off. When White found a badge belonging to the Cario family on a corpse, everything suddenly made sense. Could it be that they found out we were behind the servant disappearance? Shini asked. No, if they really knew it was us, they would send official troops openly. After all, in the Phelan Empire, servant trading is protected by law. They wouldn't need to pretend to be bandits, Selena, the brains of the adventure team, analyzed carefully. The mercenary leader, who chased Qingyue yesterday, looked at Filna strangely when he left. That must mean he reported Filna's situation to the servant-catching team leader, which caused this trouble. Yes, Clenwise Fortress is very close to the Baiman Empire. They're afraid that openly kidnapping a Baiman priestess would anger the Adventurers Guild and might even alert the high officials of the Baiman Empire, leading to a conflict between the 2 countries, Field said. Now, what should we do with these bodies? Filna asked. Nothing difficult about it. Since he wants to hide his tracks, let's just destroy the evidence completely, Field chuckled. That might not be a good idea, Selena hesitated. As a follower of the goddess of life, she found it hard to accept killing these unconscious people. Filna also felt helpless. During battles, she might kill without hesitation, but to kill those who had lost their ability to resist, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Letting them go would expose all their strengths, leaving her in a difficult position. Baffet, come on. This is a man's job, Baker spoke up. He pulled Baffet aside, and with the help of Ziero and others, they moved the stunned bandits into a small nearby forest. After a while, everyone came out, looking somewhat blank. Section 67. The ruins Field mentioned are located on a small hill southwest of the Clenwitz Fortress. After cleaning the battlefield, the adventurers took over an hour to arrive. The ruins are on the hillside. Over many years of erosion, the once grand and tall buildings have become a pile of rubble. The white marble surfaces are mottled, and weeds grow almost as high as the broken walls. Several small wild animals jump out of the grass, unafraid and staring directly at people. Master, is this the place you mentioned? Shini carefully pushed aside the weeds and searched among the ruins. She looked around and shook her head with a sigh. The stone carvings on the walls are very exquisite, but unfortunately, most are badly damaged. Not a single complete piece can be found. No wonder no one has heard of such ruins. No, this is just the front. The place I mean is behind this rubble. We need to keep going. Field pointed ahead and slowly dismounted. The area was no longer suitable for riding. It looks like we have to walk from now on, Selena said helplessly as she got off her horse. She turned around and saw Filna sitting motionless on her horse, as if carved from stone, with her eyes blank and 2 streams of tears wetting her veil. Filna, Selena was startled. She looked in her direction and saw only broken walls and debris, as if nothing else was there. Oh, what's the matter? Filna seemed to have just woken from a dream. She hurriedly wiped her tears and asked shyly, "Are you okay? Is everything all right?" Selena asked with concern. "It's fine now. I was just feeling a bit emotional when I saw this ruins," Filna replied. She quickly changed the subject. "Selena, can't we ride our horses further ahead?" "Yes, the master said we need to go through these ruins. The horses should stay here." "Let's go quickly," Selena answered without asking further. Just now, because she was on horseback, Filna saw something very familiar in the bushes, a broken Buddha head from a sculpture. Although the face was heavily eroded, the faint smile at the corner of the mouth remained stubborn. At that moment, when Filna's eyes met it, her mind and body were completely captivated. That faint smile seemed to understand everything, like a parent's caring love, or a safe harbor after wandering. Tears flowed uncontrollably, endless and unceasing. At that moment, Filna felt as if she had found a home for her spirit. The chant of Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva echoed in her ears. Her ice and energy moved automatically along her meridians without any prompting, and the benefits of this moment were equal to a month of her previous cultivation. There was clearly once a temple here. How is it connected to the space on Earth? Filna pondered this as she squeezed through a narrow gap in the middle of the team, entering a valley. This is the place. After crossing this canyon, we will see the ruins, Field muttered to himself, his old eyes already shining with tears. He stumbled among the rocks like a baby learning to walk, as if he might fall at any moment. Beck, go protect the master. Wit worried that Field might fall, so he quickly ordered Beck to help. It seems the situation is not good, Sydney suddenly said. Before he finished speaking, a group of large, muscular blue wolves jumped out from behind the bushes, trees, and rocks. Their green eyes shone with a terrifying light. The wind poison wolves are a hated pack of monsters. Their magic power isn't very strong, but they have a special liquid on their claws. This liquid is highly corrosive and can ignore both fighting energy and magic defenses. Just this alone makes many strong fighters hesitate. Selena and the others quickly gathered around Field. The old goblin now seemed completely lost in thought, holding a few rusted adventurer badges and some debris, muttering to himself. He was probably unable to wake up for a while. The wind poison wolves did not attack immediately. Instead, they surrounded the adventurers tightly, and their numbers kept growing. Strangely, some different magical beasts joined them. From high to low levels, all kinds of magical creatures were present. Usually, these creatures would fight fiercely if they met, but now they were quietly staying together, though it was more like they were filled with hostility. All of them focused on the adventurers. Is this a wild animal park? I also have friends here. When a group of vampire bats appeared above the magical beasts, Felina got angry. She released the armadillo warrior and the jade hook claws from the Sumera world. 4 golden titans drove away 2 thunder beasts and 6 cave bears. The sudden appearance of so many people and magical beasts made the wolves pause. The beasts were very smart and could sense that these new enemies were quite powerful. Their steps slowed down. Felina, what trouble did you get into? Victoria flew over with Norris to ask. I don't know, Felina said innocently. Magical beasts are very proud animals. They not only have different habits but also a strong sense of territory. They wouldn't gather together unless. It's a united front of beasts, Victoria whispered in surprise. Auntie, what does united front of beasts mean? Felina asked confused. Besides high-level magical beasts, there are top-tier and sacred domain beasts. These two kinds of beasts can intimidate ordinary magical beasts. Sometimes, they can summon nearby magical creatures to fight for them. Only then can different magical beasts gather together, Victoria patiently explained to the little girl. Could there be a dragon among them? Felina's mind started to imagine wildly. Magical beasts are magical beasts, and dragons are dragons. If they find out you think dragons are just magical beasts, it could cause big trouble. Victoria smiled and patted Felina's head. What could it be then? Felina frowned. Hey, they're just a few magical beasts. With so many of us, we're not afraid of them. Many people make others brave. Now, Shini is acting wildly, as if he is a 9-level fighting god. He casually throws a stone at the closest wind poison wolf. Hey, don't! Wei Te, standing nearby, tries to stop him but fails. The wolf jumps back to dodge the stone and howls loudly. This causes a big ripple, as if it's a signal to attack. The surrounding monsters speed up, making frightening sounds like growls and roars. The adventurers' faces change drastically, and they quickly form a circle to defend against attacks from all sides. Two loud booms sound as a large totem rises diagonally from the ground. A healing aura and a space restriction aura appear at the same time. The first group of blood-sucking bats swoops down like attack planes, bursting into blood splashes. As the saying goes, justice exists in the world, and freedom blooms everywhere. Note: resting tomorrow and the day after, continuing to gather materials. Section 68. Wei Te's character bats are known for their poor eyesight. They rely on echolocation to find directions and target enemies. Unfortunately, the space restriction aura isn't a physical object or sound wave. Low-level monsters like blood-sucking bats aren't smart enough to recognize danger, so they rush blindly to the ground. Ferna also encountered blood-sucking bats in the southern cross forest, but very few. Those bats were much larger than these. Now, over 1,000 bats are falling from the sky, creating a massive wave of blood and a heavy smell of blood in the air. Oh, Victoria frowns and casts an illusion. Suddenly, dozens of tall, mighty thunder beasts appear in front of everyone. The monsters, which were about to attack, pause briefly, then continue their assault. The blood-sucking bats' attack didn't work, but the smell of blood greatly stimulates these monsters to attack. The ground trembles with the sound of their footsteps, like a tidal wave. Wind poison wolves, shadow demon leopards, thunder call leopards, fire tigers, ironback lizards. Shini's fighting skills aren't very good, but he has a good eye. Most of the monster names Ferna doesn't know, but he can name them all. Shini, you don't need to report the names of the monsters. If you have strength, kill more monsters. Wei Te, after killing a wind poison wolf that had slipped into the defense circle, glares at him angrily. I also wanna, but these monsters have very thick skins. My bow and arrows can't even pierce their outer layer, Shini said helplessly. This was indeed quite difficult for him. Then shut up, Wit said, annoyed by his constant chatter. Fierna, should we retreat or keep moving forward? Selena asked worriedly. These monsters attacked in a very organized way. The tough-skinned, close combat, defensive monsters led the charge, while smaller, agile monsters tried to attack from the sides. The weaker, magic-using monsters stayed at the back to cast spells. It felt like they were fighting as one army. These monsters must be protecting something. With our current strength, we still have a chance to fight back. Fierna refused to give up. She was determined to find this meaningful clue, especially since the Buddha statue was so important to her. Although Buddhism came from India, after thousands of years of Chinese culture, it had become an inseparable part of Chinese civilization. Fierna's grandmother was a devout Buddhist, and she grew up learning about Buddhist culture. That's why she was so focused when practicing the Goddess of Mercy method. She was also very curious about how Buddhism appeared on the Landis continent. If she could figure out how Buddhism arrived here, it might mean she could return to Earth someday. Even though these monsters attacked fiercely, Fierna's armadillo warriors had the strength of gods. The flower spirits and golden titans hadn't even fought seriously. She still had level 9 thunder beasts, scorpion dragons, and the raging mammoth king. Even if she faced a dragon, she was confident she could fight it. Keep the current formation and move forward, Fiona ordered Zero. Then she sat comfortably on a vine-woven chair made from jade and leisurely headed toward the other side of the canyon. Seeing their intentions, the monsters' attacks grew even more frantic. Even the rhino warriors, known for their strength, let out heavy breaths. Once they left the healing totem's range, their wounds increased. Selena was busy helping everyone, but luckily, the jade vine chair could quickly send her to different places, so she didn't have to run around. There was a saying, humans fight with their brains. Baiman fights with his hands, which makes some sense. In the ongoing battle, if it weren't for a few adventurers coordinating the fight, the armadillo warriors might have already charged into the monster group and fought separately. Thanks to White and others giving good commands, the Baiman soldiers haven't suffered serious injuries yet. It's not surprising, considering that thousands of years ago, the Baiman Empire was defeated badly in a war with the Human Alliance. Serena, White has real potential as a commander. Ferna really admires White's performance. She thinks it would be great if he could become her follower. Whether they are magicians or priests, their followers are usually strong people. But few are good at planning and leading. A strong person's success comes from hard work and training. They have talent, but they don't waste their intelligence on other studies. On the continent of Landis, personal strength is the most respected. Of course. Don't forget, White is a knight, Serena added when she saw Ferna looking a bit confused. White is a trained knight. He graduated from Crawford Knight Academy with the top score in his year. Oh, Ferna was surprised. She's no longer completely a novice in geography. During casual talks with her team, she learned about the main countries and their colleges on the continent. Every country has schools to train talented people, mainly in magic and warrior skills. Among the famous schools, Crawford Knight Academy is quite special and ranks among the top 3. It's called special because Crawford only has one major, knighthood. It's the biggest school in the Kingdom of Drought, known as the Land of Knights. It trains the best military talents for its own country and also accepts a limited number of students from other nations. Among the strongest people across the continent, few graduated from Crawford Knight Academy, but those who did become some of the best commanders in their armies. Being a student at Crawford is a dream for all soldiers. So, White probably belongs in the military. Ferna is indeed very strange. She graduated at the top of her class from a prestigious school and would normally be a top recruit for many military units. So, it's surprising she stays in such an unknown adventure team. Everyone has secrets, right? Selena's smile made Ferna feel warm. She gently put her arm around Ferna's shoulder. Every secret is a story, maybe full of sadness, pain, or sweetness. Yes, Selena. Maybe one day, when we are no longer affected by these secrets, we will be happier and more relaxed, Ferna sighed softly. Section 69. Mysterious Barrier, Save. Although Ferna has many strong followers, in the vast ocean of war, individual strength is just a tiny drop. Without the intelligence of monsters, the good leadership of people like White, Selena's healing magic, Ferna's healing totem, and the anti-air totem, the adventurers would suffer heavy losses. Victoria's illusion magic also held back many monsters. Under the strong defense of jade hooks and vines, they didn't need to worry about their safety. They used mental magic to attack the tank-like monsters, disrupting the monsters' attack rhythm. Stone-throwing attack. Clear the path. White, who had received Ferna's permission, gave the order. The 4 golden titans, who had not yet acted, swung their axes together. Huge stones rained down like a sudden storm, covering a large part of the sky. The surprised monsters howled and fled out of the flying stones' range. The front of the adventurer team opened up a clear space. Leading the charge, Sierra shouted loudly. His war hammer swung, sending a flurry of hammer shadows. Several monsters that couldn't dodge were struck, breaking bones and tendons. The sneaky killers trying to raid the camp. This was the first time Ferna saw the Golden Titans fight. It reminded her of the dragon whisker tiger from Investiture of the Gods. If you include the Titan still in the South Cross Forest, there are more than 10 such dragon whisker tigers. The team quickly moved through the canyon. To everyone's surprise, the monsters actually stopped at the canyon edge, growling harmlessly, but not daring to step over the boundary. Outside the canyon was a large open space. A thick layer of golden light, flowing like glue, covered this area. A calm and gentle energy slowly radiated from the light. Filna felt a tingling sensation between her eyebrows, and her internal ice and energy seemed to become active, moving on its own. Are these the ruins that those monsters are trying to protect? Filna whispered. Let's go in. Sheenie licked her lips, eager to try. All right, let me go first, Selena said, stepping forward. Selena, let me do it. Wit quickly moved ahead, ready to step into the light. With a loud bang, Wit was pushed back as soon as he touched the light, falling heavily to the ground. Huh? Wit, are you okay? Everyone was startled. I'm fine. Wit smiled bitterly as he got up from the ground. It felt like a big hand had lifted him up high and then gently set him down again. It seemed this barrier only prevented people from entering but wasn't harmful. Strange. I should try too. Hearing Wit's explanation, Sheenie also got excited. She ran quickly and crashed into the barrier.
Bang!
Without a doubt, Sheenie was also pushed back forcefully.
Bang!
Thud. More than 10 people tried one after another, all being thrown out, even the light and agile Norris. I'll try now. Filna suddenly felt a flash of insight. Something was floating in her mind, but she couldn't grasp it. Her forehead itched even more.
No.
Filna, it's too dangerous. Selena grabbed her, trying to stop her from risking herself. It's okay, I'll just fall once. Filna turned and smiled. Zierro, when I bounce back, make sure to catch me. Don't worry, miss. Zierro made a I've got this gesture. Shrugging her shoulders, Filna carefully approached the light. Instead of rushing in blindly, she slowly reached out her hand toward it. The moment her hand touched the light, a sudden change occurred. The barrier rippled like water, forming unpredictable waves. The golden glow seemed to flow like liquid along Filna's hand, spreading over her body. In a flash, Filna was also glowing with a golden light, gradually merging into the barrier. The adventurers all gasped in surprise, trying to pull her out, but it was too late. When pulled into the barrier, Filna was surprised but not panicked. The light was peaceful and calm, without any violence. She could even feel its kindness. When the light suddenly faded, Filna found herself standing inside a grand hall. Although the entrance was still glowing with barrier light, the hall looked very familiar, like the main hall of a great temple. Different temples have different styles, but their main halls are almost the same. In the center sits a statue of Shakyamuni Buddha, sitting peacefully on a lotus throne, looking kindly at all beings. His gaze seems to see into the soul, understanding everything. At that moment, when Filna's eyes met the Buddha's gaze, time seemed to stretch for thousands of years. Images, some clear, some blurry, flooded her mind. Scenes of battles, cries of pain, shouts of despair. Just as her mind was about to break, a cool feeling entered her consciousness. A solemn voice echoed inside her. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. Like dew or lightning. See them as such. The itching at her forehead disappeared, replaced by a cool sensation. Even without looking in a mirror, she knew her flower bud had changed. With a thought, a lotus flower appeared beneath her feet, radiating 5-colored light from its petals, surrounding her in a shining aura. Is this the evolved form of the treasure lotus lamp? Filna was very pleased. The upgraded lamp not only had better defense, but also allowed the lotus to move freely. Its height and speed were even stronger than magic flying spells, almost like riding clouds in legends.
Huh?
What is that? When Filna looked away from the Buddha statue, something on the offering table caught her attention, a golden horn lying quietly there, engraved with beautiful patterns. It should be a good item, she thought. Without hesitation, she stored it in her ring. Then she looked toward a corner of the hall. there stood a huge golden cocoon. More precisely, it looked like a giant, magnified blossom of a lamp. Standing nearby, she could feel the peaceful yet powerful energy contained within. This must be a treasure similar to those in the Sumeru realm. If I could have it, that would be wonderful. Ferna looked at the glowing cocoon with envy. Suddenly, at almost the same moment, the cocoon transformed into a floating lantern flower that drifted gently into her hand. A large, egg-shaped object appeared in its place. The lantern felt both real and unreal, soft and light, but it was a magical treasure shaped like a lantern flower. Its purpose was unknown. She casually threw the lantern into her ring and kept a wary eye on the egg-shaped object. Its shell was covered with cracks and making cracking sounds. In an instant, the shell shattered, revealing a tall, fierce-looking monster. Its huge eyes scanned the area and then fixed on Ferna, emitting a deafening roar. Looking back, I see many bugs, so I struggle to catch and eliminate them. Starting today, I will keep doing this.
Mom, splash.
Just as Ferna was about to summon her magical pet for protection, her body wobbled, and she fell to the ground, a big drop of sweat on her forehead. It's not strange for monsters to talk, but if a monster insists on being your child, it's very strange. Especially for a girl who has never had a boyfriend, it's almost a disaster. This was a beast covered in long, golden fur, about 3 meters tall. It looked like an ugly monkey at first glance. Ferna felt she had seen this creature somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. Call me sister. Ferna decided to act a little stubborn. After all, she found this creature in the ruins. It was already this big right after hatching, so it probably had good potential. Mom. The creature was very stubborn and refused to give up.
Then.
Do you listen to what I say? Ferna decided to try a roundabout approach. Of course I do. The creature thought for a moment and nodded firmly. All right. Ferna smiled with a plan in mind. My first request is that from now on, you can only call me sister. This. How can that be? The creature's head didn't seem very smart. It was so anxious it scratched its ears and pulled at its fur, sparks flying from its claws. Its skin was quite tough.
Why?
My first request, and you want to disobey? Filna's face darkened. Since no one else was around, she didn't bother to hide her maternal attitude.
No.
Mom, sister. The creature looked very sad, drooping its head in a pitiful way. Filna let out a satisfied sigh, brushing away her messy hair. You don't have a name yet, do you?
How about calling you
Golden? Do you like that? Filna decided to give it a name. She couldn't keep calling it Big Guy or Little One. At first, she thought about naming it Kong, meaning strong or powerful. Okay, sister. From now on, I will be called Golden. The creature nodded happily, almost roaring like a gorilla. All right, I have a few questions for you. What kind of magical beast are you? How did you get here? And Filna took out a glowing flower from her ring. What is this? Sister, I am a top-level golden baiman. It seems this place is called the Thunder Sound Temple. When I was born, a bald old human man brought me here. He even talked to me inside an egg, saying he wanted to keep some of the Baiman Empire's energy. But I didn't understand. The thing you're holding is that bald old man's item, called Sandal's Spirit Flame. It's used to help me evolve faster and assist Mom. A sister. Golden Baiman? Filna finally remembered. This giant beast symbol was on the Baiman Empire's flag. But the contrast was quite striking. Although Baiman giants are metal-type magical beasts, their strength lies in physical attack and defense. In ancient times, the Baiman Empire, with its powerful Baiman knights, defeated the undead knights of the demon race. Fully grown golden Baiman are so formidable that even dragons avoid them. However, these powerful beasts reproduce very slowly, taking thousands of years to grow from hatchling to adult. Now, only the Empire Marshal and the Taigo clan leader, Eisenhower, have a Baiman in the bronze stage. This is one of the reasons the Empire can threaten other nations. But it seems that a fully evolved golden Baiman should be dozens of meters tall, with claws over 100 inches long. This 3-meter-tall creature is even smaller than a bronze stage Baiman giant. Golden, your fully evolved height. Filna didn't know what to say, worried about hurting the child's fragile feelings. Sister, I was worried I might scare you, Golden said as he stood up, roaring loudly. His body suddenly swelled like an inflatable balloon, about 20 meters tall. His sharp claws shimmered with a cold light like blades. Sure enough, he's very strong. Filna thought happily, another powerful super fighter to add to her team. Golden, do you know what those monsters outside are? Filna suddenly remembered the different kinds of monsters in the canyon that seemed to get along peacefully. The old bald man said they are here to protect me. Well, also to protect you because many bad people might target us, Golden replied. Oh, Golden, you should shrink a bit. Talking like that makes me tired, Filna said, rubbing her neck. The bald old man, who had no hair, clearly looked like a monk. But besides a large hall, there was no other clue. If this hall and the old monk had no connection to Earth, I wouldn't believe it. If there was a link, then the clue. She thought she should ask this giant beast. Golden, did the old bald man tell you where he came from? How he got here? Filna asked hopefully. No. Golden finally shrank to about her height. He shook his head and said, he entered my mind directly to talk to me. He was almost dead, barely holding on with the help of the sandalwood flame, but he asked me to tell you something. What is it? Filna's dull eyes suddenly brightened. She was surprised to see that Golden's eyes seemed to spark.
He said.
There is no road in the world, Golden recalled after a moment. Filna waited a long time, but heard no more. She asked cautiously, is that all? Yes, that's all he said, Golden answered, looking confused. Darn it! No matter how good her manners, Filna couldn't help but curse. There is no road in the world. The more people walk, the more it becomes a road. That's clearly Lord Lu's famous saying. How did it turn into that old monk's last words? She thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. She was too tired to think more. Golden, how long have you been here? Filna asked. I have had my own consciousness since the year 7392 on the mainland. I was supposed to hatch soon, but that bald old man somehow entered my mind and told me to wait 1,000 more years to fully evolve. He said that with your protection. No one would dare to bully me then. This time, I remember clearly, and Fiona was overjoyed. It took only 1,000 years for me to go from having my own consciousness, like just hatched, to becoming an adult. Thanks to the help of the sandalwood spirit flame, my evolution time was shortened by nearly 10 times. Haha, although it's impossible to hatch a Baiman giant beast again, this method could work very well for ordinary high-level magical beasts. Not all magical beasts need thousands of years to evolve. Golden, is there any secret room or something inside here? Fiona asked. I don't know. Golden shook her head. The old bald man said he left 2 things for you, one on the table, and the other is the sandalwood spirit flame. All right, let's go outside, Fiona said regretfully as she headed out of the hall. When she was near the barrier, she suddenly remembered a question. Golden, what is your gender? I am definitely a girl. Golden's claws twisted in front of her, and her body twisted like a twisty rope. Oh, come on. Fiona covered her eyes and fell headfirst outside the barrier. When Fiona tumbled out of the barrier, several hands helped her up at the same time. The first person she saw was Serena's caring face.
Serena, ai fine.
Fiona smiled to reassure everyone, then shouted, Golden, hurry up and come out. The barrier rippled again. When Golden appeared in front of everyone, only Field looked at her with suspicion. Everyone else found it strange, because the Golden Baiman had disappeared for so long that few could connect a normal-sized magical beast with a Baiman giant beast. Only Field's sharp eyes showed doubt. Fiona, what kind of magical beast is this? Serena examined her from head to toe as if checking for damage, then finally noticed Golden. Oh, this is a Baiman giant beast. Its name is Golden, Fiona said calmly, as if she was talking about her pet dog. The adventurers jumped in surprise. Miss, are you sure? Shinny asked with some doubt. Do you have any questions? The dignity of a top-tier magical beast is unquestionable. Golden was very unhappy, and the consequences were serious. It roared and revealed its true form. The adventurers felt a strong pressure, and the magical beasts in the canyon let out mournful cries. Except for some high-level beasts, the others, middle and low-level beasts, knelt down to show their submission. No questions. Usually eloquent Shini stammered for the first time, and the adventurers couldn't help but laugh. Golden, stop showing off, Ferna ordered. After shrinking, Golden took out a horn from her ring and handed it to Field. Master, could you please look at this? What is this horn used for? This. Field stared in disbelief, his old hands trembling. Ferna was worried he might drop the horn.
Oh.
By the gods, this is a divine artifact. The call of the earth. The call of the earth? Everyone looked at each other, shaking their heads. They had never heard of it. Field excitedly played with the horn for a while before raising his head. Seeing everyone still confused, the alchemy master explained, during the war of gods and demons, to make up for the human army's lack of strength, for elemental spirits, earth, water, wind, and fire, used their divine power to craft 4 summoning horns. When blown, they can summon 4 giants of the same element. These 4 horns are called the Call of the Earth, earth, the voice of the green fields, wind, the song of clear water, water, and the fire of passion, fire. This Call of the Earth can summon 4 earth element giants. But this function has a cooldown only once a day. This is a real treasure, Ferna said excitedly. However, she didn't take out the sandalwood flame, not because she wanted to keep it for herself, but because it had already recognized its master and was very mysterious. The fewer people knew about it, the better. Ferna, this is something you obtained through your adventure. You should keep it safe. When Ferna wanted to give the horn to Selena, she politely declined.
Well.
All right, I won't be polite then. Seeing her friends nod in agreement, Ferna happily accepted it. Golden, go gather your little brothers. After Felina sent the golden-haired person away, she gathered with Selena and others to discuss the next plans. It rained heavily all night. Although the sun had already risen high, the road was still muddy. A long caravan moved slowly along the path, leaving behind a trail of messy wheel marks. This was a human trading caravan, made up of 20 large carts. Around it, nearly 100 Baiman knights rode on giant armadillo beasts. They wore adventure badges on their chests, but seemed indifferent about the task. They looked very relaxed and showed no sign of being hired soldiers. Usually, protecting traveling merchants was the job of mercenaries. However, in this industry, some mercenaries had a bad reputation. When suitable people weren't available, merchants preferred to hire well-known adventurers. But most adventure groups were small, with only a few dozen members. Only large groups had over 100. At the front of the caravan was a carriage pulled by a young rhinoceros warrior. Sitting beside him was a beast covered in golden fur. Inside the carriage, Felina, without her veil, was focused on a small stove in front of her. A delicate teapot sat on it, and the water was about to boil. Felina, do you really need to go through so much trouble just to drink water? Selena asked, smiling.
Selena, you don't understand. Drinking tea is an art.
Only the most sincere heart can brew the best, most fragrant tea. Felina said seriously. When they left the South Cross Forest, she had processed some tea leaves. Unfortunately, all of them had been taken by Rodman. She had just finished preparing a new batch a few days ago and had invited Selena to taste the tea. As the kettle hissed with steam, Felina quickly lifted the lid with her left hand, then pinched a small handful of tea leaves from a tiny jar with her right hand and dropped them into the kettle. She then covered it again. After a moment, a fragrant aroma wafted from the kettle. Selena took a deep sniff. What a refreshing smell. Is this tea? I'm really looking forward to it. It'll be ready soon. Felina took out some delicate pastries from her ring and placed them on a small table in front of her. She called out loudly, Tario, Wyatt, and Chairman Calber, are they here yet? Miss, they will arrive soon. Outside, Tario looked back and saw Wit and the owner of the caravan, Dawson Chamber of Commerce President Calber Dawson, approaching quickly. He slowed down the cart to make it easier for them to get on. Wit, being a knight, easily jumped onto the cart. He helped the weaker-looking Mr. Calber up as well. Wit, Mr. Carlber, please come in quickly. Filna lifted the curtain and invited them inside. Haha, it smells so good. Carlber, a thin man in his 50s, had a medium build and looked more like a scholar than a merchant. He said his family once held a noble title and land, but his descendants lost everything, leaving only a barren title. It wasn't until his grandfather that they started to succeed in business and formed their own trade guild. 2 weeks ago, the flying squad hired Carlber in Melon Town. The old noble was very talkative and friendly. Filna learned a lot about trade across the continent through him. Mr. Carlber, last time I bothered you for a coffee. Now I invite you for tea. Filna handed him 2 cushions. After they sat down, she took out 4 delicate cups, poured clear tea, and the aroma grew richer. Is this tea? Carlber picked up his cup, looking puzzled at the green liquid. Yes, I brought it from deep within the Southern Cross Forest. There might be no second batch on the continent. I also roasted these tea leaves myself. Filna smiled and took a sip. Wit and Carlber also tried a sip, and soon they couldn't stop. The tea was finished quickly, but the snacks on the table remained untouched. It's so delicious. It makes your mouth water. Unbelievable. Carlber nodded in praise. Mr. Carlber, do you think nobles would like this drink? Filna asked with a smile. Oh, I see. Carlber, a clever merchant, immediately understood her intention. Honorable priestess, are you planning to promote this drink across the continent? Yes, Filna nodded. Talking to smart people is always easier. Transplanted from the Southern Cross Forest, the tea trees have grown into a lush tea grove under the care of the flower spirits. The climate in Sumeru is very suitable for growing tea. Filna recently roasted nearly 100 jin of finished tea leaves, hoping to find a good business partner to promote tea art in human countries, since they are the largest consumers on this continent. How much tea can you currently supply? What price do you plan to sell it at? I can provide 10 jin of finished tea now. As for the price, Mr. Carlber, you know I am new to business, so you can handle that. All right, no problem, Carlber nodded. He hesitated a bit and asked, Miss Sacrifice, could you? Provide tea seeds, cultivation methods, and roasting techniques. That might not be possible for now, but I can guarantee that Dawson Trading Company will have exclusive rights to sell the tea, Filna said with a gentle shake of her head. She smiled, knowing that humans are very good at imitating and producing. She had no intention of sharing this wealth with others. Understood, Carlber said with some regret. Still, having exclusive rights is good. He thought for a moment and said, Miss Sacrifice, I can buy this 10 jin of tea at 100 gold coins per jin. The final price can be adjusted based on sales. No, Mr. Carlber, the price is 1,000 gold coins per jin, Filna replied with a smile. But these 10 jin are a gift for you to help expand the market. Expand the market? Carlber was surprised. The price of 1,000 gold coins per jin was quite high, but expanding the market explained why the fox beasts are natural businessmen. This young priestess, not yet 20, already has the foresight to cast a long line and catch big fish. Serena, you all can eat these, Filna said, turning to Serena and Wyatt, who were listening to her talk with Carlber. She quickly brought over a plate of snacks. Mr. Rodman is here. Sierra's voice suddenly came from outside the carriage. The news made Filna very happy. Please let him in. Filna quickly took out a teacup. Miss, I'm back. Rodman's voice was still loud and clear. Though he looked dusty and tired, he was full of energy, even more so than before he left. Uncle, let me introduce you. These two are Selena and White, my adventure team partners. This is Mr. Carlber, the president of the Dawson Merchant Guild, one of the top 10 merchant guilds on the continent. Oh, hello. I am a follower of the young lady. Nice to meet you all. Rodman, lacking the confidence of a level 9 battle god, hurriedly greeted them first. Hello. Selena and the others quickly returned the greeting. After everyone sat down, Filna asked Rodman why he was here. The two had already arranged to meet in Y City in the Phelan Empire. Although this place was within Phelan's territory, it was not on the same route as Y City. The flying squad originally planned to escort the merchant convoy to the border and then turn toward Y City. Is your merchant convoy going through Maso Fortress? Rodman didn't answer Filna directly, but asked in return, his eyes fixed on Selena. He knew Filna didn't know much about these places. Yes, Mr. Rodman, Selena replied, glancing at Kalber. There might be trouble on that road, Rodman said again to Filna. Things went smoothly, so I and a few friends arrived early in Y City. I heard about your whereabouts at the Adventurers Guild and followed you. However, there was another piece of news at the guild. The eastern region of the Phelan Empire has rebelled. Most of the Empire's main combat troops have been moved east to quell the rebellion. The local garrison can only defend the towns, so bandit groups are more rampant than ever. There is a bandit alliance operating north of Maso Fortress. I'm worried you might not know this, and venturing out could be dangerous. Don't the local officials warn or protect traveling merchants? Filna asked, puzzled. Of course not, White said. Those noble officials only care about squeezing money from merchants and pretending everything is fine in front of their superiors. They wouldn't release such information. I believe this intelligence was obtained through the Adventurers Guild's own channels. With our strength, we shouldn't be afraid of them, Filna said confidently, looking at Rodman. Except for Kalber, who was unsure, everyone else believed her. Filna's followers had performed well in the ruins, and the Golden Behemoth was undoubtedly a top-tier war machine. Plus, the monsters recovered from the ruins, even for a regular army, would be hard to face directly against Filna's followers. Mr. Kalber, I apologize, sincerely. We have some personal matters to attend to. May I? Rodman nodded politely with a sorry gesture toward Kalber. Oh, of course. I also need to go back and make arrangements. Kalber politely excused himself, claiming he needed to handle affairs related to the caravan. After Kalber left, Rodman revealed the most shocking part of the intelligence, reliable information indicating that this band of thieves is connected with officials and criminals working together. Their strength is extraordinary, and the forces behind them are very complicated. One strong person can defeat 10 others. No matter how complex the forces behind them are, can they be more impressive than a group of mighty warriors and powerful magical beasts, Filna said casually. If necessary, she could lead her followers to attack and seize cities without hesitation, especially against a gang of thieves with some background. An outstanding tree attracts the wind, Rodman said meaningfully. Miss, the Baiman Empire is no longer the same as it was thousands of years ago. Long-term comfort breeds complacency, and the corruption among the 6 royal families is obvious. The conflicts between the Baiman royal family and the temples are growing worse. Revealing your strength too early will only make you a target for other forces to attack. Are we just going to be cautious and hide like turtles? Filna challenged. Of course not. Rodman smiled slightly. During the war between gods and demons, the famous human hero and 12th level saint, Archimedes, once said a bold statement. Give me a fulcrum, and I can move the continent of Landis. I understand. Filna playfully stuck out her tongue. I just need a fulcrum now, Rodman nodded approvingly. Prostitutes, gamblers, and bandits, these are called lifelong professions. No matter the society or era, these 3 careers are never in short supply. Perhaps because of the Bandit Alliance, they didn't encounter legendary robbers along the way, but they did see many small trading caravans. Most of these caravans hired scattered mercenaries, usually no more than 10 people. Since they were all heading toward Maso Fortress, they naturally gathered together. The only tense person was Sheeny, who believed that the mercenaries stayed with the Dorson Merchant Guild's team because their goal was Serena and Filna. One was his idol, and the other was his master he followed. So, he stayed close to them, worried that the mercenaries might take advantage of the situation. I heard that the merchant convoy from Maso Fortress plans to form a trade alliance to pass through the Bandit Alliance's territory together. Along the way, they mostly travel at night and rest during the day, stopping wherever they can for supplies. On the first night after crossing the Hawa River, the convoy camped on a plain. This place is about 6 or 7 days from Maso Fortress. Although there are villages nearby, they are at least 10 kilometers apart. During the day, it's okay, but at night, wild animals and even magical beasts often come out to hunt. Usually, the magical beasts in such areas are not very strong, but they can still cause trouble for ordinary travelers. So, As soon as the camp was set up, the adventurers lit a campfire. Even magical beasts dislike fire. In one corner of the camp, a dozen servants from different merchant teams were busy preparing dinner. Among them, a rather awkward figure was working. Poor Filna was tightly holding her sleeve and kneading a large piece of dough. As a priestess, she normally wouldn't need to do such work, but it was Waite's fault. This seemingly strict man accidentally mentioned how delicious Filna's pastries were, which made Sheeny and Buffett very eager to try. Especially old Goblin Fielder, who kept blinking his small eyes at Filna, drooling. It made her quite annoyed. Does he think I'm some kind of pork bun or mung bean cake? However, considering Fielder's special contribution, Filna agreed to show her skills. Among the purified metals provided by the devouring gold bee, there was a rare metal called blue gold. Others didn't understand how precious this metal was, but as an alchemy master, Fielder certainly did. Blue gold is an extremely rare living metal, highly sought after by alchemists. With Filna's approval, Fielder set up his own laboratory in the Sumeru realm. After nearly a month of tireless experiments, he created a badge that can contain magical beasts. Compared to human mages and priests, demon priests have a big difference. Their combat power includes their magical pets. Unlike warriors of various races, they cannot form contracts with magical beasts, except through force or raising them from a young age. Only priestesses' Medusa badges can hold magical beasts. These badges are special items for demon priests, with a hibernation barrier inside that allows their magical pets to recover during hibernation. More importantly, they are easy to carry, can be summoned at any time, and only priestesses can use them. The badge made by Fiel does not have a dormant barrier to restore combat power, but it contains a different dimensional space that can hold living creatures. As long as there is mental energy, a summon signal created by mental waves can release magical beasts from the badge to fight. The most important thing is that it has no restrictions on the wearer, so even warriors can use the badge to summon magical pets. Firina named this badge the God of War badge. Since the old goblin had indeed achieved some results, Firina finally agreed to show her skill to comfort everyone. "Miss, the tent is already set up. Is there anything I can help with?" Sheeny asked, peeking around. Firina was quite suspicious of his true purpose, but since he was useful, she decided to make use of him. "Sheeny, go fetch a bucket of water." "I need it," Firina ordered. "Got it." Sheeny replied happily and ran off, carrying a large wooden bucket. Uncertain whether he was eager to enjoy some food or to show off in front of Firina, Sheeny chose an extra-large bucket, which he could barely lift with both hands. The path beneath him was naturally invisible to him. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in front of his eyes. He immediately realized he was under attack. He dodged to the side with the water bucket. As his right foot touched the ground, he felt something strange underfoot. His balance was lost, and he fell heavily to the ground, spilling water all over himself, looking very clumsy. "Hey, protector of beauties, what happened? Are you trying to make a traditional dish called soaked chicken?" a mocking voice said nearby, accompanied by laughter from the crowd. Sheeny angrily looked up and saw a foot sticking out nearby, swinging slightly as if to challenge him, with a clear footprint on it. This was clearly intentional, because Sheeny had seriously disrupted the mercenaries' plans to get close to the beautiful women. He had become their #1 enemy. Indeed, a quick and agile thief. Even your fall looks so stylish. "But what kind of skill is pouring water on yourself?" a mercenary said sarcastically. Another mercenary, pretending to be serious, added, "It must be the latest diving skill." Laughter erupted around them again. "You guys," Sheeny was so angry, he jumped up and swung his fist, ready to punch the smug mercenary. The mercenary jumped back, striking a fighting pose. Several other mercenaries around him also clenched their fists, eager to fight. "Sheeny, don't bother with them." A strong hand grabbed his fist. White appeared behind him unexpectedly. He shook his head at Sheeny. "But they..." Sheeny had been doing well lately, and didn't want to lose face. "Forget it. Hurry up and fetch some water. Filna needs it." White pointed toward the makeshift kitchen. Filna had already noticed the commotion and was looking in this direction. "Humph. Considering the tempting food, Sheenie finally gave up on arguing about the incident and angrily filled another bucket of water to bring to Filna. "Sheenie, what's going on?" Filna saw Sheenie soaking wet and frowned. "I accidentally fell," Sheenie said, his eyes flickering. "Oh, go change your clothes quickly." Filna looked at the distant mercenaries pointing and talking. Sheenie was quick and agile. He wouldn't have fallen just carrying a bucket of water. It was probably those little troublemakers causing trouble. "Filna, it was just a joke," White said, walking over and patting Sheenie's shoulder. "Go change your clothes." "A joke?" Filna asked back. "Yes, mercenaries often joke around." "No harm meant," White said, trying to sound relaxed. Although Filna didn't like trouble, she was quick to act against those who provoked her. "Humph, let them go this time." Filna glared at the mercenaries and then turned back to her work. A gentle breeze swept across the plains, bringing a refreshing feeling to the adventurers. Even the animals pulling the carts, exhausted from a day's work, lay quietly on the ground, enjoying this rare moment of peace. The campfire smoke was gradually fading. The mercenaries gathered in small groups to have dinner. Of course, alcohol was an essential part of the meal. The cool breeze made most of the mercenaries feel comfortable, but for those camping downwind near Filna, it was more like a form of torment. "Thomas, this is unbearable." A mercenary angrily threw a bag containing cheap barley wine onto the ground. "What kind of drink do those orcs have? Why does it smell so strong? Yeah, is there a top chef in that caravan?" Another mercenary eagerly swallowed, the rich aroma of food making everyone hungry. Eating their own food now felt dull. "It's all made by that fox girl." Thomas, the leader of the group, took a big gulp of beer, his eyes flickering with a hint of gloom. "Hee. That fox girl is really pretty, and her cooking skills are amazing. If I could take some back home." One mercenary grinned mischievously. "Willie, I think you've had too much to drink." "You're talking nonsense," Thomas said coldly, snatching the wine pouch from Willie's hand. "That fox girl is a priestess, and her strange night followers are not to be messed with. If you cause trouble, don't expect us to cover for you. Come on, boss. They're just some strong fighters." "What's so special about that?" Willie muttered unhappily. "Go back and rest quickly. If you mess things up, you'll regret it," Thomas said with a fierce look, ready to act if needed. "I'm already covered in pimples. What more do you want from me?" Willie kept talking, but he obediently moved toward the tent. Thomas ignored Willie's chatter and looked up. Light clouds drifted slowly toward the silver moon. In the middle of the night, Filna was suddenly awakened by someone pushing her. She opened her eyes and saw Rodman kneeling in front of her. "Uncle, is something wrong?" Filna asked curiously. "There's some excitement happening," Rodman whispered, making a shushing gesture with his finger. "Is it monsters?" Filna asked softly as she crawled out of her sleeping bag. "No, it's two-legged monsters." Rodman turned and left the tent to wake the others. Ferna found it strange that all the news along the way said that the bandits had been recruited by the Bandit Alliance. She wondered where these people came from. Unfortunately for them, the caravan had a large number of divine warriors. No matter how careful they were, the bandits were already discovered when they were still a long way from the camp. All the caravans were ready to fight. When about 1,000 bandits arrived at the camp, waves of prepared arrows shot out first. The surprised bandits left many dead behind and hurriedly retreated out of arrow range. Since the surprise attack failed, the bandits seemed ready to break through directly. News had spread that the Bandit Alliance was gathering north of Maso Fortress. Most caravans' defenses were not as tight as before. For small groups of bandits, this was a good chance. According to inside sources, there was also a top-quality fox girl in the caravan. If they could capture her, it would be worth a lot. Because they had prepared in advance, the people at the camp were not too nervous. Especially after the first wave was repelled, mercenaries and merchants cheered. But when the bandits charged with simple shields under arrow rain, the merchants first panicked. Most hid in wagons or among goods, praying for safety. The mercenaries stayed calm, using bows and arrows from behind the wagons to fight the bandits. The bandits were many times more numerous than the guards. After stabilizing their formation, they not only defended against the caravan's arrows but also fought back with bows under the cover of their allies. The caravan soon suffered casualties, with mercenaries crying out in pain as they were hit. This made the helpless merchants even more frightened. "Earth Spike!" At this moment, Bika's voice rang out. Then, more than 10 sharp stone spears rose from the ground. The frontline bandits were pierced and wounded badly, shouting as they retreated. "Darn it! It's just a magic swordsman. Get on it!" The bandit leader was very angry. Usually there were many monks on this road, and it was rare for other groups to compete. This was a rare opportunity. However, the mistake he made afterwards sealed his fate. "Brothers, attack. Capture that fox girl and the healer, then we'll have some fun."
Darn.
Originally, Iori and Tario, who had been waiting behind the carriage and sharpening their weapons, became angry when they heard the news. Even the well-mannered armadillo knights were furious. The priestess is the earthly representative of the war god and is highly respected by the baimen. These shameless thieves dared to insult the noble priestess. Go to hell. The carriage was pushed aside, and over 80 knights, riding large armadillo beasts, charged at the thieves. Both sides advanced quickly and collided. What would it look like if waves hit a dam? Bright red splashes of blood flew among the crowd. Unfortunately, these beautiful blood flowers were spilled by the thieves' lives. Every swing of the heavy war hammer claimed a life. Even without using their full strength, the armadillo knights were too powerful for these petty thieves to resist. Some injured or caught too late to escape chose to lie down and pretend to be dead. Sadly, the armadillo beast's sharp claws easily tore through their clothes and flesh, treating the dead and the dying the same. Kill them all. The defending mercenaries saw the situation was favorable and rushed out from behind the carriage, eager to fight. They shouted loudly, their voices louder than their weapons, trying to show off for their employer. In the camp, only Rodman stood beside Filna and Selena, while Shini also eagerly joined the battle with his short sword. The changing battlefield encouraged the merchants to be braver, and they ran out of hiding to watch the fight. At that moment, a dark shadow slipped behind Filna, hiding behind the carriage and goods, with a sharp dagger pressed against her neck. "Honorable priestess, please give the order to recall your team," a sinister voice whispered in her ear. "Mr. Thomas, I would be happy to follow your command. However, please move your filthy mouth away. It makes me feel sick." Filna ignored the dagger at her neck and covered her nose and mouth. "That guy, his mouth is almost worse than a sewer."
Do
you believe I won't kill you?" Thomas almost fainted with anger. "I don't doubt you can kill me, but I doubt you will have the chance." As soon as Filna finished speaking, Thomas saw a flash of cold light. He realized he was looking down from above at the fox priestess, while below him was a body, missing its head. This body feels so familiar. Thomas's vision went dark.